robnoerr, third time streaming today. Damn. Wow, am I a hard worker. Welcome to Normal Act Show host robnoerr. No prep debate night. Yes, it's that time again. Where I'll debate someone. I don't know who it is. I don't know what the topic is. They've prepared for me for a month. We shall see. Last week I thoroughly enjoyed it. I was talking to my friend Average Debate Enjoyer. I thought it was a good debate. I don't know how well it did on Speakeasy's channel. And it might not have been the most exciting debate for people watching, right? Because there was a lot of agreement. But I love a debate like that where it was basically zero moderation required. It was just, I'd talk for 2 minutes. He'd respond for 2 minutes. I'd talk for 2 minutes. Thoroughly how I like debating. Most of the time it's not that simple. So, but I think it makes both. By the way, just to let you know, there are tricks you could use to be like domineering and an asshole in a debate. But normally what it does, even if you end up winning, it ends up dragging you and your opponent down. And the same for me. If I'm in a debate where it's just someone shouting over me and then I have to shout over them, the net effect is both of us look worse than we would have otherwise. Even if I would have won the debate easier without that, my opponent just makes himself look bad. So, yeah, 3 shifts in one day. Now, I have to say, night shift, I'm hopeful for you. We're trying to at least get to 200% of the goal today. Because let me tell you about day shift today. Poof! These day shift Rob sucked. He was horrible. Had the call-in show today. We made like $60. It was pathetic. Like, day shift Rob was like, hey guys. And like the callers were all like, we were all just shit. That day shift Rob guy, he sucks. This is where it's at. The night shift crew. They're going to crush it. Night shift crew's where it's at. Day shift Rob sucks. Yeah, this one caller, he was going off about economics or something. It was so lame. Everybody could tell he's a fucking dork. Thank you for calling that out, GG. That guy was the fucking worst, man. It's crazy. So the whole show was just shit. Show more cleavage? No. That's right. That damn day shift crew. We're tired of them, Travis. Tired of them. So get those donos in. Obviously, I'll read all the donos by the end of the show. But I do not pay attention to the chat much at all while I'm debating. I'm supposed to be debating, not my chat debating for me. So, yeah, that is. Other streamers, they like to leave their audience do the talking for them. Not this guy. Besides, my audience use bigger words than me. So if I would be like, best part of having the call and you see it wouldn't work well. Couple super chats already coming in. Fruit of Apologia. Thanks so much for $5. As tonight's debate topic. Ghosts have a legal right to haunt a property they died on. Oh, shit. You mean ghosts should? Because they don't. So if that was the prompt I would win, I'd say, okay, show me the right. Show me in the law where it says that. But maybe they should. Knight Captain Corvus. Thanks so much. $5. That sounds familiar. Is that from a game or a book? It says, not much, but here's for the night shift, Rob. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, and I'm glad my man Blasterbot's here. I got a story for him. Blasterbot, absolute legend, gives $100. Man. Says, I can't wait for a debate on if Nanotyrannus versus T-Rex. As 2025-26 research indicates, Nanotyrannus is a distinct, smaller species based on fossil analysis of brain cases and growth rings, rather than a juvenile T-Rex. Truly a question for the ages. Ah! You know the little dinosaur game I have? My son also has one of them, and he called me out tonight. So we had to pick teams of 5. And I narrowly lost. My team captain was Ankylosaurus. And he lost a tightly contested battle against Mosasaurus in the final round. My Velociraptor kicked his ass. He had like a pterodon, and my Velociraptor beat it. But yeah, I ended up... I lost. My man Ankylosaurus lost his battle. So, not good. Moses, I mean, I didn't know where the battle was taking place. If it was in water, yeah, okay, I take the Mosasaurus. But I haven't seen Wade Boggs in a few days either. I hope he is doing well. I'm sure he's fine. He's just on a beer binge, you know, doing the old Wade Boggs like 40 beer challenge. Let's get this air conditioner on. A little stuffy up here. That's what makes me feel like the biggest man here, by the way. Just this air conditioner control. I feel like the fucking big man. Like that's the modern day equivalent of making the like harem chicks with the big banana leaves cooling me down. Instead of some thought with her boobies hanging out, I just got the air conditioner. It's fucking great. You should get one if you don't have one. It's amazing. 1 second. I recommend it. Yes, the second floor attic does not cool easily. All right, should I do a word of the day? So we'll do a word of the day. It's a word that I usually don't use that I'll try to use in the debate. The first super chatter to correctly guess the word of the day wins absolutely nothing other than applause after. It's got to be in the form of a super chat, though. You got to put it in a super chat. So I'll write down the word here. Let me think of one. I haven't thought this through yet. Gay. This is a good one. Now, obviously, different forms of the word count. So if the word was walk, it's not walk, but walk, walking, walked, that would all count. Oh, wait, this is always the word of the day. That's always the word of the day. Jews, 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 Jews. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. I'm literally wearing the same outfit as I was in that clip. Amazing. It's not Jew. That's not going to be the word of the day. So, all right. I got her down. I'll try to get it in. Who else do you know could take a debate with no prep, whose opponent has prepped for a month? I have no idea what the topic is, no idea who I'm debating, and I'm still going to manage to try to insert words to play a little meta game with my audience. Am I great or what? Cameron Michael, thanks so much for the $10. It says poo. Thanks so much. And then Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you as always, my friend. Check over on Rumble real quick. Rumblers, I see you there. Thanks so much for watching here. Always appreciated. I'm going to hop over now and see if we're ready to go. So I'm going to turn off my little super chat bar. Promise any super. Now remember, I can't yell at you all during the debate. Send in super chats. We're trying. If you like the debates, I love doing this content. Heaven forbid I make more money just doing whip shit. Then I'd have to end up doing that. I like the debates. So if you like it, please send in your super chats. I promise we'll read them at the end of the night after the debate. All right. Gotta find the link. All right. Check. All right. Oh, that's what poof means? I thought poof was like a, what do you call it? Onomatopoeias? Where it's a sound that you're spelling out the sound like poof. That's what I thought it meant. I didn't know that there was another meaning behind it. Am I wrong about that being called an onomatopoeia? I don't fucking know. The word of the day is also not onomatopoeia. Now I wish it was. Ellis Oven, $5 says, you can yell. You just choose not to out of some kind of respect for your opponent. Yeah. I'm trying to be more even keel in my debates more recently. I love these no prep debates, though. I wish there were more lefties. I really do. But they're perfect for me because I think I'm pretty good on the fly. And if you know the topic, then you probably should prep, which is work. But if you don't know the topic, then you don't have to work, which is great. Yeah, there he is. What's up, man? All right, I'm going to share the screen here.
Setting up a couple thing here. Oh, look, my name change from yesterday is still there.
So I tried to do the collab thing. Hopefully it worked.
Yes, that worked. It worked.
Okay. I tried last week. I don't know where I messed it up. I must not have clicked confirm or something, but
yeah. It's weird. I just learned about it recently, and then I did a bunch of research into it, and apparently it's good to get people into the algorithm. So
you'll be able to see like my audience's chat.
No, it'll be like, so when people click on my video, it'll say, it says right there, and robnoerr.
Yeah,
so like,
I've seen that. But I didn't know. Okay, I didn't know that was like there was a way to do that. That's
yeah. It's just like for live streams, you have to do it after it's already posted.
Okay.
But for videos, if you just like go down and it says invite a collaborator, and then you search for the channel you want to put in there, and then it gives you like a specific link for that channel.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
How did Amber's debate go? He's very excited about his opening statement.
Oh yeah, it went great. Yeah, he did very good.
The Mankind Project. I was like, yeah, I'll check it out. I know I was streaming at the same time. Dude, last night was a hot night. Like you were streaming. I think Cool was streaming. Andrew was doing an invasion. I was streaming. It's like that's how it goes some nights. Everybody's
exactly.
got shit planned. But
I know I see people in the chat saying, I don't even know who to watch.
It's crazy. Well, Andrew's sort of smart. Andrew's bigger than all of us. Let's not kid ourselves. But the answer is usually to watch Andrew anyways because he removes all of his videos from YouTube. So theoretically, you could go back and watch your video or my video or Cool Vic's video. But Andrew, unless you're like a member of his website, you know.
Yeah, that's why I did that, because I miss a lot of them because I'm streaming at the same time. So I made sure I went and got a membership on the site so I can see the ones I missed.
I'm down at his house and I'm like prepping for debates and shit. And he's like, check out my debate with so-and-so. I was like, I can't. He's like, you're not a member of the fucking channel. I was like, no. He's like, God damn it. So he got me a membership. I was like, I'm cheap. I got the $5 or whatever it is.
I'm cheap too, though. I feel you. I was just like today. I was just my wife was kind of bitching at me because I have a shitty phone because I keep the old version of I have an older iPhone, and I mean it works. So why do I need a new one?
What year do you have?
I think it's the 12 iPhone 12.
Oh yeah, I'm crushing you. I think I have a 14.
Yeah, see.
But I'm the same way.
I'm pretty sure it's on 17 or 18 already.
You know how the iPhone will have it'll say how much your battery life can max charge to?
Yeah.
The one I had before this, it was 43%. That's how long I had it. Damn. So I was just like, yeah, time to get a new one. Yep. And that phone, the worst phone I ever had, literally it would only charge for 40 minutes, and we went to some kiosk in a mall and we got it from someplace. I didn't know shit. This is 2010, and the woman's like, what do you want in a phone? I was like, something that holds a charge a long time because I travel with it. And so then I got this phone and it'd stay charged for an hour. Apparently there was a battery leak or something, so then ever since then I switched to iPhones. That's what I use.
Yeah. That's another thing my wife says to me. Why do you have the iPhone? Android's better. I'm like, I like the iPhone and I like the text. It looks better too.
Yeah, I mean, I got it because my wife was in it and I just figured I'm communicating with her the most and it was just easier. Plus I'm a boomer, so if I'm like, I don't know how to do this, she could figure it out for me. So,
that's it. That's the way to go.
Do you use a Windows computer or PC?
Yeah. I used to actually stream from a iPad or a MacBook Air. Sorry.
Oh.
And I knew that upgrading was the way to go to because there's no way I was gonna do. Apple just doesn't do it right for the PCs. I
Yeah.
don't think.
Yeah.
Too much limits.
So I do this thing. I do a word of the day, right? So a lot of times when I do these debates, I'll try to use a word that I never really use in my common speaking, and then see if I have the audience guess with super chats and see who the first person who could guess it is. So the last debate, I forget what it was. I didn't do one with average debate and shower, but the one before that I did, and we're like 3/4 the way through the debate, and I looked down at my notes. I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta say this word like 5 or 6 times. I fucked it up, you know. People were guessing the whole time. I'm like, shit. But I got it this time. I'm gonna get it in early. I have a feeling.
There we go.
It was vexing.
All right,
Vexed. Yes.
We have our guest here. Are you ready to go on your side? Yeah. Rob?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking.
Okay.
Yep. I'm good.
Okay, and then the guest is saying yes in the back too. I see them. Okay, awesome. So I'm gonna get this started up. Make sure I have my clock for back here. Where did it go? Where'd my clock go now? Jeez. Okay, perfect. All right, let's get this rocking and rolling. This is going to be a good one.
Good. I'm excited.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. No prep. Enter one stance brace. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is nowhere prep debate.
All right, everybody, welcome to Nowhere Prep Debates. For anyone new here, this is a live no prep debate format built around one simple concept. All right, robnoerr is walking into this debate completely blind. He does not know the topic. He does not know who he's debating until the live reveal, but the mystery debater does. Okay, they've had time to prepare, built arguments, gather sources, and come in ready, okay? Once the redactions drop, there is no pause, no prep time, no warm-up for Rob. The debate begins immediately. So here's how tonight's going to work. First, we're going to roll the Who's That Debater reveal, bring our mystery debater on screen. They'll briefly introduce themselves, state the prompt, and then go straight into a 10-minute opening statement. After that, Rob will give his own 10-minute opening statement completely off the cuff. Then we move into the open floor discussion. We aim for around 2 hours total run time, but if both debaters want to continue after that, we'll keep going. And once both sides are ready, we'll move into the 5-minute closing statements. We also have added in some audience interaction a little bit here. So any super chats that are under $20 or Rumble rants, I'm going to read at the end of the stream no matter what, okay? But $20 and up, they may be read at the moderator's discretion during natural pauses in the debate. They're just going to be read. It's not anything that's going to be answered to. And if it's not like pertaining to the debate, I'm not going to do it. So don't waste your money. And $50 and up, this will become a forced question. So I'll highlight the $50 super chat and we'll ask the question for both debaters to address before moving on. But again, that's at my discretion. So if you're just going to send in 50 to try and derail, you're going to waste your 50 and I'm going to love it. All right. So don't waste your time. All right. And then at the end, if time and energy allows, we may also do super chat Q&A. That's if time and energy allows for both debaters. Okay, that's the format. No safety nets, no excuses. Preparation versus instinct. So let's bring up tonight's mystery debater.
Who's that debater?
Konnichiwa, Casey. Mic check. I'm
Working, we hear you.
Cool. I'm sometimes streamer on Twitch. You can find me on YouTube, Casey Lee IRL. Do a lot of nerd programming often on stream, but also I'm a fervent porn advocate, and that's what we'll be doing here today.
So what's your prompt for today?
The prompt is that I affirm the position that pornography is a positive influence on society, that it should be protected for adults with the same fervor that we protect free speech, basically.
All right. Thank you. And if you want to get right into your opening statement, let's do it.
All right. We have seen a push as of late to infringe on this right. As the U.S. Supreme Court upheld Texas age verification law in Free Speech Coalition v. Paxton, allowing states to room to require age checks for pornographic websites, which has led to these sites blocking entire IP ranges for access to their services. These systems obviously chill lawful adult access while pushing further the ease of while making it easier for the surveillance state to function, obviously, while risking data breaches and identity exposures. The protection for pornography should be treated itself as we treat speech broadly. Adults should have the right to consume legal sexual content, as it is currently the legal and social norm outside of the laws passed of late. Broadly, societies that do allow open sexual expression are more open, they're more tolerant, and less repressive. Other positives from pornography broadly: they can reduce shame around sexuality. That pornography can normalize the idea that people have sexual desires versus societies that disallow it broadly, whilst, for instance, wrapping women in sheets for fear of their feminine wiles. Pornography broadly provides sexual education for some viewers where sexual education is limited or is taboo where they are from. It can benefit the relationships when used responsibly. It has obvious economic value. It encourages broader conversation about consent. It represents sexual diversity in its nature. Perhaps the most important point I believe is an outlet for sexual deviance, a safe outlet. and perpetual coomers. I'll give the example of the streamer Destiny, who, when he's not on stream, he spends his days texting random women about slurping other men's jizz from their vaginas, and doing entire streams wearing butt plugs because it, at the request of some he thought somewhere, is a man who is in desperate need of relieving himself of his deviancy. And a safe, easy way for this outlet is pornography. Obviously, this is a man who desperately needs to watch porn and get the evil out. That is why we should not be oppressing the rights to access pornography. Of course, pornography is not always in itself a positive, and in every case, you can think of some cases where it is not so. But that is the same for most things, like guns, for instance, or speech. We can't look at every case and say it was just a positive. But what's important is that that we don't limit access, we don't limit speech. It's an important part of our society, and it has been attacked as of late.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Rob. So, Rob, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, you had plenty of time there left over. But when there's a minute left, Rob, if you get that far, I'll let you know when there's a minute left.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Is the exact wording of the topic what's on the screen right now? Pornography is a positive influence on society?
That's what it was broadly. I tried to narrow it a little bit for your sake, but
fair enough. That as long as we have a general agreement, that's I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get over semantic. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
All right. So pornography is a positive influence on society. Interestingly enough, there could have been a more difficult prompt to say that pornography should be legal, and then you could agree that pornography is bad, but say for free speech reasons it should be legalized. But it's easier to win that pornography is actually not a net positive influence. And I think Casey would probably agree with me, though we've never met. I think that generally speaking, when we're looking at this prompt, it should be, is it a net positive or net negative? Because as Casey said at the end of the opening statement there are times that it's not a positive. So it wouldn't be sufficient for me to say, here's one negative, but there's a bunch of positives, or sufficient for Casey to say, here's one positive, but the negatives outweigh. So the way to decide the debate, I think we'll both agree on, is it more positive or more negative? And I think the results clearly show that it is by far more negative. Now, as the person who's entering this debate that didn't know the topic or anything, I don't at my fingertips have research that I've done in the past on this subject. But I will be talking in broad strokes about it, and we'll see if I can find on my computer that I have saved that. And I think it's going to be important to talk about the scientific literature on exactly what pornography does to people's physical and mental health. I think that's going to be a key component in this debate. Suffice it to say, when it comes to the discussion that'll be outside the scope of this really, but maybe still something that tangentially we'll talk about, as to whether or not pornography should be legal. It is a more difficult question because inside me I have two wolves, the Christian conservative in me and the former libertarian in me that's fighting. And I will admit, there is something about the former libertarian that says that consenting adults should be allowed to view material of sexual activities, even if it is damaging to them. Just like you should be allowed to drink a bunch of fattening sodas like I do from time to time, but it doesn't mean that those sodas are positive. So I will say that I do think that it's a conversation worth having, what amount we should have. My preponderance of what I'm thinking is I would have no problem whatsoever limiting pornography on a legal basis as well to select places because of the abject harm it does. And there is a history in this country of doing those things. For example, we don't want fentanyl legalized because we understand the damage that it could cause to people. And I think in many ways, although taking fentanyl as an individual action would be more damaging than consuming pornography, I think pornography has negatively affected society in far greater ways based just on how much it's consumed. However, the legal part of the discussion will not be necessary for me to argue whether or not it is a positive influence. There are things that both Casey and I would probably agree are negative influences, but that are still legal, like maybe watching Destiny's show. It's legal, but we'd say it's a negative influence. So I don't think the legality comes into question here. So thank you so much for being here, Casey. I didn't know I would be debating a lady from Dragon Age, or I don't know. I was like, a character looks familiar. But so, all right, so let me begin and give my arguments. I'll basically narrow it down into a few select arguments on my offense. Then I'll address some of the key points that was made in the opening statement there. I think the first reason that pornography is a negative influence is because it is actually physically damaging. Studies for the past decade have showed that pornography is sometimes more addictive than narcotics. That's how bad it is. It literally chemically alters the brain, and it shrinks, I believe, the gray matter zone in the brain, which is actually leading to people not only being less intelligent and more addicted to this, but it also causes other physiological changes. There are stories that are rampant with men that have erectile dysfunction because they've got too into pornography. There are women whose sex drive is no longer there because they've got into pornography. So the chemical makeup of the body is altered in negative ways. This would be akin to saying that we would say that a serious narcotic, which it seems that pornography is at least that addictive, should be illegal because or should we would consider, even if it's legal, a negative influence because the perceived benefits wouldn't outweigh that fact alone. So if I win that fact, it would clearly win the debate for me, because I don't think that you see many positives as far as I'm concerned based on this opening statement. The second argument I would have is that it affects mental health. And I think that what we see with that is, in addition to just the chemical makeup, we see that it affects people's mental health. I remember reading a study a while ago, and one of the most common things that serial killers that were trying to explain their condition to people said was addiction to pornography. And that sort of like hyper addiction to sexual activity in an aggressive way, which then tends to escalate into more aggressive forms of pornography, which then conversely to what my opponent said, it's not a healthy outlet. It actually makes those degenerate behaviors more likely, up into the most degenerate behaviors, such as assaults on people of a sexual nature or actual killings that occur, and they start with pornography addiction. This would be akin to saying that like low-level drugs are a gateway into these worst things. There is no positive benefit that would outweigh the millions upon millions of people that have had mental health effects of pornography. It has demeaned both men and women. It has made both of them victims in many ways. The men that basically become people that are just drooling idiots over sexual content. The women that feel that they've been objected to, they have to, based on the stereotypes that they see in this, give their body up and have this free sex movement. Pornography is part and parcel to opening the door for all of that happening with mental health. The third thing I'll say goes along with that, and that's declining birth rates. Pornography gives an outlet where people no longer have the former form of marriage that we would have celebrated that was a good thing, which was a man courting a woman and then getting married and then having children. Pornography goes in with the free sex degenerate movement that prioritizes feeling good in the moment and materialism over commitments and duties that we in society have. Men in raising families and working and providing for our families, and women in having those children and being caretakers to help. Instead, we have glorified sexual gratification, and this degeneracy has led to many parts of society breaking down. Because of these things, and you could draw a direct line from pornography leading to sort of a free sex movement, which then in turn leads to these declining birth rates and other things. It leads to sort of an unreasonable expectations where we see the top like tens and nines of men, the top group, are now having sex with like a group of women. So if you look at studies with like Tinder, you see all these women swiping, I think it's swiping right, I've never used Tinder, but saying that they want to go out with only the top men, the ones that are really wealthy, really tall, really attractive. And so that means that the men that are like 7, 6s, and 5s are left without mates. This is a terrible way to structure society, and it all stems from influences that we see with pornography. It's not to say that other influences don't exist, but the unreasonable sexual expectations that are set forth from pornography and the standard that says to gratify your immediate base needs is terrible, and it's leading to generations of young men that are checking out. We're likely to see, because of pornography, we're going to see the increase in AIs being used for pornography, and we're going to see eventually basically sex robots. And that actually could be cataclysmic and have a drubbing to human society as they're trying to figure out how to then have families and children in traditional life when the gender roles are completely shattered, because pornography addiction has led to AI pornography, which has led to people disassociating from the thing that made society go round. And that was men trying to court women, have mates, provide for the family. It will further lead to a shattering of gender roles. Need I mention all the shattering of gender roles and what's happened and the downfalls that that's had within society, how we now need two people working in a household to be able to provide because feminism has led to this mentality that women need to be in the workforce, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing that it's worth saying, the last point I'll make, is pornography is horribly harmful to the people that engage in pornography. You can see famous pornographers, whether it be OnlyFans girls to back in the day, people that did pornography like on VHS or whatever fucking channels or whatever that they did. You can see many of them have came out and said that the lines were blurred constantly for sexual abuse, that they deeply regretted what they did, that their children, when they find out and their friends find out that their parents did pornography, it's a nightmare. It is shameful, and there's a reason that it's shameful, because we understand that that's sort of behavior that should be private. The idea of being engaged in doing pornography is a step worse than actually watching the pornography yourself. But make no mistake, the existence of pornography and your partaking in it helps make that possible. When we sit back and we complain about OnlyFans girls and how terrible it is for society and how we have more and more money going into this field of pornography, which makes us less and less productive as people in this country, you consuming that pornography is actually a step in that. So it's something that we should reject. Finally, a couple things that was said that I'll play in defense here. I don't think any of the benefits that Casey talked about are all that great. I think they pale in comparison to the negatives that I've talked about. One thing I'll say is the idea of reducing shame. I will say that reducing shame is bad, that actually we need to increase shame. And increasing shame would mean that people are acting less sexual in public. Last thing I'll say, and probably the most important thing, we started off complaining as a free speech issue about the age restriction thing. I'm not saying this about Casey, I don't know Casey, but this is horrific. The idea that pornography is a net benefit and free speech, and so we need to challenge trying to restrict this content for children. Pornography is a direct lineage to children getting involved in sexual activity, which leads to an increase in children being sexually harmed by this. That reason alone should be the most important reason in this debate, and a reason to reject anything but it reduces shame, but it's a free speech issue. All of that should be outweighed. So that's my opening statement.
Perfect timing, right on the dot. Like it. That is going to be the opening statements, everybody. So from here, we're moving into the open floor discussion. Like I said, we're aiming for around 2 hours total. At that point, I'll check in, see if the debaters want to continue or move into closings. I'm going to be mostly staying out of the way unless things go like too far off the rails or the talking over each other becomes unbearable for the audience. But quick reminder for the chat, there is some chat interaction during the open floor. $20 and up may be read live during the natural pauses in the debate, but if it's like some stupid shit to try and derail, I'm not going to do it, so don't waste your money, or do. And 50 and up is going to be a forced question. So if you send in $50 because you have a question about the current thing they're talking about, send in 50 with your question. And if it's current, like if it's about the topic, I'll ask it. But if you're just gonna ask, hey, what size is your penis or some stupid shit like this, I'm not. Like I said, you can waste your money. I'll still thank you for the money, but I'm not reading it. So, with that said, open floors is yours, gentlemen, and I'll get this clock here behind here, and I'll let you guys know when we're at 2 hours.
Should we start with sort of the conversation of the legality of it? Is that fair with you?
Yeah, that's
I think that, in my opinion, obviously you may disagree, I think that's the strongest case you make, because saying that it's a positive or negative influence, saying whether or not it should be legal or illegal is a step further than that. Will you admit that just even if you would win the debate that it should be legal, that in itself isn't proof that it's a positive influence? Would you admit that?
that it's a net positive. Yeah, I would agree with that because I would agree that alcohol is not the net positive, but I also believe that it is important that alcohol is legal. So
That's fair. And I'm happy for the concession. Having said that, I'm more than happy to dig into this for a little bit. I think clearly the bulk should be on the positives, but I think that's fair, especially since you've given that concession and it's clearly something you wanted to talk about. So I'm more than happy to start with the conversation of it being legal.
right, and just to make clear, my policy, like my prescription for like the children of it all, are it would be on device restrictions. Like it's up to the parents to set the settings on device, and just not have it on like server side checking IDs or whatever. I think it's the best method to actually for it actually to work, because you're always going to find pornography somewhere else, and then it comes to the definition of what is pornography.
Okay, that's okay. One, I agree in this sense. So this is beyond the scope of legality, sort of. I do. Let's start with this. Would you agree? You've given some positives, right? You've given some positive. Would you agree, though, that of everything that I talked about as negatives and everything you've talked about as positives, the idea of mass amounts of children being harmed would outweigh any of sort of the other negatives I talked about or the positives you've talked of?
That would be a measurable harm. That would be on the scale.
Okay, so I think then that's a good place to start, because we'll see whether or not it's likely lead to these outcomes of children being harmed. Your solution to this, as opposed to trying to force the actual producers of pornography, of big ones where we'll get into a second how much of the market share they have, instead of having them have age restriction, your argument is they shouldn't, and instead it should be left up to parents. But I think that that's obviously, though we may agree that it's best for parents to take an active interest and always be observing what their kids are doing online and what they're doing while they're playing video games, or even what magazines, books they're getting, etc. I agree with you there. Parents should be the first line of defense. But me and you are both going to have to agree that oftentimes many parents are left wanting. And we as a society shouldn't say, hey, if your kid gets molested, it was up to the parent to stop it. We'll say, no, we still have laws. We still have things to make sure. For example, we don't leave strip clubs or, strippers in areas where schools are near, etc. So I don't think that it's sufficient to just say, no, we shouldn't have age restriction for pornography because it should be up to the parents to put
But
restrictions
that's a
on the
bit
device.
it's a bit gross overstatement to say that leave it up to the parents. I think there should be better on-device options for parents to enable to when they give their children smartphones.
Okay, but for the purposes of what I'm saying here, it's still, no matter, let's assume, like I have an iPhone, right? And we were just talking about this before. I have an iPhone 14, I think it is. Pro Max. Oh, it was big time when I got it. Like, let's say we somehow we're like, okay, iPhone, you have to have the best parent security tools possible. We're making that legal. You have to do it. You're still going to have huge swaths of parents that are like, and they're just not going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, it would be up to the parents too, but to enable it. It's just, there's a big gap between that and just like leave it up to the parents or whatever, where it would be difficult for a parent to track everything that their kid does online or whatever. But if we have tools to do so, like that is my policy prescription for solving the children of it all or whatever.
So I have libertarian questions about the outlawing of pornography, as I've been honest to, though I would lean in that direction. However, right, like those same libertarian policies are even stronger about, I don't know how we could legally compel like every PC, every video game console, every telephone manufacturer. We are legally compelling them that they have to have certain tools available. Okay, but we shouldn't legally compel the actual pornographers to have age restriction access. And I'll say real quick, as you think about that, just one little quick thing. You said, of course, it'll be difficult for parents to do this. Even if you're trying as a parent, you're right. It's impossible to figure it all out. Shouldn't that be why we have multi-tier restriction to this stuff? So sure, we have the parents trying to help. Sure, we buy the devices that give us the tools to do that. But we also make sure the pornographers are doing their part to make sure that it's age restricted.
I mean, if it is, but there's a cost. There's a high cost that's associated with ID checks on websites, and I don't think that the negatives outweigh or I think the negatives do outweigh the pros. In
okay,
that
so what's
scenario.
the high cost?
The high cost is these pornographic websites having your name and all your information and what porn you like and what you've watched and then potentially even selling that to anyone, including the government or anyone who wants to out someone for having watched some porn at some one point. Like these data breaches happen all the time. The idea that there's going to be some database out there with something you may have watched even on accident or whatever the hell, just to smear someone if they needed to be smeared, for instance, like that is a huge privacy issue.
Okay, two
if
things.
nothing else.
One, you said you wanted to reduce shame, and now you're like, it'd be shameful if people found out what porn you were watching. There seems to be some tension there. Secondly, okay, we have to show an ID to get in a strip club. Why?
Because well, it's all about the cost benefit analysis. There's not the big privacy cost when walking into the strip club. But from what I know, they don't keep online databases of who goes in and who goes out. There might even be rules against doing that. I would be pro rules against doing that.
Well, nonetheless, there could be rules against selling your data, rules against intentionally. Yeah, you always run the risk of a data breach, but I run that risk on everything I do, even in the current standard, right? Like right now, if I go to a pornographic website and I'm not forced to show ID, if someone hacks my account, my digital fingerprint, so to speak, would be obvious to determine who I was. The type of person that's sophisticated to hack a database like that, if they truly wanted to look into me without much effort, would be able to link my digital ID to sort of who I am, my social media accounts, etc. And when we're talking about a cost benefit analysis, you've already conceded that the biggest impact or the absolute worst negative that we'd have here is the harm of children. So why would we have the slight inconvenience of you being forced to prove your age to go on a pornographic website based on the idea that hypothetically that company could sell your data or be hacked? But then instead we say, well, if we do that, we're ensuring that there's a better chance that children in mass have access to this material. I think the harm way outweighs the benefit in that.
I don't think so, because if a parent is like just does the minimum on device protection, then they're not going to be going to the type of site that would have this type of check or whatever. You're not going to be like, that's on the top of the list is like you can't go to Pornhub if like on these types of protections. Like, so the actual benefit is actually quite minimum.
I disagree. I think that two things. One, that implies that the parent is proactive. You'll admit right now that there's devices. It might not be up to your standard, but there are devices on almost every device that a parent would have. The computer I'm using, probably the computer you're using, the one Speakeasy's using, all of our cell phones. There are parental controls on pretty much anything that you buy new at this point, right?
Yes.
And yet that's not sufficient to stop mass amounts of children from consuming pornography. In fact, my guess, I don't have the data in front of me. You tell me, what's your guess? I would guess that probably 50% of people under the age of 18, more than 50%, have consumed pornography, despite the fact we have these parental devices.
Probably most guys. Yeah, I don't think. My general theory is once you're going to be old enough to get around it, to know, like, if you're 16, 17, you're going to be smart enough to get around whatever.
Well, that's exactly right. But we would still categorize them as not adults. And if pornography on itself could be damaging to someone who's 16 and have lasting effects as people are in puberty and their sex drive is just sort of beginning, and instead of having a healthy sex drive, they get these unreasonable expectations of pornography. So you would agree that we should try to prevent 16 and 17-year-olds from accessing pornographic material?
Right, but once if they're smart enough to get around parental controls on their device, and they're smart enough to access a website that won't be registered as needing to ID, and there'll always be accessible pornography on the internet, like always.
Well, that may be,
or
but that's not going to help your argument, though, because while it is true, we hear this argument all the time. Why build the wall at the border? Can't people just climb over it? The same, you could be like, why require ID to purchase alcohol? You don't think there's kids smart enough to get fake ID? Sure, There'll always be a chance to get around it, but we should do our best through our legal system to enshrine that the people that are profiting and creating this pornography like are doing their due diligence. The burden's on them to do their best to make sure that people that we shouldn't have accessing that material aren't doing so. And I don't think it's
No.
efficient. I think you see this shit from Pornhub all the time and these other big sites that are like, this is, oh my gosh, if they force us to age restrict, hypothetically someone could hack us. Well, then get stronger security. I think if you're going to be engaged in a degenerate, shameful business like this and making money off it, the least you could do is go out of your way to protect children
Everyone's
as
been
best as
hacked.
possible.
Sony's been hacked. Microsoft's been hacked. Google's been hacked. Steam has been hacked. Like hacks happen.
Okay, but that's like saying, why should we force banks to have security, right? When theoretically someone could rob a bank. So the bank should just be like, fuck it, you don't even have to provide ID. We don't have security cameras. We don't have a guard. We just got a big pile of cash in the center of the room there. It's FDIC insured, but theoretically someone could rob even a secure bank. So because of that, we're not going to require banks to have safe and reasonable security measures. I just don't see, like, if we agree that protecting children should be the prior issue that we look at given this topic, where is the potential harm in forcing these big companies? I will concede there is still a chance some kid gets a magazine somewhere that's pornographic or finds old VHS tapes, or some really intelligent kid's able to find a way that they could get around the parental protection and around the age verification on these websites. And yet still, just like kids could figure out a way to steal their parents' car and drive it, that doesn't mean we should allow them to do it under the law. There is no compelling reason that I see that we shouldn't force these companies to require age verification if they're going to have pornographic material.
So the problem with your analogy earlier about the wall of the border, I think you can build a wall big enough. You could with our surveillance, we could absolutely stop people from crossing 100%. But you can't do that with like 17-year-olds accessing pornography. You can't. Like, I think you could do that, and then versus there's no possible way you're going to stop them from finding it.
Okay, I disagree that you could build that wall. Even if people couldn't climb over it, they could get around it. They could dress up as guards. There'd still be a way to get in. It would just be vastly more limited. But let's assume you're right. Let's accept that analogy, that the key distinction here is you could theoretically build a wall that no one could get in. Okay, so then hypothetically, if we could build a protection software or ID verification system that would ensure it would be impossible for kids, then you would say that these pornographic companies should be forced to do that?
No, because if there was 100% the way of doing it, it would be like an AI on device, like determining whatever their kid is looking at, whether it is or is not pornographic. But it would still be on device if there is even a way.
I think that it's, look, I don't know you. I'm not trying to make any judgments to you. I'm not. But I'll say this. The argument's sort of, in my estimation, grotesque, because it's like there's always a way for the addict, the pornography addict, or the, producer of pornography. There's always an excuse. Well, I mean, come on. Okay, some kids are going to get access to it and blah, 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 blah. It's like, I don't know. All of this seems flimsy. It all seems flimsy. You're like, well, we could build a wall that no one could get around. And I'm like, oh, so if we could well, no, that wouldn't be good either if we could do that. So the real philosophical merit here is whether or not your risk of being hacked by requiring to show ID when you're consuming online pornography outweighs the more protection children would have if we had age verification. And I don't think it's close. I really don't. I don't think that your risk, because you have the right to choose not to consume pornography. You don't have to give them your ID, right? And so I just think in the same sense that we would require strip clubs because the nature of the harm of children seeing sexual content, we have strip clubs require identification. The same should be true of a virtual strip club, which is in effect, pornography is even worse. Not only is it a virtual strip club, but it's actually intercourse in many cases. So I'm unconvinced. I know it's a question of values, but I'm unconvinced that the potential to be hacked and some people could get around it anyways outweighs us protecting these children.
And I would stress like the amounts like we're talking about. Like like the cost associated with just that database existing. There's a large cost like associated with it, and I would stress that there's a serious lack of benefit, because again, they're just, if they're at the point where they're going to be going to Pornhub or whatever on their goddamn device already, then that means there's there's 10,000 websites they'll be going to, and then they'll be using a VPN to go to some website and host it in some other country that won't have the verification, or
Well, no,
the
I mean,
benefit is virtually nil. I would say
I disagree. I
virtually
don't think it's virtually
nil.
nil. I think that it would have an absolute effect on people trying to do this, and there is no law that you could say that you could. It'd be like saying this. Well, we shouldn't have age of consent laws because theoretically, someone could fly to Thailand and sleep with a 14-year-old. It's like, yeah, I suppose they could, and we'll arrest them if we find out that they do that. But the idea that it's like, well, because theoretically someone could go outside the country, or we shouldn't have, like, in fact, let's do an apples to apples comparison. You would agree with me, I think, that having underage performers in pornography is heinous and something that should be avoided and illegal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But what if I said, well, in Thailand, they're allowed. So theoretically, you could just get on a website and go to Thailand to access this. So why even bother to have it be illegal in the United States?
As importantly, I would say that there's a great benefit to age restricting the participation in literal pornography. The benefit is that you don't have those kids in porn like to thousands, tens of thousands. Like that is extremely measurable. I'm saying all I'm saying is that the benefit for these age restriction sites is a very small. Like you're turning my analogy into something that it entirely isn't. I'm saying, like, let's do the calculation of like what is the benefit. And in your analogy, would be a great benefit, despite the fact that you won't be blocking 100% of kids in pornography. But there is a great benefit in doing that. But I'm arguing that there isn't in age restricting the site.
Look, I'm gonna admit there is absolutely truth in that people will go to other avenues if some places go, but in the places, and I'll admit I'm just looking this up because this isn't data that I had at my fingertips because I didn't know the topic. But looking up the places that have done this in 2023, Louisiana was the first state to force age restriction. Pornhub reported an 80% drop in traffic. 80%. In the UK Online Safety Act in 2025, Pornhub, when they did similar things, Pornhub, X videos, and others dropped between 36 and 25%. Now, this, I think, will show, you can say, but those weren't all underagers. Of course, I agree. But it shows that there is significant decline in those sites. Given that those sites are the easiest to access, the most well-known, and by far the sites that the most people in the world are going to, I think that it shows that there would be a precipitous drop. It's not an apples to apples that like every drop from Pornhub is one less child that's watching, but it certainly speaks to the effect that that barrier is working for a lot of people. And so I just don't think, I'm going to be honest, I don't have the data in front of me, nor do I know that this data has been compiled that shows just how much of a drop-off, but I guarantee there's some amount of drop-off. How about this hypothetical? What would the drop-off need to be for you to say it would be worth to do these age restrictions of people under the age of 18 watching pornography? If I was able to show you a study, for example, that said it led to a 20% overall decline of people under the age of 18 viewing pornography, would you say that's worth it?
Yeah, that would be worth it. I'm saying that it's nowhere near that.
But you don't have evidence to that, right?
I don't have evidence that's not that. Yes. Because it's not that.
Well,
I don't have evidence.
It's just your guess.
Yes.
I'll fully admit, I don't have the evidence that says how much the decline is, but you're in no better position than me. You're just saying, I feel that wouldn't be the case. I don't know that that's the case. I think that, how about 10%? How about 5%? Like, what would be the lowest level meaningful percent that you would be like, yeah, okay, if we dropped children's consumption of this by that much, it would be worth it?
I'll give you 5%.
Okay. I think there's probably a very good chance Like, without looking at data, I think that most of the people, and again, it's one of those things that we're going to have to gut check and use our gut feeling. And I understand not everyone's going to come to the same conclusion, but I implore everyone listening to this, Speakeasy, everyone listening, or anyone who sees this in the future, just ask yourself, do you think putting reasonable age restricting barriers on all pornographers in the United States to ensure that some form of identification to prove your age be given before that account could be accessed would reduce 5% the amount of under 18 people that are viewing pornography? I think the answer is yes.
Well,
And
is that even possible to do?
yes,
I mean, it's 10% of the internet is pornography.
it'd be like this. It'd be like this. You might say, if I said to you, should we require ID to buy alcohol? And you're like, nah, because kids will find other ways to get it. You could just have your older brother, your older sibling, blah, blah, blah. Now, I might not have a specific amount of data in front of me of how less young people drink alcohol because we provided an ID, but we know the truth that it's declined the number somewhat. We know that, right?
Yeah,
and so
it's a hard, it's a hard wall to get over. Is not being able to buy it yourself, but the wall that we're talking about is merely breached by just typing in a different URL.
Yeah, but if we did this ubiquitously with all U.S. sites and we punished the sites that were U.S. oriented, and then we started to intentionally block pornographic sites as they popped up that didn't require age verification in the United States, I think that we would start to see serious inroads.
I mean, we couldn't shut down the Pirate Bay. I don't think we're
Yeah, but how many
porn.
people do you think, in a general population sense, how many people do you think use the Pirate Bay or even know of it?
Well, I think there's other things, better things that we use, but I don't know.
Do you think you're more likely to, let's say pre-internet days, are you more likely as a 15-year-old to consume pornography if your dad's got a bunch of magazines laying around or if he doesn't?
Pornographic magazines?
Right.
Really?
The easier the access, the more likely you are to use it, right? If you have to jump through more hoops, well, now I got to get a VPN, and now I got to download from a site like the Pirate Bay. Absolutely, that'll diminish the amount of people watching it. I just say from my perspective, and I know I'm a boomer, I wouldn't know how to use the Pirate Bay to get pornography. Like, you have to download torrents and shit? Is that how the Pirate Bay works?
Yeah. What? Are you serious right now?
I don't know shit all about torrents. I just don't.
Right.
Like, I remember, the only thing I remember of this is I remember Napster, right, and LimeWire for music, and I remember, like, that I had some friends that had, like, a PlayStation emulator, and I think they'd go to Pirate Bay or something, and they would, like, get torrents of games, right, like, and then they would play the games. I couldn't fucking set that up without someone helping me. I had a friend put it on a computer of mine once for PlayStation and got me the game Front Mission 3 because I couldn't find it on my PlayStation. But I wouldn't know how to go about. And I'll bet there's a lot of people with as limited as of a technical understanding as me. But I could certainly tell you how to sign on to Pornhub. It's like, yeah, I type in the words Pornhub and bam, there's pornography. That's it. That's way simpler. And, you know, the same with a VPN. I do know how to use a VPN, Proton VPN. You guys should check it out. But I have no fucking clue, like, how to go about using the Pirate Bay. And also, there's people that are scared of that shit because they're like, well, this is sort of illegal. I'm downloading shit that maybe I'm not supposed to be. So that's a barrier. Because instead of just clicking and watching a website, you're actually downloading something, which is more of an active step.
Is it at all an issue for you, the idea of you like scanning your ID, your state ID, and like sending it to some website somewhere? Do you see that as somewhat of a you would like to do that as least amount of possible?
Yes, but that's true. However, I counter with this. Some of the two-factor authentications that I've set up, especially since my Twitter account got hacked, does have me showing my ID. And I willingly acquiesce to that. In other words, I feel that the benefit I'm getting is worth the fact that I'm submitting my ID. If I thought I don't want these websites having my ID, I could choose to not view pornography, which is what I would do.
Well, while we could, the trust amount on Twitter, it's relatively high, and yeah, I would even say the trust amount in like some site like Pornhub would relatively high, but I'm saying that the thing that you're asking is actually impossible. You're asking hundreds of thousands of websites to be asking for these IDs, and no one trusts these sites. No one's gonna do that.
I mean, all the more. I mean, again, think of what you're saying. Yeah, pornography is a net influence. It's good, right? And oh, it would be a shame for you to have to give these IDs to these sites, and we shouldn't have age verification because these sites are horribly untrustworthy. Do you see the contradiction?
Yes.
Let me take this in slightly a different direction. You're aware of the fact that there have been several instances on some of these big pornographic sites like Pornhub and other ones like that where underagers actually had videos on there performing sexual acts.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, well, if you're admitting that that can happen and you're admitting no one really trusts these sites, you don't see the problem here?
Well, hold on. I would be for, if you're uploading content, I'm all for you having to verify the people who are in the videos or whatever.
With what,
and
ID?
Yourself. So, oh yeah, if you're gonna add content.
Okay,
that's a big gap between that and going to view what's on the site.
But again, I could make all the same arguments that you just made about having to show ID to view the content against having to show ID to upload the content. The same arguments would still apply. And you're just like, yeah, but I think if you want to upload it, you should be willing to show your ID. Okay, I think if you want to consume it, for the same argument you just gave there, you should have to show an ID. Now, I'll give you the last word in this because I think, as we both admitted, this is tangential to the actual topic, but I wanted to give you the courtesy of talking about it. I think I've made the case that I want for it. I think it's damaging. I think reasonable age restriction is something we should do. Too much, we sexualize children, and we ought to, the companies that are making millions upon millions of dollars ought to do their best to invest some of that fucking degenerate money into preventing children from accessing that service. That's my opinion. But I'll give you the final word on it, and then we should move to something maybe closer to the topic.
Fair. Yeah, I agree. I think there should be stronger protections and easier to enable protections on smart devices broadly to stop this type of thing of happening. I think that's where you're going to get 99% of the blocking is going to be on device. And on the flip side of it, this is entirely unreasonable / actually like an impossible thing to ask for all of these sketchy ass websites out in the nether that have porn on them to ask for people's IDs. They're not going to give them. They're just going. They're going to switch their hosts to somewhere outside the U.S. or like they're just it is an unreasonable ask, and the legislation is largely just targeting the larger ones, but that just is going to divert traffic to less large websites. And by the way, we're also going to, the more websites that people are going to broadly, the more difficult it is to find instances of like children in these videos themselves, and to hold those people accountable for uploading that and or for hosting it. So we lose as we decentralize where the porn is being hosted. We're also going to lose a modicum of being able to control what's in the videos themselves.
So just I guess I have to respond to this. That's a new argument.
Oh, you do.
Just to be clear, there's an amount of people out there that are exploiting and filming sexual content with children, right?
Yes.
We agree with that. Your argument is as such. Better they upload to Pornhub, because if not, they would upload other places.
Well, I think that, I mean, that is a true. We'll more easily find them if they're.
I don't even need to go down this road of the fucking intense grossity. Like, that's going to be a drubbing for you if we go down that road. So I think that's an argument that we should maybe scrap. I don't think that's going to apply. If these people are monsters, if they're uploading it, they're going to be monsters regardless if Pornhub has age verification or not, right? Although some people have uploaded to Pornhub, I don't think that we're getting vast swaths of like these types of people arrested and finding networks because Pornhub doesn't require age verification. I don't think there's any reasonable expectation of that whatsoever. That just seems to be completely out of left field. This is akin to the we shouldn't make abortions illegal even though it's murdering babies argument, because you could go behind the alley and get an abortion, and so therefore we might as well make baby murder illegal. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I just, that is not an ethical standard to have, and I also think that it's grotesque and doesn't bear out even any utilitarian calculus as to why that would be the case. These monsters are largely going to exist outside of Pornhub anyways.
That I agree with, but the thing I said is still true. And those outside the Pornhub places, I think there'll be more traffic to those places, if we restricting access to places like Pornhub.
I don't see that. I don't see. So there's a person right now that's interested in watching underage pornography who is currently watching Pornhub, hoping that underage pornography is uploaded. But if you put an age verification, that person's like, now I'm going to go to a shadier site where I'm more likely to find underage pornography. That makes no sense to me. Right? And the same with the uploaders, the content creator. Well, you know, I'm currently uploading underagers to Pornhub, so there's a better chance to catch me. But man, I'm really going to go underground with my underage pornography that I'm uploading if they put age verification.
Right. I think we would agree they're going other places anyways. But if they were going to Pornhub, like they're more likely to be caught. That's all I was saying.
But no, not if the vast. Even the actual underagers that were on Pornhub, there would have been no way, unless you were somehow in the know of that particular, like, what are you, prostitute, actor, actress, whatever you want to say, was underage. You wouldn't have known that. It's not like they're fucking putting 16-year-old has sex, right? In fact, if they did that, they should go to prison. Pornhub's argument was, we didn't know. So if they didn't know, how would the consumer know? So who's the consumer that's currently wanting to diddle little kids that's watching Pornhub that's like, well, if you make me age verified, then I'm going to go elsewhere and watch more child pornography.
I was mostly talking about the uploaders types, and usually it's like some victim or whatever later on in their life is like, hey, they filmed me and I found this on Pornhub and this is me and I was underage and reported to the authorities or whatever. And while it's more centralized it is, the easier it is to track down the uploaders and stuff.
I don't see the benefit to that whatsoever. Allow Pornhub to not have age verification and the upload that underage pornographers upload to Pornhub so we can catch them later. Fucked up. It's very fucked up. It
wasn't the big part of my argument. I just thought it was. I just think it's a fact, but I don't. Well,
all right. Well, let that color our moral judgment, I think, going forward. Would you like to make, like, I got to be honest, listening to your opening statement, I really don't know what's a really strong offensive reason for you here, why the question of if it's a net positive influence on society. Some of the things I had was, we already dealt with the age restriction thing. It makes society less repressive. It reduces shame. It benefits relationships. It leads to conversation about consent. It's an outlet for coomers. It's not positive in every case. That's about it. What do you think's your best case there? Let's start with that, and then we'll go back and forth so that one of us isn't dominating the time. So go ahead and give your strongest argument why pornography is net beneficial to society.
Yeah, probably the freedoms of sexual expression, as it relates to the converse being the wrapping women in sheets, afraid of sexuality or whatever the fuck is wrong with those people anyway. Like the more open a society is about, they're like just the at least healthy sexual thoughts and adults expressing them, it's going to be it's a more broadly open, free society.
I think all the reasons I've given offense drastically outweigh that, especially the children one, which we both agreed is prima facie. Pornography certainly leads to a path where children are more likely to be assaulted in this way. But let's deal with this argument on face, right? Would you admit that pornography is very expansive in the United States today?
It's like I said, it's like 10% of the internet.
But it's even worse than 10%. Seems like 10% of people, 10% of the internet, which is unfathomably huge, right? It's like porn is so big at this point. I would be willing to say that I have no idea to venture guess. I would guess that probably at least 50% of this country is of adults, we'll say, between the like working age adults, maybe not 80-year-olds. 50% of the country or more use pornography, view it once a month or more. Would you think that's probably a reasonable number? I don't know without looking it up.
I'll capitulate to that.
And
number.
it's huge. Just so the audience knows. Hopefully, you're all good people out there, not viewing porn. So this is all foreign to you. But it is that big. It's that big of a problem. You'll also acknowledge that there was a part in history in the United States where that wasn't the case, where pornography was very rare, like maybe 1940s, 1950s.
It was more rare. I don't know how many subscribers like Penthouse had, or whatever it's whatever came before it. Yeah, it was less.
It was certainly less, and it was certainly more hidden, and it wasn't out in the open. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Did we have women in hijabs, burqas?
No, we were more oppressive
So
to women.
why is that
broadly.
bad?
That's part of the correlation that I'm
Okay,
trying to
but
draw here.
so when we're deciding what you call oppressive, which has a negative connotation, when we have to decide whether that quote oppression, I would call it more adhering to sort of gender norms and sort of like more duty bound principles as opposed to the principles of just feeling good in the moment. How do we determine whether that was good or bad? Should we, for example, look at like, for the example, it seems that you're saying oppression has a negative impact on women. They're the ones that have to cover up in the hijabs, correct?
Yes.
The data is stark. Ever since we've had like the sexual liberation movement and we've sort of had a second and third wave feminism, all metrics, study after study after study shows that women are far less happy. Far less.
Yeah. If I would posit that there's value in women having freedoms equal to men. I would just would posit that as a first principle.
Well, just to be
generally.
clear, that's a different question when it comes to the concept of pornography. On the question of feminism in general with freedom, I recommend a book to you. It's called Occult Feminism. It's by my friend Rachel Wilson. And what you'll find is that most of the things that we think women couldn't do pre-feminism is a lie. They could own property, they could work. It was just that we had these structured gender norms that were for a duty-bound reason, most of the way through religion, that we set up family structures. So women, it wasn't that they had to be a housewife, they wanted to be. And culture pushed that, and it was beneficial. The women were happier, the men were happier, we were having better birth rates, the American dream was easier to live. Now we see that because we've embraced freedom, which always existed, women could always go the other way. But the idea of freedom's not tantamount to the question here. We already dealt with the whether or not pornography should be legal. Outside the scope of that, we're saying whether or not it's a positive or a negative influence as a net. And my argument to you would be, explain to me if women are less happy now that they're more involved in pornography and other sexual liberation shit. If they always had the freedom, and I'm not even saying they shouldn't have the freedom, I'm just saying it's bad. They're doing worse off.
I think if you ask women, they would rather have freedoms than not have freedoms. I also want to point out that happiness is an extremely hard thing to measure. It's when are you asking it? How are you asking it? It's a very difficult thing to.
Well, that may
to
be
measure.
true, but they've done this and all metrics have showed it. Let me ask you this. You already said earlier that you, if pressed, I know this isn't debate, so just humor me for a second. Is alcohol a net positive influence to society? You seem to suggest no.
I said no.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I were to say, so you're taking away the freedom to drink alcohol, your response would be?
That people should have the right to choose whether they engage or not engage, despite the fact that they would be better if no one, for the society as a whole.
Then you know my answer, right, to your claims of freedom. The freedom's not in question. The question is whether or not it's a positive influence. So you're making the argument, I think women should have the right to consume pornography, and I think women should have the right to create pornography. We've already talked about the legal metrics in the first part, and both of us agreed that it's not necessary to the conversation of positive influence. So already you hearken back to but they should have the right to do it. Sure, you should have the right to make all sorts of terrible fucking decisions. That doesn't mean it's good. It doesn't mean that it's positive. And my argument is that overwhelmingly we can see pornography and the sexual liberation movement in general has been bad for women. It's been bad for children. It's led to more marriages breaking up in single parent household, which is the number one indicator of children being assaulted by people that are brought into the house, of children eventually growing up and going to jail, of not graduating high school, of being physically abused in the house. Pretty much.
What are you owing to all of these things?
What am I owing?
Pornography. You gave a list of things that were
Yes.
causal of what?
Single parenthood.
Oh, okay.
So my argument is that pornography attaches to the women's sexual liberation movement, and those things combined have led to a situation where we're now seeing divorces, sort of all of this stuff, the traditional sort of family structure that we had before. Pornography is one of the cornerstones in shattering that norm, which has led to all of these negative outcomes, which hurt women, which hurt children, which hurt men, as I outlined in my opening statement. So I don't see where the positive is. We're on this point because you said the single biggest point you have is that if we say pornography, it's a positive influence because it allows less oppression. I don't think so. In fact, let me ask you this. If you're addicted to a serious drug, like, I don't know, meth or heroin or something like that, I hope I'm allowed to say those names on YouTube. If you're addicted to that, you may have the freedom, but in a sense, aren't you being oppressed by your addiction?
So, can you define addiction off the top of your head, or we get into this thing whether like food is addictive, or can you have a rough?
Yeah, I'll define it off the top of my head. I would say an unhealthy compulsion to continue a behavior.
Okay.
I don't know that's just off the top of my head how I would define it.
Okay, and I would even, if I can, I would add to that that it is something you keep doing despite negative consequences.
Yeah, unhealthy, but
relationships or monetarily, just like negative consequences, but you keep doing it.
Yeah. So, for example, you could have something. You could be as addicted to something as simple as your cell phone. There's actually a lot of studies that show this. That like instead of paying attention to your spouse or to your children, you're on your phone all the time. Or you could be addicted to video games in an unhealthy way. I'll agree with you. Just because you're using something a lot doesn't necessarily mean you're addicted to it, right? That key of being unhealthy or having negative outcomes is something that we would associate with addiction. Totally agree. Like, for example, we wouldn't necessarily use the term addiction if we're talking about praying. You're addicted to praying. We'd say, well, there's not really a negative outcome with that. So we'd say, that's good. It's good that you have a healthy prayer relationship. Now, if you got to the point of praying where maybe you didn't eat, you're like some monk and you're starving yourself, then maybe we would have a conversation of that. Though, obviously, there's a conversation of spiritual health versus physical health. Nonetheless, you see the point. What I'm trying to say here is, though, like, the addiction to pornography. Now, I just want to be clear, just to wrap up this, I don't think you've made the case whatsoever that if we said that without pornography, that we would have women in hijabs. I think that when pornography was far less prolific in the country, right, women were happier, children were having better outcomes, men were having better outcomes, and it's not just correlation, it's also causation, because pornography is part and parcel with the sexual liberation and feminist movements, which actually led to all of these negative outcomes. And so, no, I don't think you have any. If we ban pornography tomorrow, I think there's a 0% chance that within 10 years you'd see women in the United States being forced to wear hijabs. I don't think it's.
Would you say it's that these freedoms that women have in a society is somewhat correlated between freedom of pornography?
No.
Is there correlated? It's not correlated. That over time the more accessible and the way that we have viewed pornography as less taboo, it has gone along with freedoms for women, good or bad. It sort of.
Can I say this? Will I say this? That pornography and all of this has led to what maybe you would consider more sexual liberation for women. And at least a cultural, not a legal freedom, but a cultural freedom. Right, to do what they want, more freedom. For example, it was never illegal for a woman to have premarital sex in the United States, right? But culturally, it was shamed,
Well,
right?
I'll take
So,
your
like
word for it.
1940s, it wasn't illegal for a woman to go out and have sex like after prom. But we looked down on it. We said that's shameful. That's not good, right? So there was more of a cultural liberation more than a legal liberation for women. There's all these misnomers that there was all these restrictive legal rights. Women couldn't work. They couldn't own property. They couldn't have lines of credit. Not true. And what you see is that most of these are just myths that were spread by feminists. The idea that since we've got looser with pornography being more readily available and we've taken away the cultural stigma of it, at that same time, women's sexual liberation has opened up and more women have gone in the workforce. That's true. And that's basically what you're saying.
No, the women not being able to open bank accounts, that's not a myth.
Okay,
That's
show
reality
me.
as far as I know it. Show you.
I don't. Also, say is I guess that's beyond the scope of this debate. I recommend you read Occult Feminism. Most of these myths were garbage, and to the extent that any of the little kernels of truth that were there, it was because even though it wasn't enshrined in the law, our cultural duties that we placed on men were actually there to ensure that women were far happier, as all the metrics show us. What I'm saying is, if you answer the question in the affirmative, when you say, is it correlative, pornography correlative to all of these freedoms of women, and I outline them as, sure, the sort of cultural acceptance of, you go girl, go in the workforce, sexual liberation, don't worry about having kids. I agree with you. It is correlative to that. The only difference is I say all of those are bad for women, for children, for men, and for society as a whole. And you're saying they're good. So we're both willing to agree that pornography is at least somehow connected to this shit. I say it's bad, you say it's good. I think the evidence overwhelmingly in this debate supports that my position's correct. And we haven't even got into sort of the reasons that I outline in my opening statement to prove such. But to this,
well,
I'll
you
give you
agree
the
with
final word on
order.
this. If this is your strongest point, that women will be in hijabs if we don't say pornography is a positive influence, I don't see any connection whatsoever. I think pornography enslaves women.
I think it's more about the society that would outlaw it or ban it broadly or not allow it. I think that's the same society that would do other restrictive measures against. I think it would be largely targeted towards women and their expression.
Then this argument
sexuality.
goes out the window for this debate because you've already conceded that we don't have to argue the illegality of it. We just have to say it's not a positive influence. It's a negative influence. So I don't have to argue to make it illegal. Just because it's legal doesn't mean that it's a positive influence. And so if your key argument is, but if we made it illegal, that's not saying that pornography itself's a positive influence. That's merely saying that outlawing it would be negative. By the way, I disagree with your rationale, but that doesn't help you in this prompt.
My only point was stating that the society that would do one thing would also do other things. That's all I was pointing to.
Fair enough, but if that's your strongest argument, you see the weakness of it. For example, let's go back to that alcohol question. You concede that alcohol is a net negative on society. But what if I said this to you? Yes, but the society that'll ban alcohol consumption is also more likely to be oppressive. You would say?
I agree.
Right. So now do you change your opinion that alcohol is a net positive on society?
Well, it's the fact that it's not illegal would be a net positive.
But that's not the prompt. That's not the question at hand. And you're already on the alcohol question. We're already honest that no, you view it as a net negative. It wouldn't change your opinion to say, but the types of society that outlaw it tend to be worse societies. That may be true. It's correlative, not causative. But nonetheless, it doesn't address the question at hand as to whether or not, if you're trying to advise someone, hey, I'm thinking of consuming alcohol, like 5 drinks a day, you think that's a good thing? You'd be like, no, that's bad. And if I stepped in and said, but making it illegal would be more oppressive, you'd say, yeah, maybe so, but that's not what we're asking. We're asking whether or not it's positive. This individual should consume alcohol like that. The answer still remains no. So I think that the big answer that you've given here doesn't really address the question at all as to whether or not pornography is a positive influence. It merely states that oppressive states tend to outlaw things like that. By the way, not all of them. Many oppressive states actually don't outlaw pornography, or if they do it selectively. And they actually encourage pornography and other deviant sexual behavior in other ways. Like, for example,
I-
let me just take a hunch. What's your stance on Israel?
My stance on Israel
it
is that
oppressive society?
Palestinians deserve to be free, and they're not free.
So you would say Israel's hugely oppressive.
Yes.
Would you not agree that many people from Israel are profiteers and push pornography?
I don't know about that.
You don't know? You want to see some Reverend
Um,
Shmuley clips selling his dildos?
Yeah, I don't. I don't know about the extensive of. I don't know pornography in Israel. It's. I've not studied it.
Well, it's the people that are purveying that would happen to be people that support
Yeah,
the government of Israel, like Rabbi Shmuley. Anyways, I'm not really trying to get into that debate. I'm merely making a point. Let's go to my first argument. I think on face is far more important.
I do want to I need to restate something because to say that like pornography is a positive influence on society, I think that baked into that is like pornography in its it being not illegal, pornography and its status as not being illegal is a positive influence.
No,
on society.
I disagree. I disagree with that in the same sense that if the topic was alcohol is a positive influence on society, most people would read that and say like, "Oh, this is someone that's going to say drink alcohol. It's good. Now, the alcohol it helps the economy. Blah blah blah." They wouldn't read it as, "Oh, this is a question on whether or not it should be legal." Same thing here, and especially when you conceded at the top that was the case.
It would be. I think they would accept that as alcohol in its status as being legal is a positive influence in society. I think that's how they would read that.
I disagree, and I also think that you conceded this at the top of the debate. It was the very first question I asked. I said, this is outside the scope of whether or not pornography is a positive influence, whether or not it should be legal. You said, I agree. That's what you conceded to. Nonetheless, we'll move forward. So far, we've gone through sort of at least two of the main topics you wanted to talk about. I'll focus on this. The physiological negativity of pornography. Do you acknowledge that a overwhelming amount of studies have been done that talk about brain changes that occur with addiction to pornography?
Yeah, I've skimmed those.
And so your
Brain
answer to,
changes.
if that's true, if pornography is as addictive as hardcore narcotics, as study after study has showed, and by addictive we do mean
it doesn't show that.
Okay, what's it show?
Like this same group of people who looked at internet video games and decided that it would be classified as an addiction. The same group of people decided that internet pornography should not be considered an addiction.
Who? What's that study?
It's not the study. It's the AMA looking at whether to classify internet pornography as addictive. And they said, where they said that internet video games should be and is classified, they also said that internet pornography isn't.
Okay, so I'll look at some of the studies that I've just pulled out. 2014 JAMA psychiatry study by Kuhn and Galliot said pornography consumption is correlated with smaller gray matter volume in the right caudate, the part of the brain's reward system, reduced activation in response to sexual cues, lower functional connectivity between the caudate and prefrontal cortex involved in decision-making and impulse control. They resemble almost exactly what we see in serious substance addiction. 2025 fMRI study on the internet pornography found that frequent viewers show altered brain connectivity similar to drug activity, with hyperactivity in some reward areas and inhibited function in others, plus stronger sexual arousal but cognitive emotional disruptions. Then we see with the mental health. 2023 study by Prevera, which I've read this one, says pornography use strongly linked to higher stress, anxiety, depression, and conflicting emotions. If I recall, when I was reading that study back in 2023, what it suggests is that it's sort of exponential, that limited amounts of pornography have small increases in anxiety, stress, whatever, but the more you consume it, and it was talking about people that are consuming it like more than 3 times a week, you started to see those numbers exponentially rise. Like there's also the evidence that shows that it leads to weird sexual compulsion. It leads to lower self-esteem. It leads to less social behavior, so antisocial behavior. And almost all of the studies show this. A BYU study in 2023 says any level of pornographic use by men or women negatively impacts romantic relationship satisfaction and stability. Longitudinal data by Perry et al. Says that pornography use roughly doubled the likelihood of divorce from roughly 6% to 11 to 16%. That number was actually higher for women that use pornography. So almost all studies that we see in this shows that it has physiological effects on the brain, it affects mental health, it affects social health.
Studies. You don't get to list 3 studies.
Show me the study that disagrees. I'm cool.
Yeah, I'll point you to the DSM-5, which
Okay.
does not list internet pornography or porn addiction as a formal diagnosis.
And how does that responsive to what I'm saying?
Yeah, obviously, such a medical body would be looking at all of the evidence, not just a study here and a study here there, which is important in science to look at all.
No. That's not true. Just because it doesn't list it as an addiction, quote unquote, does it list video game addiction? DSM-5. Does it?
I can't remember. It might have been just the psychiatric. It might have been a different body that did that.
Okay, but the DSM-5 doesn't. It doesn't list video game addiction. I can look it up if you want. I know it doesn't. You know it doesn't too. Video game addiction is not in the DSM-5.
It's listed as internet gambling disorder.
Okay, so specific types of video games like buying loot boxes and shit that would be considered gambling. But it doesn't list video game addiction. Correct?
And then it says, yeah. It says
okay, so does video game addiction exist?
It is listed under Section 3, Appendix style, quote, conditions for further study.
Okay, what does it say about it?
Conditions, the APA says IGD, internet gambling disorder, included as a condition needing more research, while gambling disorder is the only behavior addiction formally identified.
Okay, so if it doesn't list video game addiction, right, then we could say that it doesn't exist, or else the DSM-5 would say as such, correct?
It doesn't. I wouldn't say that it doesn't exist. I would say it's
right.
Strong evidence that the science is not conclusion.
And so when I'm citing specific studies that they've done on people that consume pornography, and there's a litany of it, and you saying the DSM-5, by the way, the same DSM that was like advocating all of these gender treatments for children that were a fucking abysmal disaster, but the appeal to my science and my experts, it doesn't appeal to me in that sense. When we see these actual studies that correlate with anecdotal evidence that we've seen, like, yeah, it absolutely makes sense that these individual studies are showing the negative impulses that come with pornography and the consumption of it, especially once you start to get to an addictive phase of it. And just saying, yeah, but the DSM-5 doesn't specifically say pornography addiction. I'm sorry, that's not responsive to these studies. Just like it might not say video game addiction, it might not say loot box addiction, it might not say vape addiction. So all of those things could be true. You could be addicted to all sorts of things. What we're talking about here is pornography's effects physiologically on the brain, its effects on physical, mental, and social health. For example, would the DSM-5 mention if the only thing that I was saying was studies show pornography use doubles the risk of divorce? Would the DSM-5 comment on it? No. They would say that's outside our purview.
Correct.
Okay.
I do need to I misread. It explicitly does say internet gaming disorder is listed in the DSM-5, but is not listed as a fully official diagnosable disorder in the main disorders section. Okay, so it is in there with an asterisk or something. I just want to make that clear. Okay.
All right.
Gaming.
Well,
I said
the same.
gambling earlier.
You could play the same game. There's specified sexual dysfunction disorder, unspecified sexual dysfunction disorder, compulsive sexual behavior disorder. It's an impulse control disorder that talks about problematic uses of pornography. So there are disorders in there that talk about one of the symptoms of unhealthy use of pornography. So if you're going to say, well, technically, the point I'm trying to make is this is a red herring. This is not responsive. It is clear. Let's just take the science out of it for a second. You don't know anyone that got addicted to pornography and all of a sudden weren't interested in relationships?
No, I don't know anyone.
Well, you need to get out more. Maybe that's indicative of using a VTuber avatar. You need to get out there more. Show your face. Get out there. Nonetheless, I'll tell you that it's actually quite common. I know a lot of people that have just checked out of sort of the marketplace of trying to meet women, particularly men, but I don't have as many female friends, and I'm sure the story's true with women as well. In fact, in many cases, we can see women's use of pornography is actually darker. That women are more interested in, like, I believe I read before that, like, in one of the most common search terms for men on pornographic websites are things like sexual acts, like oral sex, terms for that and shit. With women, it's like sexual assault fantasies, right? So it's like the idea that women are also, utilizing this isn't true. The evidence is overwhelming, though, and anecdotally, it matches up. People
So
go ahead.
I'll never say that the internet's pornography. Like, there's not like negatives, even some, like, especially that individuals can experience, or even that there isn't someone out there that the way that you described them not being interested in relationships anymore. I'm not ever saying that person doesn't exist, or they're not collectively. How many of those people exist? I have no idea, but I'll give you that they exist. But a lot of things like have negative consequences. A lot of things, especially when individuals, like, the alcohol thing, a lot of it affects people in different ways, well, that's obviously addictive. Even outside its addictiveness or whatever, like just taking alcohol affects people in different ways. And I'm not saying that there's not ever like negative things associated with pornography. I'll give you that individuals might have had that negative experience. I object to the labeling of it as an addiction, because broadly speaking, people don't keep doing it. They won't it'll be like, they won't go bankrupt.
No. That's a different question. I'll concede. Is it possible to utilize pornography without it being an addiction? Sure. Let's say that you've looked at pornography 2 or 3 times in your life and you're 30. Would I say that that's a pornography addiction? No. Does that mean that pornography then is a positive influence or not a negative influence? No, not whatsoever. The more you use it, the more likely you are to become addicted to it. And there's certainly the problems get worse as you get more addictive. But as you heard from some of the studies I was mentioning there, it's sort of a rising scale. Utilizing it, even in limited sense, tends to have negative repercussions, such as in marriage, right? And it certainly makes it more likely that you'll consume it more, which makes it even more likely that all these negative outcomes are exacerbated. So I think you're doing a clever sleight of hand here. You're like not really challenging the negativity that could come on the physical, emotional, and mental impacts of this. You're merely saying, I wouldn't call it an addiction because you could utilize it without being addicted. I agree with that. It's not that everyone that uses it's addictive. It's that many people get addicted to it, and the use of it in the first place opens up the risk to becoming more addictive, and in its own right is negative, even limited uses of it. And I could take the debate to the spiritual, which I'm not going to, right? But you could look at why this is sinful and its behavior in the eyes of God, that's something to be, rejected. But I won't do that. I won't take it there. I'm merely keeping it to the societal, and in this case, to the physical body. It is worse for you. It is worse. Erectile dysfunction, for example, rampant with people that are frequent users of pornography.
False. What those studies are doing, what they're saying that people who watch pornography actually last longer in bed, and they're calling that erectile dysfunction.
Let's
if
see.
you actually read those studies.
Okay, let's try to bring one up. Let's see what I have here. Let's see. So we have the National Library of Medicine, associations between online pornography consumption and sexual dysfunction in young men. Multivariate analysis based on international web-based surveys. Let's see. Result. According to the scores, 21.48% of our sexually active participants had some degree of ED. Higher CPAT scores indicating problematic online pornography consumption resulted in a higher probability of ED while controlling for covariates. Masturbation frequency seemed to not be a significant factor when assessing ED. So this is people reporting it, that people that consume pornography, of those that were sexually active, nearly 22% of them said that they were experiencing erectile dysfunction.
How are they defining erectile dysfunction? If you're defining it as lasting longer in bed,
Well, I don't
that's what I'm
think
positing.
if you're self-reporting, right? Do you think that if someone's self-reporting erectile dysfunction, would you acknowledge that that's self-reporting something that they're not happy with?
Yes.
Okay, so at least we know, regardless of how each individual responded, that they were experiencing erectile dysfunction. Even if there was a variance in what each one meant by that, what we could clearly assume is all the people saying they're experiencing ED weren't happy with it. So that's
We don't
22%
know.
of the people that are consuming pornography that right out of the gate are saying the way that my sexual organs work have been negatively affected as I use pornography.
We don't know if that's what they were asked specifically.
All right, let's see if I could find the methodology specifically and what they were asked here. Methodology: 118 item survey was published online. Data collection took place between April 2019 and May 2020. 5,070 men responded. The response to 3,419 men between 18 and 35 were analyzed. The survey used validated questionnaires such as cyber pornography addiction test, the International Influx of Erectile Function, the IIEF5, and the Alcohol Use Disorders Identification Test. The estimated amount of porn watching was calculated. Univariable and multivariable analysis. So they use the International Index of Erectile Function. Let's see if I can figure out how that qualifies ED. See if we can find that website. Nonetheless, you've already conceded that these people are identifying it as something to be negative. It's undoubtable. It's undoubtable.
Actually, I took that back when I thought about they could be extrapolating the ED from what they asked them. It could be, yeah. Do you last longer in bed? And then it's like, yeah, I do, or something.
The
okay.
I mean, a hell of a thing to be talking about on a Thursday or Friday, or what is it, Thursday night. Here we go. The IIEF5, the International Index of Erectile Function 5-item version, also known as the Sexual Health Inventory for Men, is a short validated questionnaire used to assess erectile dysfunction. It does not give a strict binary yes-no, but instead provides a total score from 5 to 25 that classifies the severity of erectile dysfunction problems. So, for example, a score in the range of 22 to 25 would indicate no ED, whereas a score between 5 and 7 would be severe erectile dysfunction. Here is the 5 questions that it's seeking to analyze. Number 1, confidence in getting and keeping an erection. Number 2, how often erections were hard enough for penetration. Number 3, how often you could maintain your erection after penetration. Number 4, difficulty in maintaining erection to completion of intercourse. Number 5, how often intercourse was satisfactory to you. Now, you said bingo on number 3, how often you could maintain your erection after penetration. That implies it's erectile dysfunction if it's not long, not if it's a very long time. It's the exact opposite of what you're suggesting, as is made evident by question 4, which is difficulty maintaining erection to the completion of intercourse. If they were defining erectile dysfunction of you stay hard for too long, then that question would make no sense.
Right. How long you can maintain an erection. If it's a short amount of time, they're going to say that's ED.
Correct. Yes, that's exactly my point. So this is people that are saying, I'm unhappy with my sexual life because I can't get an erection, I can't maintain an erection, I can't hold my erection through penetration, I can't hold it through sexual satisfaction. So I'm exactly right when I'm saying that when they're identifying as having ED, they're saying my sex life is suffering because I can't get or maintain an erection.
Or maintain an erection.
Correct. That's erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, except
don't clip that, you motherfuckers! I see.
Except that it's not. It's not that they ended early. We're missing the part where you lose your erection without having done the load thing, right?
Yes, that would be part of considered erectile dysfunction.
I would think that would be an important, to actually tie these things together would be
no. That still would be part. You're saying a person who does not climax, right? Because they lose their erection before they climax. Yes, that's erectile dysfunction. That's
right. I'm saying that they're saying it the other way too. I'm just saying whatever.
They're not. That's your assertion.
You are climaxing.
That's your assertion. That's not what this study and this organization.
Amount of time that you're able to stay erect. Right, but it didn't say it doesn't outline the conditions.
This is what you're arguing. And in fact, this is what your argument is. It's erectile dysfunction if you can't maintain an erection that long. It's erectile dysfunction if you maintain an erection very long. Everything is erectile dysfunction. No, it is clear that's not the case. Then explain to me why this organization doesn't mention that anywhere in their questionnaire. Why doesn't it mention it anywhere? The study is using this international test that they use to identify erectile dysfunction. Nowhere in that test does it mention. Oh, and by the way, if you have an erection for forever, that's also erectile dysfunction. That's called something specific. That's called priapism.
It is. Wait, I think it is. I think it's categorized as that too.
I do not believe that is how this organization is categorizing it. I think that it's so far you have made that assertion. I have read the actual methodology of the study. I have read the questionnaire, the criteria for the questionnaire. Nowhere does it suggest that. And even if we accepted what you're saying, it is clear that these people, in fact, the last question that they use is, how often is intercourse satisfactory to you? It is clear that there is a negative connotation with erectile dysfunction. Negative. People don't say, I have erectile dysfunction. It's fucking awesome. I love it. I stay hard forever. It's the best. They're saying this is bad. It is a bad thing that I have this. And so when people that are consuming pornography show increased rates of erectile dysfunction, it is clear that they are saying that that's a negative. They ain't saying that's positive.
Would you agree that it's a pretty loose definition of ED? It maybe not be what you first thought. It would be like you can't get it up at all or whatever.
No, where did I ever suggest that? If you ask me, Rob, what do you think erectile dysfunction is? I would say it's people that have trouble getting and maintaining an erection. That's what I would have said. So it's not that, if you're ever able to get an erection, you don't have ED. No. What most people that consume pornography, and you can see anecdotal stories of this all over the place online, what happens is, because of the hypersexual and unrealistic standards of pornography and the fact that it's being consumed by people, it means that it's sort of mundane. It's sort of like the arousal portion of the brain, and it makes sense when you factor in the other parts of sort of the areas of the brain that are shrunk and activated when it comes to consuming pornography. They're sort of overstimulated with the pornography, which means that traditional sexual intercourse with an active partner becomes something that's less likely to have the same levels of mental arousal. In addition, the same levels of the physical capacity that goes into the parts where you're getting and maintaining these things. And so there's all sorts of other health reasons. It leads to, not only does it lead to increased divorce, it leads to likelihood of people having more violent sexual tendencies. It leads to, serial killers that have been interviewed said that their first step to getting in this was grotesque consumption of pornography. So in all these metrics, when it comes to physical health, you haven't provided one piece of evidence why it would be something that would be positive for physical health. You make an assertion in your opening statement. You said, you said two things. Oh, wait. You said it reduces shame. Okay, I think shame's good. I don't have a problem with that. You said that it leads to conversations about consent, which we'll get to. And then you said it's an outlet for coomers.
That's important. That's a really important point on my half. I'll underline that especially that these we are a society we're being overcome by coomers. And all that they are on the internet all the time, just cooming in some Twitch channel.
Define cooming for me, just so we're on the same page.
Oh, sure. Cooming is like you're thinking about sex and sexual activity, for a long amount of time without doing anything about it. You're just have it on your mind. You're cooming. That's what
okay, do you think pornography makes it more likely for people to be coomers?
Less likely.
So just to be clear.
But you have to use it responsibly. I
just want to be clear with what you said. Yeah. Access to porn makes it less likely that people are thinking about sex as much.
If you're using it responsibly.
No, I mean, come on. You don't believe this.
I do.
Oh,
it's an important part of my belief system. Yes. You need to watch it and then you need to get on with your day. That's an important part of good use, of healthy use of pornography. uh, yeah, you can go on the porn sites and you could spend 3 hours there. Yeah, that exists. But I think those people are going to be like cooming anyway, wherever they choose to
10% of
coom.
the internet is porn. And you're like, thank
Yes.
God, because without that, people would be thinking of sex.
But guys, would you agree that after you whack off, guys are not thinking about sex anymore?
I don't know. For what? An hour? Maybe?
You say you wouldn't know?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know, an hour
At
maybe.
least
I mean,
hours.
it just
A total
like
reset,
look,
depending on
it
the
is,
guy.
it is, it is. This is one of those
What?
things. It's like a source please moment. I mean, get the fuck out of here! Like rampant sexual imagery
True,
online is not
Yes.
decreasing the amount of time that people think about sexual imagery. I mean, it's outlandish to entertain the argument. It is one of the silliest arguments I've ever
When
heard. I'm not
used
offended. It's just
responsibly.
outlandish.
When used responsibly.
Let me make your argument for you better. Yeah, of course, Rob. It probably does lead to more coomers to have pornography. However, it's a net benefit because it gives them an outlet. So let's say that it increases the amount of coomers of the people that are hypersexual in their thinking by 40%. But if it overall diminishes the amount of like sexual assaults, etc., by 50%, wouldn't that be worth it? That's the argument you're trying to make. You're not trying to make the argument that there's a problem with people thinking about sex and sexual imagery a lot. So thank God there's porn, which reduces the amount of people thinking about sexual imagery.
Both are true. Yeah, you stated it better than I did.
I
But,
know.
both are-
I oftentimes I'm able to do that. But no, I don't think there's any proof of that. I think quite to the opposite. I think that probably what you're likely to see is people that engage in sort of heinous sexual acts such as assault, maybe statutory crimes, other such things. I'll bet a disproportionate amount of them are vast consumers of pornography. And what we see, as I've cited with the serial killer example, is it's sort of a gateway drug, right? And so, although it might be true that, say, like without pornography, some guy's grocery shopping and he sees an attractive woman that's like getting groceries in front of him and he thinks, wonder how she'd look naked. That may be true. That guy's not like assaulting her. He's not following her to the car and assaulting her 99.9% of the time. But the more you get into pornography and the more you then take the next step into violent pornography, what ends up happening is it sort of like affects the brain in these negative ways, like an addiction in many cases, that makes it more likely in severe cases for that very guy to go do that. So now I don't think that it is a healthy outlet. I think it makes it more likely for these things to occur.
Intel is wild said Rob is cooking this girl, guy. Thank you. Intel.
I haven't asked, nor do I give a shit. I don't give a fuck about that. But thank you, Intel Wild. So yeah, I don't think that's true at all. I think is what you're really saying this, that there's some guy out there that maybe may go force himself on a woman, but instead he's like, well, I'll just watch Pornhub instead.
Yeah, I think so. I think that is an outlet for harmful thoughts or whatever. Like, yeah. Would that not stop that individual if they just whacked off? Would that not stop that individual?
No, often not, because the thing about sex with both men and women is, right, like it's not just this static thing, right? It's not just like, I have sex and then I repeat that process it's sometime in the future. What's likely to happen is escalatory. You even see this in relationships, right? People get bored with sex and escalate it to an extent. So maybe you get more adventurous and shit like that. Point being, though, like what you're saying is just like there's some dude with a horrible compulsion. It's like, well, if I could just jerk off to some pornography, that's it, then I'll be good. But no, what he's thinking of is the next time, it'll get a little weirder. Or, yeah, I did that now, but 3 hours from now, I'm ready to do it again. Or now I have this opportunity to do this in real life with a woman, and I'm going to make it more likely to happen by slipping something in her drink, or other sorts of things. It creates unreasonable expectations. It affects the brain physiologically, and it makes these things more likely. I'll try to find, now I'm fully admitting, I hope you'll give me a little leeway since this wasn't a topic I knew was coming up. I'm going to try to look up to see if there's any studies on whether or not pornographic consumption makes it more likely someone commits a sexual crime. I have a strong inkling that the answer is going to be yes.
Correlation. between pornography and sex crime.
Let's see. So there's mixed reviews. Right in all study, it seems it says 22 studies analyzed that said that there was an increase in violent acts of sexual aggression with porn. Ferguson and Hartley reviews and says they didn't find a strong link, though violent pornography did have a weak link to it. Other reviews, systemic reviews, cited in the National Library of Medicine. It says, this study explores how sexually permissive attitudes and acceptance of sexual double standard mediate the relationship between pornography consumption and engagement in sexual practice, violent sexual practices among a sample of the population. The sexual double standard refers to the societal belief that men and women should be judged differently for the same sexual behaviors, with men often praised or excused for promiscuity. Findings reveal gender differences in engagement in sexually violent practices during sexual relationships. Men are more likely to perpetrate these behaviors, while women are more likely to experience them. Importantly, both lifetime and last year pornography consumption are associated with increased involvement in violent sexual practices.
I'm reading, my AI overview
Sure.
is at the population level, studies often find no increase in rape or sexual assault rates when pornography becomes more available. And some studies even find a negative association. A 2022 meta-analysis concluded that evidence did not show nonviolent pornography. Well, that's a hell of a qualifier. Did not show that nonviolent pornography was associated with sexual aggression. Violent pornography was only weakly correlated.
Okay, so even that suggests that violent pornography is weakly correlated. But here's the thing. I've sort of pulled a trick. Did you ever watch The Princess Bride? The movie The Princess Bride?
Yes.
I sound like Vizia or whatever, right? The inconceivable. But no. So this part, I'm about to drub you on this point, all right? You ready? Here we go. You remember the scene where they're fighting, sword fighting for the first time, and then Inigo Montoya's laughing, and the other dude's like, "Why are you laughing?" He's like, "Because I'm fighting with my left hand, and I'm right-handed." That's what I'm doing with you in this part here. Here's the sleight of hand. I don't have to prove that there's a violent correlation. You have to prove that it helps. You're the one making the claim. So all the studies that you just read, which knew I would be able to get you to read, none of them say there's no correlation. Or there's no causation. It doesn't say that the causation shows that actually the more likely you are to consume pornography, the less likely you are to commit these offenses. So what say you? The very studies that you just cited there don't make that argument.
Both help my argument in that if it's not a negative, it would still be helping my argument.
No. If it's neutral, it doesn't help your argument because you're making the affirmative claim. Thank goodness. One of the reasons that pornography is a positive influence is because people that otherwise would be out there committing these offenses are staying home watching pornography. It doesn't appear that's the case whatsoever. In fact, if anything, the studies seem to somewhat suggest the opposite of it.
Right. Well, yeah, and there would still be a factor of, for instance, people who are thinking about doing violent sexual crimes would be more interested in violent pornography. So, like, to say that they would be watching that wouldn't even necessarily mean that caused them to do that.
You have to admit,
interested in that anyway.
My trick was pretty clever there, right? I got you to read the very studies that I knew would make the argument that I wanted. Pretty clever of me, wasn't it?
I'll re-up you the in the decrease in sexual enforceable rape rate.
I did not. What you said was there was one study that suggested maybe a small uptick, right? But the vast majority of what you're reading, and even the one you read there, said that there was no effect and there was a weak effect of increasing violent sexual practices with people that watch violent pornography. So it actually, the one you read actually was the exact opposite of what you're suggesting.
I'm zooming out even further, and I'm just looking at violent sexual statistics, and we could oppose onto that like a use of the internet, as a access to pornography. If there's less violent crimes today than there was in 1990, which there is substantially, then we could say that at the very least, I mean, I would say that it does prove my point, but
Of course not. My goodness, that would. Well, I could say this then. I could say like, well, there's more furries now than there was in 1980, and there's less crime now than there was in 1980. Therefore, furries solve crime. No, that's
Wait a
absurd.
minute.
There's more. You know what we have now? We have more Starlink. Starlink exists more now than it did in 1980. Therefore, that proves that Starlink solves crime. Like, of course,
there are
not.
more furries today than there were in 1990, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
would you
I'm
say
sure
that the
there are.
The internet has something to do with that, right?
Yes.
Probably.
I would
We
say
can make these
pornography also
connections.
has something to do with that.
We can make these connections. Yeah, probably.
Yes.
that too.
I'm willing to make
Yeah,
those
okay.
connections,
Oh,
not to the
so, okay,
connection.
I'll bite that bullet, but
point
you have to
is-
bite the bullet
the
on
point is-
on violent crimes.
Yeah, okay,
Sexual
great. Pornography leads to furries. I mean, need I say more? Get rid of the shit, right? As bad as porn is, like, less furries, good thing. So, yeah, you have no evidence, right? Like, just making the assertion there was more crime in the 80s, but there's more porn now proves that porn solves crime is a joke, as you know, and anyone listening knows. The evidence, I think, leans my way that actual pornography consumption makes it more likely to commit violent sexual offenses. But even what you're reading saying there's no real benefit. At best, it's neutral. And so when you cite that as so far, your big evidence has been this. Well, without it, women will be hijabs, but no one. The prompt isn't suggesting making it illegal, and there's no evidence if it was illegal would lead to hijabs. And then you're like, well, okay, but it's an outlet for coomers, but you have no evidence whatsoever that that's the case. Now, I'd like to get to my next part, which we talked about kids being able to get access. We already talked about that and how that outweighs everything, right? And so I think that what we see is pornography makes it more likely to open kids not just to having access to porn, but making sexuality more prolific, which in itself makes kids more likely to engage in sexual behavior, both with other kids and also with adults. And this harm should outweigh anything that you possibly talked about. And I think it's indisputable. Pornography is part and parcel to the increased sexual revolution, right? And the idea of making sex less shameful and more open to society. You would agree with that?
Say it again. Last sentence.
Make sex more open in society.
Yes.
Okay. And that it means that sex is more culturally available for children.
Yes.
And that's bad. That's leading to more children having sex, and that's leading to increasingly more adults hooking up with children and exploiting children.
Is that a fact that more kids are having sex today than they were?
Yeah, so we can see, for
30 years
example,
ago?
so, do you know my boy Chris Hansen? You want me to send you some? What we could see is pornography. I think that certainly we can see with the advent of pornography and these online predators oftentimes are sending pornography, whether it's individual pictures of their own anatomy, which would qualify as pornography, or other forms of pornography to break the ice to talk to these children online. They're also doing it in games like Roblox, where you see these adults that will put pornographic images in order to sort of groom these kids to coming to them. It's one of the most frequent ways that adult people that assault children use to break the ice. Even before the internet, this was something that was common done. You'd hear stories of it. It would be like a neighbor, an uncle, or something like that that would assault these children. And oftentimes the way they would broach the subject is by showing pornographic images, nude videos, etc., to make it seem like a more normal situation. So I think it is.
I'm all for age verifying Roblox, except opposite. Like if you're over 18, can't go on there. Like there are some definite predators on there. I've looked up at the first sexual intercourse rate, or it says it remains steady from the 1970s. So the things that you were saying,
was it lower before the 70s?
Super broadly sexual active. It has remained steady since 1997. Oh, I misread. Since remained steady.
Okay, that's a far different conversation. The implication then is that it was lower previous to that. Now, at least when we're talking now, weirdly enough, if you go back in time to the point where it was common for 15-year-olds to get married, you actually may see an increase at that point. But I think that it's evident. You may even say, well, I blame the internet, right? Because now predators can use the internet to get access to children that otherwise they'd have been unable to, right? But even that, what I'm saying is, even when it came to assaulting children in the past, before internet pornography, they still use pornography many times to broach the subject with these young victims. So it's making and it's undeniable that the culture we have of nude images, pornographic materials, etc. online has made sexuality more common in youngsters. It's undeniable. It's just, and I think that kids being able to have access, even if it would just be a small amount, I think is grotesque and outweighs any of the things you talked about, which shows that pornography is actually a negative influence. You conceded that the children should be the issue that we look as the biggest impact in this debate. And given that you have no potential argument for why pornography is good and positive for children, and I have plenty of evidence why it would be bad for children and leads to worse outcomes for them, I think that alone's enough to win me the debate.
So the prompt pornography is a positive influence on society. There's an ought here, like more than like even a moral. There are oughts connected, especially when I go right into laws that are restricting access or whatever. Isn't there an ought involved here? If I said the pornography is a positive influence on society, isn't there legal oughts that I'm baking into this?
No, like for example, there's so many things. Is infidelity a positive influence on society? No one would assume that's like, oh, you're suggesting making it illegal. We would say, so I don't think the ought's there. I would argue that even with the ought, I argue in two frameworks. You conceded at the beginning that the legality of it wasn't part and parcel to this, and we've operated under that framework. If forced to accept your change and saying what really the prompt means is, should pornography be legal? Is that good for society, having it be legal? Even in that case, I think all of the arguments I'm making still apply as to why it would still be a net negative. But I don't think that I should grant you that that's what the topic is. You could have easily worded the topic and said pornography should be legal. You could have worded it in that manner.
I think that the ought is like don't restrict it for adults.
No, you've already proved that's not the case when I asked you about alcohol. You said you would freely say that alcohol is a negative influence on society. However, your statement does not suggest the ought that it be made illegal. So you've proven it with your own argument.
If I was going to make the case, I would use whether it was a positive influence or not.
You may say part of the argument you may make in suggesting whether or not something be legal or not is to say that it is positive for society. So, for example, if you said, I don't know, let's say you had a peanut allergy and you were like, I think peanuts should be made illegal. I may make the argument, no, peanuts are actually very good for society. They help the economy. It's actually a healthy snack. It's better than potato chips and stuff. George Washington Carver made an entire fucking lifestyle out of the peanut and how badass it is, So no, I think this would be a bad idea. So saying that it's positive might be a reason, but I could also make arguments independent of that and say, but even if you're right, that it's bad and it's fattening and that some people have allergies, here's why it shouldn't be made illegal. And that's because of sort of freedom of choice reasons. But that's different. Again, I think we're arguing semantics on the topic. I mean, I just to be clear, I wasn't trying to shirk away from this debate. I literally asked if this was the exact reading of the prompt and then started the open dialogue with, well, can we hammer down on this question of legality and whether or not you're arguing that it's necessary for that to be a positive influence? And you declined. You said, nope, that it could be a positive or negative influence, regardless of the conversation of legality.
I think saying that I'm allowing for the conversation to extend beyond the legalities or not. Like I would say that yes, I'm still allowing for that to happen, but I feel like you're sort of twisting it into like pornography, like you have a Thanos snap. It's yes or no, like I think you're trying to make the debate into like some impossible existing or not existing, like we're like that's as long as we're not in magic land, as long as we're assuming that pornography exists, and then when we're talking about how it exists and how it's accessible and what we're doing about it or with it, and we're making realistic oughts that aren't associated to Thanos snaps, then the idea of what we're doing legislatively is baked into the prompt, which is why it was the first thing.
Might I offer a competing perspective? I think this is what's going on. I think you're getting your ass kicked a little on whether or not pornography is positive. And so now you're resorting to, well, even if not, it should be legal. And I interpret the prompt, even though I initially said otherwise, the exact inverse. I now realize I'm in a bad place because I'm losing the specificity of whether or not, independent of the legality, if it's positive or not. So now I'm retreating to, well, I determine the prompt means positive as if should it be legal or not. That's what I think's happening. So all allusions to Thanos snapping aside, I think that's clearly what's happening. I think that a perfectly reasonable person could say, look, for free speech reasons, etc., I think pornography should be legal with severe restrictions. However, it's still bad. I would recommend against it. I think it's a net negative on society. And I think there's a lot of things that are net negatives on society, but I wouldn't want to restrict people's choice to consume it. I think absolutely a reasonable person could come to that conclusion. I am operating in both worlds that I question whether or not it should be legal. I admit that there are some compelling free speech arguments, none of which you've really made this debate. But to the question of the positivity of it, I think overwhelmingly it's negative. Overwhelmingly, which is where I've put the force of this debate.
Overwhelming.
Yes, overwhelming. I don't think you've
I don't think you've shown that.
Of course you're going to think that. I mean, you're debating me, right? But I'm trying to make the case not just to you, but to other people out there. We haven't even gotten to this. What do you say to the litany of people that say that sexual abuse is rampant in the pornography industry?
Yeah, I think that's why it's important that it remains legal and open and able to be legislative. I think that there should be some more additional laws regarding the people in the pornography inherently owning some percentage of the revenue for it, so that we are no longer taking advantage of people, because they'll reap the negative aspects of the pornography for the rest of their lives. But they're only seeing like this very short-term check.
But again, this seems to be wishful thinking. Well, perhaps we could put restrictions that change the status quo. What we're looking at, though, is right now pornography as it exists. And like, for example, I'd read evidence like this before. Full admission, I've not read this full study. I'm just looking it up as we speak. 2025 Swedish study that looked at 120 individuals that were filming commercial pornography. 65% of those individuals supported the most heinous possible sexual crime happening to them while filming. 56% reported that there was physical assault on top of it. 56% also reported that third parties were making controls over their sexual decision. The vast majority of people involved in the porn industry experience having prior sexual abuse as a child. 88%. 90% say they experience psychological abuse as a child, and 79% say physical abuse as a child. There's also a report of high aggression behavior from the performers of this, that they say that after they perform in these sorts of movies, they themselves report increased both sexual and physical aggression in their personal lives directed to others. It's overwhelming, and we've heard story after story of people that come out of the pornography industry. The idea of, well, we should keep it legal because elsewise people will go. No, I think if it wasn't legal, or rather, if we're arguing, again, two things. One, question of legality, irrelevant to whether or not it's a positive influence. Clearly, this shows it's negative, and it's an industry that's quite literally evil and sinful and degenerate and should be rejected. And the people that are suffering the most are actually the people that are performing the content. But even if to question the legality, which again, I shouldn't have to do, but to question it, the idea that if we made it illegal, then people would go to darker corners and experience it more. I think there'd be far less performers if it was illegal. And so even if the people performing would see a slight uptick from the, 66% saying that they're involved in the most heinous sexual crime possible, there would be far less total people that were involved in that.
What we've seen from legalized prostitution is a extreme reduction in minors engaging in prostitution. For example, that'd be a major reason why a pro for legalizing prostitution. And it's all about the children, right, or whatever. That'd be a pretty heavy reason why.
But again, you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. One, I don't think there's a direct correlation to prostitution being illegal and therefore less abuse occurring in prostitution. I don't think there's a direct correlation because that's a little different. That involves
like talking about minors than there is.
No. I don't think the correlation exists from prostitution to online. I don't. I don't think that's the case, right? I don't, right? Secondly, right, like, let me explain why. Like, I lost my train of thought there. Like, so when you're talking about sort of an activity that's been illegal for a long time and then making it legal, and so now it's under cover of darkness, what do you think the numbers are? Like, for example, in Vegas, I believe prostitution's legal, correct? Take a ballpark stab at how many of the prostitutes there do you think, when they're working in those legal venues, have experienced the most aggressive sexual crime? Probably very low percentage, right?
Because maybe I didn't know what you meant by that earlier.
There's certain words that you're not supposed to say on YouTube that rhyme with the word grape that I'm trying not to say. So like 50, so the numbers that I was looking at report that of the people in the pornography industry, 65% report that they've been involved and a victim of that sort of behavior. When it comes to like Vegas, legal brothels, what percentage of the women there do you think would say that they have experienced that in those legal brothels? Probably very low would be my guess.
Yeah.
In fact, that's the argument that people make for legal prostitution. Oh, if it's illegal, then they're out in the streets and they're more likely for that to happen. And it's very rare when it comes to these legal brothels, right?
Yeah.
The idea is because it's legal, there are assurances that are put there to make sure this stuff doesn't happen, correct?
Yes.
But pornography is already legal, and already 65% of people are experiencing this crime. So the idea, there's clearly a fundamental difference. Because if in prostitution there is heavy, that's clearly not occurring. That's clearly not occurring. Because here's the difference. Prostitution, because it's a physical one-on-one activity, there's more restrictions that are able to be put on it, and it's more centralized. Pornography being legal means you could fucking film it in your bedroom, right? Is the government coming in to check on your bedroom? No, they're not, are they? So it's far more difficult in that legal context for them to do anything. Regardless, when we're already talking about legally as high as 65% of the performers in it experiencing this crime, the idea that it's like, well, if we made it illegal, it would get worse seems to be nonsensical. Even if that's true, my argument is, even if it would go from 65 to 75%, which is terrible, the totality of people involved in the industry would be less. For example, had OnlyFans never been created, wouldn't there be substantially less people that create pornography?
Yes.
Okay, so 65% of people that create pornography are being assaulted in this way, right? But if we made it illegal, 75% would be involved in that. That's terrible that the numbers uptick, but that's 75% of a much smaller pie because much less people are involved in the creation of that material.
What do you think that number is for, if we're talking about OnlyFans pornography in particular? How many people who have only done OnlyFans have experienced grape juice?
It's an interesting question. My guess would be the number would be higher than you expect. And the reason for that is most people that do OF, right, are either not making any money and they report incredible dissatisfaction anyways. But most of the people that you end up seeing, they're probably involved with other partners, etc., that they would at some point say that it went beyond the level they were comfortable consenting with. So I believe the number would probably be higher than you would expect. Like if you're an OF model that's just performing on yourself and you're in your bedroom, okay, fine. But chances are those types of people are less likely to be the ones that are making the big bucks. Overall, though, I would say ultimately, we also see problems that don't show up in those sort of statistics, such as shame, which is good. When you can't live this down. I just saw, for example, anecdotal, but I just saw the other day, just watch a whatever podcast, right, with these chicks. The other day I saw Clavicular, right, and he has this OnlyFans model on, and they're bringing person after person up to talk to her in like a dating situation. First dude, some dude that spent $2 million on him. Ew, get this guy away, he's a fucking creep. She's grossed out. As she should be, because she knows the type of people that are doing this are fucking gross. Then she brings up a bunch of people. She's so defensive. I'm not going to do this forever. You know, I'm just trying to. Why not? If there's nothing to be ashamed about, if you're happy about it. The truth is that the women know that it's despicable. And when if they end up finding a situation where they have children, my goodness, the mental health crisis we're about to see of children that experience the shame of their, particularly mothers, but parents, having pornographic material easily accessible online is going to be catastrophic.
Is that a good thing? Is that shame a good thing?
Yeah, First off, it doesn't matter if it's a good thing. It is. That's all that matters, right? Secondly, yes.
Why?
Because shame exists in order to enforce social controls in society. For example, should you be shamed if you're at the movie theater and you're like, yeah, it's fucking, hey, what's up, man? Blah, blah, blah. You would say, yes, you should have some shame. That's not something you should be doing. Should you have some shame if you're some dude that looks like me and's fat? Yes, a little bit of shame is healthy. We should say, you know what? You should lose weight. That's not good. Should we have shame at people that are going to pride marches and wiggling their ass in front of children in these parades? Yes, some shame there would be good. I absolutely think that shame is a useful because
why in terms of OnlyFans particularly. Well, why should you be shamed for being smart enough to use what God gave you?
You're not. It's not. You should be shamed because it's degenerate behavior that's leading to many negative downfalls in society. It's the same way that.
Wait. Like what? Like what? That's the heart of the discussion.
Yes. I've outlined already many things that were the problem with it. Yes, contributing to sinful, just like you should be shamed if you're a drug dealer. Same thing. Yes, it is not beneficial to society. These are bad, sinful behaviors. My religion shows me that prostitution and the selling of sex is actually a sin. And so that's a reason that you ought to be shamed for that behavior as well. Why does the shame exist if it's not good? What was it? So, some evil prick some time ago was like, on his own, was like, I believe we'll say that's shameful. Because promiscuity led to the destruction of the families. Promiscuity led to destruction of families, lack of child rearing, increase of sexual transmitted diseases, all sorts of things that diminish the societal rules that we had. Right? As we've quote lifted that shame and just embrace yourself, well, we see the logical outcomes when rejecting shame does. We have like the trans or the cross
shame is good. I never said that.
Let me finish real quick. Good. You remember when we saw those kids with the trannies dancing in front of them in lingerie with the sign that said it's not going to lick themselves? That's the logical extent when you said, oh, we shouldn't shame sexual behavior. Yes. The shit should be shamed, a vast much of it. Absolutely. And it doesn't matter if it should or not. It is. And let me ask you this, right? Look, I'm not trying to fucking have this conversation. I have my feelings on the trans issue. I'm not trying to fucking have a debate with you on that. What I am going to ask you, though, is I don't know if you're a biological man or woman, right? You don't have to tell me if you don't want. I say that because the pitch of your voice and you're using an avatar. But be honest. If you had a child, whether you be a man or a woman, and that child saw you engaged in pornographic acts as he grew up and was a teenager, would you be embarrassed? Would you be shamed?
Yeah.
And you don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
Yeah, I'm not.
If I had a kid and is that I don't know where.
You have a kid, they turn 14. You're an OnlyFans. You used to be OnlyFans, right? And then, because the only reason I bring up the trans, I think the argument's stronger if you're a woman, right? You're a mom, and all of a sudden you did OnlyFans, and then you did it for 4 years, and then you get pregnant, then you have a kid, and now you're 14, and your kid's surfing the internet, and all of a sudden, bam, there's a video of you getting fucking railed.
It is shameful. In our society, it is shameful.
No. Would you be shamed? Forget about society.
What do you mean?
Would you be shamed?
Would I be shamed?
Yes.
I would like to live in a world where it's not shameful.
Just to be clear, you want to live in a world where if your kid sees a video of you having sex, you're like, I don't think that should be shameful at all. That's the world you want to live in?
Well, no kid should see a video of their kid.
Why? Why? That's the point. Why? Because the answer is you would be shamed.
That is a very specific. That's a boundary issue.
But why?
That's like. No, because it's it would be harmful for the psychology of the kid to see their parents having sex or one of their parents having sex. Like,
now I'm a streamer.
That shouldn't happen.
I won't be ashamed if my son sees video of me streaming. Before this, I was someone who worked with autistic individuals. I wouldn't have been ashamed if my child knew that and saw me doing that for a living. I know people that are carpenters, people that are teachers, people that are welders, people that are lunch ladies, people that are chefs. All these people, none of them are shamed. It's only the sex work people. Why?
Hold on. Whether you did it for work or not, a kid should not be seeing a video of their parents or any of their
It's
parents.
almost like there's something about the sexual
But there's not-
act
but
that
that
does
has
have the ability
nothing
to. That it just
to do with
is that
shame,
we know that they're
broadly in our
shameful.
culture.
It's private. It's not something that's supposed to be out there in the open, and it's shameful. The same way you would be embarrassed or shamed if you accidentally, didn't put underwear on and your fly's open and your dick's hanging out. You'd be embarrassed and shamed. There's something about that. There's something that we inherently have in us.
Because parents have sex, right? Parents have sex. That's
Yes.
okay, right? That's okay. But
Sure.
that they shouldn't. A kid shouldn't be walking in on that. That would be
Agreed,
harmful
because
to
there's
that
something
kid.
about the sexual act that it is embarrassing to see other people seeing you have that. Yes,
I'm talking about
agreed.
the
That's
particular-
my
your
point.
Your kids shouldn't be seeing that.
Okay,
Just
so
flat
you're
out.
happy if your neighbors.
It is
Are you
entirely
embarrassed?
unrelated to how
Are
we
you
broadly
embarrassed if
see
your
sex
neighbors'
as a
kids see you?
society.
You embarrassed if your neighbor's kids see you?
No kid should be seeing it.
Why?
That's another level of
Right,
shouldn't.
right. Because there's something
Because it's
about it.
harmful. It's
The-
specifically harmful for the psyche of the kid to like go through.
Thank you.
having
You're making
seen
my
that.
point.
It's-
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I never said that wasn't. I never said that wasn't true.
Yes, this is exactly my point. The mere fact that we're like, first off, a bit. Man, there's a couple times you're going right up to the edge of me being like, what the fuck? Like the argument that you're like, you want to live in a world where it's not shameful for your kid to see you performing pornography is fucking crazy.
Now you're putting no. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I
What'd
never
you
said
say?
anything like that.
What'd you say?
I never said anything like that.
I thought that's what you said. You can correct it.
I said amongst adults viewing another adult doing
Okay,
pornography.
Well,
I
we were
would like
talking
to know where
about
that
your
wasn't
kid.
inherently shameful. No, you brought your kid up. I don't.
No.
I
We
was
were
trying to
talking
get away from that.
specifically.
I always said that was flat. That was flatly like damaging to the kid, regardless of the shame thing. So don't put words in my mouth.
Well, it sounded like
I wanted to live in a world where that wasn't shameful.
If
I never
miss-
said anything close to that.
if I misheard,
If I can just try to cross a bridge here, what I think Casey is saying is that in no situation he's saying it's good for kids or kids should be involved with pornography.
That's fine. It
or
sounded
that at all.
Yes.
perhaps that's what he said, and I misheard.
And-
When I specifically say, if your kid saw you and you said, I want a world where that shame doesn't exist, I intuited that the implication was where that wouldn't be shameful for your kid to stumble upon you seeing it. If you want to correct the record and say that's not what you meant or I misheard, fine.
If I said
Fair
that,
enough.
then I misspoke.
He
Then I
did
misspoke.
get quiet at the end of his sentence. He said for adults at the end. It was really
Okay.
quiet. So that's
Nonetheless,
probably why you didn't
fine.
hear it.
The point that you're making for me is the mere fact that we say, yes, we don't want kids seeing this behavior intuits that there's something different about this. No other careers do we really suggest that of things that we consider really positive, or at least very rarely. Even careers that we might think are scummy, like lawyers, we're like, if your kid sees you practicing as an attorney, you would never be embarrassed. There is something about that. It's ingrained into us, right? There really is. And I don't have to get to the biblical sense to argue why. Because these are supposed to be private acts between two people, and you don't want your neighbors seeing it most of the time or it's shameful, and you don't want your family members seeing it, even if they're adults, and you don't want random people in the public, most people. That's shamed, and rightfully so. It should have been. It exists whether you want it to or not. And your kids will have to deal with the consequences if you're engaged in this sort of content creation. They will. And you might say, society shouldn't be like that. My kid shouldn't be shamed because all of his friends are picking on him, that they can see me getting pounded in the ass online. That's ridiculous. That shouldn't be, but it is. And you're doing your kid a disservice. And you could say, but should it be like that? It doesn't matter if it should. Yes, we should discourage pornography because it is shameful on its face. And I've articulated why, because of all the negative consequences. We could have more at length about that. But it is, regardless if you want it to be or not. You could wish, I wish that we didn't have to eat food to survive, I guess, but we do.
Yeah, the best thing you had was that there's a private act that just generally is a private act shouldn't be a public thing.
Okay, so porn's not good.
I'm saying that was the best point you made for why why it should be shameful broadly. I think it should at least be much less shameful than it's viewed by many people today. Because again, I would reiterate the idea that some people are engaging in they're just making money because of they have an asset and they're just using that asset to make some money where they wouldn't be otherwise. So I don't think within that framework it is should be viewed as particularly shameful.
When it comes to not just the societal impacts, but also the individual impacts, we can see when there's behavior that leads to like sort of drubbing your health and bringing it down precipitously, we would say that there's probably a reason inherently that we shame that. So it's not just about how it affects negatively everyone else, it's also about how it negatively affects you. That's why, for example, if you're an opiate addict, right, it maybe doesn't affect your neighbor, it doesn't affect this person, that person, but it affects you, and we consider it shameful. So when we see not just the assault numbers that I cited before, that same Swedish study reports 83% of performers of pornography experience significant PTSD symptoms. 78% show high levels of dissociative symptoms. 53% experience severe depression. 80% had at least one mental health diagnosis. 69% had attempted to
part of that.
Let me finish.
I think,
Please.
okay,
69% attempted to end their own life. And it's not just this study. We see other studies. 2011 California study that showed 33% met the criteria for depression compared to 13% in the control group. That's more than double your risk of depression for performers that are in this. We can see qualitative studies outside of that show that PTSD, bipolar disorder, trying to take one's life, depression, etc. These are all incredibly common. The only argument you could have against this is, well, that's correlative and not causative. Nonetheless, we then want to ask our question. I think, one, that's not true. The numbers are so stark that it shows the behaving in this behavior, as has been self-reported by many people, helps exacerbate these things. And secondly, we should ask ourselves why there's
the type of people. It's the type of people
I disagree.
Who get into pornography.
I disagree.
I disagree. They're like damaged people,
okay, if
right?
65%... Okay, so let's look at it this way. Do you think that if you were raped, that would increase your chance of having depression?
Yes.
If 65% of the people in this same study said that occurred to them, you're saying it's purely correlative that the 80% that experience PTSD experienced that even before they were in pornography. That's your argument.
My argument is that the numbers are extremely inflated because a lot of those people likely are experienced rape.
I will argue that you're probably right and be willing to make a concession limitedly. In other words, that yes, this probably attracts the type of people that already have mental health conditions, but I certainly think the evidence strongly suggests that it makes those worse. And even if I wouldn't win that argument, we would have to ask ourselves, is it a positive industry that's attracting people with such rampant issues of mental health disorder?
Yeah, I would say that I want to defend the porn industry as it stands today, but just merely the idea that it can be done a lot better and should be done a lot better. It should be legislated different things for or highly we should legislate more controls over the pornographic space so that it's done better.
So just to be clear, the prompt isn't about hypothetically what porn could be in the future. It's as it exists now. And secondly, let's assume that that's possible. Can you show me one time in history when pornography was... Let me finish. Can you show me a time in history where pornography was done in the healthy way that you're suggesting?
No, I'm advocating it to get better. I think it's gotten better.
So it's a no true Scotsman's fallacy.
But also, I'll highlight the fact that you said that the debate is about how pornography is today, and that the pornography, then that would apply to the legal status of pornography, as well as the how it is. The
legal status is irrelevant to that point.
The whole question.
The legal status is...
I'm reverting back to the previous point because what you just said goes against what you said before.
It does not. There's no contradiction in what I said there. I'll explain it to you. There's no contradiction. One, important concession that we just had there. You acknowledge that pornography as it exists today, which is clearly the prompt, is not a positive influence, that you would want radical changes to it before you considered that, which means that I win the prompt. Secondly, this in no way, shape, or form means that I have to then be arguing whether or not porn should be legal or not while discussing whether or not it's a positive influence on society. Yes, we're discussing pornography as as it currently exists. And yes, it is currently legal, but that doesn't mean that whether or not discussing if it's a positive influence on society means that I have to argue it should be illegal if it's not. For example, if we're arguing whether or not video games are a positive influence on society, and I take the position they are not a positive influence, but hypothetically, 100 years in the future, they could be if X, Y, and Z change. But no, right now, they are not a positive influence. That doesn't mean that I have to argue, therefore, video games should be illegal. It doesn't mean that.
You don't have to argue it either way, but I'm just saying that at one point you disallowed me to change the idea of the exact pornography that we're talking about, or the society within the pornography that we're talking about. But the first half of this debate, you at least at parts leaned into the idea that we weren't talking about pornography as it exists today.
No.
Legally.
You're conflating.
I was saying that entirely was baked into the problem.
At no point
you could pick one or the other.
At no point in this debate did I suggest we were talking about pornography in some hypothetical abstract sense in the future. The entire debate, in every single aspect, including the parts I was making about talking about it being a positive or negative influence on society, is the question of legality stands outside the scope of that. All of that was talking about pornography as it exists today. Not in some hypothetical, what if we change? So you're conflating concepts. You're saying, well, pornography as it exists today is legal, and so therefore, if you're saying it's negative, you must argue that it shouldn't be legal. No, there is no part of that whatsoever that means that I must argue the legality of it to say that it's not a positive influence as it stands today. None. You've conceded that it's not a positive influence as it stands today, saying that you would want to make radical changes before you would make that sort of claim.
I have not.
Okay,
just because I say that it is not perfect or that there are negative aspects to it doesn't mean that I concede the point that it's, quote, not a positive influence.
So just on this question, so fair enough. Okay,
is that correct?
Sure. So just on this point alone, so you're forced to concede that it leads to all of these people involved in the industry being sexually assaulted in the most heinous ways. That all of these performers, like huge portions of them, are depressed. Over 60% are trying to take their own life. And you're like, that's all fucking horrible. I would change that. Of course, it's never been done in history, but I would somehow change that. And yet, I still think that pornography is a positive influence because your arguments outweigh that. What were your arguments again?
That it that with the hold on. Well, you want me to reread my
just give me some of your arguments. We've gone through. I didn't hear anything that would remotely outweigh that one point.
Well, outweigh the point of how
damaging it is to the performers
are treated.
Yes.
Right. Versus a world where we don't allow pornography.
Back to the legality question, which is irrelevant to the prompt.
Just to let you guys know, we've hit 2 hours. Just wanted to check in to see if you guys wanted to continue or if you were ready to wrap up.
I can keep going, but if you're ready, it's up to you. I don't know how much more room we have to cover. I think that...
Whoa.
Go ahead.
What is on the wrap up? What is that? Is that like we get? There's like.
Oh yeah, like if you want to go into closing statements,
okay,
but if you still think, because to me it sounds like there could be some more meat on the bones here. So if you want to keep going, I can check in again in another hour.
Anybody you want to go like you want to go like 10 more minutes, Rob?
Sure, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I have no problem. Like, I mean, again,
I'll put 20 on the clock because 10 usually means 20.
Okay. I just don't know, like, looking, like, you just keep coming back to this legality question. We've already, like, we've sort of beaten this horse. Like, you yourself concede by saying you can say that booze is a negative influence on society, but you wouldn't make it illegal. So I don't know where there is to argue after that. You've conceded. But I guess for the sake of humor, I guess you'll force me to argue because quite frankly, you're getting your ass kicked in the debate. I hate to brag about it in that way, but that's why you're so desperate that all of your offense on this is, but it should be legal, but it should be legal, but it should be legal, which is not a statement of positivity. It's just saying, regardless if it's positive or negative, we should allow it to be legal. I guess I will go back to that, which we started the first 40 minutes sort of on that. So, okay, part of you saying that it should be legal is that we should not have age verification for children.
That we should have only the vice side restrictions.
part of it, let me rephrase it. You're saying there should be restrictions on the device, but when it comes to pornography, websites, creators, etc., they should not. It would be bad and it would be against the prompt in your estimation to force them to have age restriction.
For viewers.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay,
correct,
I
for
massively
viewers.
disagree. I'm willing to argue on that hill. We could beat this horse again, but I think that I proved it. I think that this is a way to make excuses for allowing children to have access to pornography, and the burden that's on people who want to willfully consume pornography, just like people that willfully want to go to a strip club to force them to prove that they are 18, that's outweighed, that minor inconvenience is outweighed by doing everything we can to restrict children from getting access to pornography.
We could do a lot of things that just so wouldn't affect it, and we already made the argument that that 99 point whatever percent of stopping underage individuals from accessing pornography would be done on the device side, and if you're trying to, you could apply these age restrictions to like a couple of sites that might do what you said, or they might just ban the IP range, which they've already done. They don't actually do the thing. They just ban IP ranges from the places that weren't and then those people just get a VPN, or they'll just go to a different site. So it does virtually nothing to restrict these.
I disagree. You have no evidence. You have no evidence that it does virtually nothing.
No evidence of what?
You have no evidence that it does virtually nothing. You're making assertions. You're like, well, people could find ways around it. Children could find ways around it. We've already gone through this and said that, yes, you could do this with all sorts of things and say not to make it illegal. Shouldn't be illegal to purchase booze when you're to have to show ID.
Are you
to
saying
prove that? Let me
that
finish,
there aren't
please.
easily ways around it? Do you have a problem? If you have a problem with that statement, then tell me why I'm wrong.
Yes, the blocks that you put up, while they can be evaded, still make it more difficult, which means that less children would be involved in that activity. Just because we wouldn't be able to prevent 100% doesn't mean that we should then say then we shouldn't even try, because, like, I could make the same argument to me. Why have any restriction on the device? Can't kids get around the restriction? Won't there be some parents that don't use the restriction? Yes or no?
Yeah, but what we're talking
just
about
yes or no, please. If you wanted to, you would yes or no, yes or no. Would there be? Would it be possible for children to get around that?
Yes.
Oh, well, then we might as well not have restrictive devices.
No. We're talking about the extremely arbitrary difference between typing in Pornhub and typing in some other website that has all of the things that Pornhub has. There's probably like 30 mirrors of Pornhub that are just
okay, and then we ban those. It's the equivalent of saying, well, there's no sense of taking down like places that we find out are producing child sexual content, because if we do, other places will produce child sexual content. So no sense taking one down.
No. You don't get to straw man me into like this is like I'm arguing that I'm against all like preventative measures of anything ever. I'm describing why this preventative measure does nothing. Like,
no, you're not.
Don't turn it into some weird fucking analogy of because
don't get hot here. I'm talking
about a very specific thing.
That's fine.
Okay.
If we're going to get a little heated here, no problem. I'm willing to engage in that as well. I think you're a degenerate fucking freak that wants to make it more likely for children to get access to pornographic material, which is why you're against age verification, and many people are. There. Now are we happy that we're getting a little more heated? If you had a problem with the analogy, we happy with that?
I raised my voice.
We happy with that? That's what I think. Let's take a poll for the audience to see if they think you're a degenerate fucking freak because you're against age verification for pornographic sites.
By raising my
feelings aren't hurt.
Rob,
my feelings aren't hurt at all. If you want to get aggressive, I'm more than happy to engage in that level of argumentation. No problem. I've been holding back for the sake of politeness, but there you go.
Age restrictions.
Yes, I think arguing against age restriction for pornographic sites shows that you're most likely a terrible person. Yes.
You can't tell me why someone can't just type in a different URL.
Sure they can, but that's
what they've done.
But the truth is, the truth, that's not true. It puts up measures that will make it more difficult, that will precipitously lead to the decline of people being able to get that. And the truth is, there is no reason that a reasonable person would say, oh, because there's other ways that they could go to other websites, we shouldn't even try to have the major pornographic places have age verification. The most logical, Occam's razor would suggest that Occam's razor would suggest the reason that you're suggesting that is you don't care if those children get access to pornography.
then why would I prescribe an actually good way of stopping them?
You're not.
With the only good way.
You're
Yes, I said
describing the status quo where children are.
device restrictions. No, I even
Yes,
said
the
more.
status quo.
Even said better than what.
Give me
we
an
have
example
today.
of what that is.
I went through. I mentioned earlier. You could have the AI. You could have AI and analyze what someone is viewing on their device, and having categorized it as explicit or not explicit. And if it's explicit,
What is
and it locks you out.
Okay, like nonetheless, we could already do that with actual shit that you could program on your phone.
Yes,
right?
yes, you could do that. Yes, I'm saying that it should be on Google.
So let me get this straight.
iPhone.
Let me get this straight. AI, which we know almost every AI out there, the companies that do this are actually collecting your data, the very things you have fear about having to provide an ID. You're suggesting that even when an adult wants to get on pornography, that we set up the computer and phone to automatically have an AI that is monitoring all of the activities you're doing.
No.
Okay.
It has
So
to
then
be enabled.
let me
Yes,
finish
it has to be
then.
enabled.
Let me finish the point then. If you're suggesting it's something that has to be enabled, we already have devices that have to be enabled in order to access those websites, and it's not effective because kids find ways around it, and so many parents aren't proactive. So why would having an AI be added on it make it more proactive?
Now you're making the opposite argument that
Not.
there is no good way of doing it. Though it doesn't matter if you do it or not. You're making the opposite argument now. Like I actually brought up a good method of stopping them from accessing it.
Your method
How the fuck isn't it?
Right now, can I ban Pornhub on my kid's computer?
Yeah.
I have to proactively set that up, correct?
Yeah, some sort of
your argument is we should program an AI to realize if my kid's on Pornhub, but I also have to proactively set that up.
You would have to enable it.
Same way I would right now. Right.
Yes,
in both cases, I have to enable the restrictive thing. We already have, we already have right now on my fucking Windows computer, I can set up to restrict adult content, and it's very good. It restricts 99% of it. So your big solution is I have this radically new plan that will solve this. We use AI.
I never said it was radical, but I think it was an improvement. And how does it detect? How does it detect what's porn and not porn?
Because
can you tell me?
Yes, because the way I believe these systems work is that there is some proponents of it has access to imagery when it determines whether or not these images are pornographic. That's why you can see, even if you go to like a Google search, Google Images, it'll automatically, if you don't have it set up otherwise, blur what it considers pornographic images. The way it does is it uses some sort of metric to determine whether or not that reasonably looks like something that's pornographic. I believe there's probably also metrics in that's individuals or AIs or some form of both that are flagging websites as adult websites. So I don't understand why AI would make this any different or better. What you're really advocating for is the status quo, where you know that predators want to get to children, and the easiest access they have to children, predators have talked about this over and over and over again. The people that they target are the people that they know come from families that are the least proactive. Of course, we both agree the best measure of defense of this is proactive parenting. But the truth is there are an awful lot of parents that don't do that. So if we're trying to stop children from being victimized, the very thing that you're talking about as a measure to stop them would require proactive parents, which won't exist. And so therefore, as a line of defense against those people, or for those children, we should have the actual pornographers themselves have age verification. And I would suggest a strong suspicion that not only do you know that, but you don't have a problem with those vulnerable kids getting access to sexual material. That's my suggestion.
If you're gonna accuse me of being a pedo, I'm gonna fucking hang up. Like, right the fuck.
See you later. Stop getting aggressive then and trying to be a tough guy. Now, back to the point, I don't think that see you later. I tried to be polite the whole way through the debate, but if we're going to get there at the end, I definitely get the heebie-jeebies when someone's making the argument we shouldn't have age verification for accessing pornography sites. So, well, that's that. I bit my tongue, but if we're going to get aggressive, there you go.
Fair enough. It's there's bound to be at least a couple rage quits through these Noah preps, so you know.
Now, to be honest, I don't know. right? But this is the exact type of argument that a predator would make. I'm not suggesting, right? If I'm on here and I'm talking to a libertarian, maybe the question's a little different, but they would be able to argue a little more competently on this question. But my argument to the libertarian would be this, like, we have to weigh as a cost-benefit analysis, unless we're going to have a full ANCAP society with like none of these legal controls whatsoever. We have to argue like when it is worth having limited restrictions. Even there, if like we were going to go further with the argument, one of the big problems with AI is lack of privacy, right? So if your suggestion is, I have privacy concerns because I don't want to submit my ID when I go to a pornographic website. Instead, I want an AI that's monitoring everything I do. That'll alleviate my privacy concerns. I mean, how does this remotely make sense? So when your argumentation seems to be that you're very aggressively arguing against reasonable restrictions on age verification for pornographic websites, one of the most obvious answers is you really don't give a shit.
Yeah, and I've surprisingly have heard plenty of people make this argument. They say like, no, I want it to be on the parents. It's their responsibility to make sure the kids don't get on it and stuff like this. And surprisingly, I've heard a lot of people make that argument.
It's the argument that like Pornhub
with his AI there and stuff. When he first came around, it was hard for me to get past the AI and then the guy's voice and everything. But
I try to be.
He's always respectful here, and he's done good debating before. So
I didn't I debated whether look, there are certain topics that like it's hard to say this. You try to approach in good faith, but like it's like this. Let me give you one that's not as controversial. Anytime someone's like, "Well, I'm an atheist," and let me tell you what would be good for Christians, right? And guess what? It just so happens, you know what would be good for Christians? Don't get political. Just sort of stay in your house and don't vote. And trust me, that's good for you Christians. Now, is it entirely possible that that person's making good faith argument? Of course. But you can't help but have a strong suspicion. Geez, I don't know. This is exactly what someone would say that want Christians out of power, right? It's the same thing here. Like if someone's like, well, let me vehemently go to bat for why we shouldn't have age restriction or age verification on pornographic websites. Yeah, it could be that you're this uber free speech person, right? But, it could also be a monstrous opinion, right? Now, let me be clear and say, I don't even know that person. And for all I know, if I give my best faith interpretation, it would be this. Like, it's sort of halfway in between. I don't have any proof that that person's a predator of children, but I bet they don't really give a shit. I bet they weigh their personal, but I don't want people to see my porn history as more important than children maybe accessing porn. That's my honest best guess of what's going on there. It's like, I would be embarrassed if people saw that I'm watching fucking, Brazilian fart porn. That would embarrass me. So no verification whatsoever, because that would embarrass the shit out of me. And hey, if that means kids have access, that's up to the parents. They should have did shit in the device. If not, hey, why should Pornhub be held accountable? I think it's a terrible argument. I think it's fucking horrible, especially when the concession was like, there's a couple key concessions that were given early in this debate that really makes it unrecoverable. The concession that it doesn't have to do with the legality, the prompt, whether or not it's influential, easily could have said pornography should be legal, could have been the prompt. It would have been a far more difficult prompt for me, but specifically chose this wording. I asked specifically, and then specifically was like, can we acknowledge that the legality is sort of tangential but outside the scope? For example, you could say it's a negative influence, but it should still be legal. Yes, he says. That's a terrible concession, right? And then, though true, it's true, and then the other part was that we should look at it primarily as the biggest impact on the children. Yes, a concession. Then what's the argument? What's the possible benefit for porn for children? I outlined a ton of negative consequences. So, I mean,
I think and to be fair too, from what I've heard from Casey Lee in the past, I actually do think it's more like the I want the government to stay out of everything type of person. I think that's more because like he seems like the arguments I've heard him make before on other things, he seems like he's one of those. I mean, I bet you I could get him to agree with like a lot of like anarchism type fucking policies
I
where it's just like
tried.
no government, nowhere.
But I
ever,
tried
you know?
to test that. Should we have to show ID to get in a strip club? Yeah. Okay. Should I have to show ID to buy alcohol? Yes. That doesn't sound anarchist to me. Anarchists say, what? State issue ID? Fuck all that. Right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
no
there is a
way.
line. Yeah, there's that line, and he said this too before, where he like, but when it comes to kids, I think there needs to be different rules. But I can see why you point out the contradiction in that, right? Like,
Casey, if you want to come back, I'll give you this compromise. If you're listening, you're probably not, but I'll give you this compromise. I won't say that you're a predator. I will say that my honest opinion is that you care more about your personal feelings than children getting access to this, and so that colors your bias. That covers your bias. Wait, what's this? You get a super. Oh, I've actually debated that person. It's interesting. I didn't know that.
what, Casey?
Yeah. In the
Oh,
past.
for real?
Yeah, my editor was like, I think you've debated this person and sent me a little clip. I'll have to go back and check that debate. I don't know. I thought it was a pretty reasonable debate then. I think actually it got into trans fucking medicine, if I remember. And I actually got a concession that was like, this sounds bad. I don't know. But I just didn't understand the hostility there towards the end. Right? Like, it wasn't like uber bad or anything, but I was on the fence anyways. Because I just, there's something about it. Maybe that's not fair. Maybe it's not fair on my part to be like that I raise suspicions when someone's like, let me impassionately defend why we shouldn't have porn websites verify age. I mean, I guess I'm just human, and I'm like,
because on like when I do my panel purges, like when I go to other people's open panels and like post topics to them, I've done that one. There was like weeks where I did that one straight where like porn should be banned off everything. And like a lot of people make that same argument, is that like when I said would you come to a compromise if I just said we should have age verification, and they'll say the same, no, I'm not fucking giving my license to the internet, blah 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 blah. It's like,
then go to the fucking adult bookstore and buy some porn DVDs if you have that much of you really need it that bad. Right,
yeah.
It's not that like the thing is, it's not like I can see if you're like, I want to go buy groceries. You should have to show an ID. Fuck you. No. Right? Like, that's absurd. I shouldn't have to show an ID for that. But when it's something like this, like the same principle of why you should have to show an ID to get into the strip club applies to why you should have to show an ID to view pornography. Same principle.
I agree with that. A lot of the time what they give me is like, they'll say, well, yeah, but one's going through the internet where they're saving all the information. The other one's just showing it to some random person. So, like,
people are saying
the principle is still the same.
So I'll tell you a story. Right?
And they scan them now too. They scan the licenses and shit now.
Yep. So I'll tell you a story. There's a town about 20 minutes away from me that has a Pizza Hut. And me and my wife love going to this Pizza Hut. Now, there's nothing special. I'm not the biggest fan of pizza. I don't dislike it, but it's just pizza. There's local places that are better.
Pizza.
But here's the thing. Here's why we pick this specific Pizza Hut. We always get the same booth, and we go at a time when it's not very busy, like during the day. And that booth sits next to a nice window that then the highway's there. And across from the highway is the smut shop. And so we love to sit there and watch these shameful guys like get out of the car. We're like, look at this loser. And then we'll just sit there for like an hour and be like, oh, he's got 3 bags of shit. Look at this guy. Like, oh boy, we got you, buddy. We got you. Fucking, you're just like, look at that guy. Yes, that's right. Me and my wife are getting amusement out of the fucking shameful
That's
people.
fucking hilarious.
Yes, fuck them.
That's fucking hilarious.
And guess what? Those shameful people are showing their fucking ID when they go in and buy their dildos and their DVDs and shit. As it should be. As it should be, I'm as much of a, like, fucking get the government out of my life too. But when it comes to keeping children from sexual material, that's one of the downsides of the internet. If you are going to, if you're going to fucking, like, look, we have YouTube has some forms of.
Call me authoritarian. I wouldn't even allow kids on the internet at all. Like, they're not allowed. Period. If you fucking get caught letting your kid on the internet, you're in trouble. That's how I would. I'm fucking. That's how much I don't want kids on the internet. It's horrible now. What's going on, dude? They're finding kids in Roblox. Even kids try to play Roblox with each other, and there's some weirdo on there like, "Hey guys, like, what the fuck?"
The age verification, like even YouTube has it. It's not an ID, right? But I don't know. I've never used YouTube as not an adult, right? Because I'm a boomer, right? But like if I'm making a video or a live stream, one of the questions it asks me is this adult content? Now, the implication I get from that is there are people that create accounts that aren't adults, and so therefore it won't show up on their feed. If someone that has wrote down I'm 12,
actually, it even says it different. It says, "Is this for kids?"
Right.
And you
yes, that's what it says.
If it's not for kids, right?
Now, it's not a verification thing necessarily, but when I created my account, I had to have an email, right? And there's an easy chance that email could be associated with me. And it's asking my date of birth, which is also giving out private information to be on YouTube, right? If I take the libertarian stance, I'd say, fuck them. Why? I don't want to give them that information. Go fuck yourself, right? And there's probably, I would guess, some sort of like potential for a lawsuit or criminal intervention if it were to be found out that YouTube was intentionally allowing people that were underage to see certain content that was on YouTube, right? Now, the
TikTok got in trouble for something not long ago because they were like prioritizing little girls doing the dances and getting that spread out and the I forget who it was. There was somebody high up that had to step down because of this, because they got caught putting little girls in the top of the algorithm, because that's what fucking sickos do. They go to where all these kids are like that. I wouldn't. That shit rattles me when I see that shit. Like it's kids on TikToks. I don't think they should be making YouTube shorts or TikTok shorts and all this shit. It's
yeah, I agree. But so I just think that if I'm weighing, like, it's like everything's a cost benefit analysis. Most people aren't absolutist one way or the other. Most people aren't absolutist ANCAPs that are like no laws ever, right? Most people aren't that, and most people aren't absolute like authoritarians that are like government has control over everything in your life. They tell you literally you must ask the government permission. Can I go on Amazon to buy a new pair of shoes? You must request it. Like most people aren't in those
shit.
So we're all somewhere in between. And when I'm weighing it, although I find it fair to have privacy concerns, of course, given how in our society, the way it works and how people just freely give away their fucking personal information, you do it to get on Facebook. You do it to fucking like everywhere. You're giving away your personal information. We're going to vehemently draw the line at age verification on porn. That's the one place that all of a sudden privacy concerns outweigh children viewing pornography. No, I'm sorry. I don't buy it. We've accepted as a society all these other infringements on our, sort of privacy. But this one issue, no. And I will say, I will say for the case of Casey, look, we're fucking arguing back and forth. I do have a reasonable suspicion anytime someone makes those arguments, but I don't have evidence that Casey's that way. And so if Casey's up, I want to make it clear to everyone in case Casey feels upset that I'm not saying that. My true belief is a flippant not really giving a shit about the kids. That's what I really believe. Not that Casey themselves is trying to attack the kids, but maybe that maybe just misguided. I don't know. But man, it's such a like that's the hill, age verification on pornography. And the question of whether or not porn should be legal, I guess we could have got more into that. I don't know. It's a tough sell. It is massively unhealthy. It really is. Like, it's very bad for society.
I think it should be illegal 100%.
It's a tough sell.
Be fucking completely cut out.
It's a tough sell.
All forms of prostitution, by the way. Like, I would take that in the strip clubs. I would take out any fucking picture, video, any of that. All forms of prostitution. If I was the king, I had the magical stick and I got to say where it goes. But I'm the same way though, and I think most people get like they don't think of this when they say everything with the kids should be held on the parents, but not really. You don't believe that, right? Like you don't think most of those people that say that you would say, okay, so should we allow parents to let their minor children have sex then because it's their responsibility? And they'll go, no. Well then, yeah, we can't just let fucking parents do whatever they want to their kids, you know?
So like
But
I
yeah.
notice now that I'm a
Oh,
parent.
Casey came back.
All right.
Came back.
Now that I'm a
There he
parent,
is.
I'll finish
Welcome
this
back,
point real
Casey.
quick and I'll leave Casey speak. Now that I'm a parent, I realize this more, right? I'll notice other people that are parents, other kids, right? I can't tell you how many times I'll just be like in a grocery store and you see some like girl that's somewhere between the age of like 11 and 15 wearing clothes that are shameful, like skimpy clothes. And then you'll see some parent behind them like pushing a cart. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like you didn't sit your daughter down and like, fuck no. If your shorts
Ask
aren't
my
longer
wife,
than your
I'm out, I guess.
fingertips, it enrages me. I'm like, what the fuck are these people doing? You
I
think
get
that
so
parent?
mad.
My guess is that parent that's leaving that girl walk out like that probably ain't putting the parental controls on the fucking device. That's my guess. You disagree, Casey?
Sorry, the beginning of that.
Forget it.
But-
So
okay,
I
that's
will
fine.
let's do this then instead. I'll say I will say for the sake of getting heated. Look, I have a reasonable suspicion anyone vehemently arguing for this stuff could actually be a predator. That's not what I ultimately think you are. I think that you're a person who's probably not a deep-held ANCAP, but views your own preferences as more important than possible children being harmed. That's what I think, honestly. I still think it's horrible, but that's what I think about you.
Okay, I'm staunchly I'm very against any of the Discord wanting ID. California passed a law where like you have to log in with like your actual like you have to verify government ID. Like I'm against all of this stuff. I just think it's a means to track people online.
But again, if then the logical extension of that, then you would be against creators having to show ID, which you're not.
No, I think that the standard is higher for someone uploading content broadly, especially if they're getting paid for it.
But I don't
You almost have
really
to show
see.
ID.
I don't really see the difference.
You don't see the difference.
I mean, as far as payment concerns, that's one thing. But if let's say it's someone's like, I don't give a shit about that. I just film myself having sex and want to upload it to Pornhub. Why not? Why do I have to provide an ID?
Well, it's another level of like what of things you're doing. You should be or in responsibility as well. Like you have a higher responsibility if you're uploading porn than you do for trying to view porn.
Yeah,
But I just want to say that generally, like this is a hot topic. Like today, about there's a lot of different avenues of trying to get people to use their ID, to register their ID, to use different things. I think it's keeping the internet as anonymous as possible is a positive for everyone.
Yeah, but you could choose, like for example, like if I want to start I don't know. I'm sort of talking out my ass here, but I would assume this is well. Let's say I want to start Etsy, is that a thing? Like where you create your own little shop? Am I right about that? There are websites like this, right? Oh, I want to do a little craft, right? And I'm going to start a little channel on Etsy, and then I make blankets and I sell them. You have to submit ID and shit for that, right? Probably to get paid.
Maybe. I'm pretty sure for Twitch I gave them like a business name, so
Okay. The point still subsists. Like there's an awful lot of things that people are willing to say, okay. Although I might not be the biggest fan. Fuck, I think Rumble might require some form of like name or some shit like that just to be able to chat and log into Rumble. I've heard people complain about that. The point I'm trying to make is this. There are points that, although you're right, that it could entirely be plausible to say, I want as less government infringement as possible. The truth is, we all accept unless we're the biggest ANCAP in the world, which clearly you're not, because an ANCAP would say the creator shouldn't have to
I'm not an
give
ANCAP.
it. Right. So then it's a threshold question. And I just think when it comes to this issue of a pornographic site, right, having some sort of age verification, that's something that's reasonable. And let me think of it this way. You're like, with the creators, it's different. You have more of a responsibility. If I see two girls and I'm like, hey, what's up? And they're a little flirtatious. And I'm like, I want to show you this dick pic of mine. Is it incumbent on me to do my best to verify they're adults before I do that?
Sorry, who's showing the dick pic? Sorry, I couldn't.
It's
track
me. Of course, old dick pic Rob, I see
Yeah.
these two girls and I'm like, they're at I'm at Drewski's
Yeah.
fucking house, Diddy's buddy Drewski. I'm at his house. There's these two girls sitting around the pool, and I'm like, what's up? And they're flirting with me. I'm like, wouldn't it be incumbent on me somewhat to try to verify their age before I'm showing them pornographic pictures?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, then if I want to send it to them digitally, I don't have to, and mass send it out to millions of people.
Oh, if you're sending dick pics, I think it's entirely. I don't think having the excuse of you didn't know they were under 18. I don't think that's. I don't
my
think that's a
point.
legal excuse.
So if it's at a mass level, though, then it changes. So I have to verify, but Pornhub doesn't before it sends nude pictures to people.
Right, it would be the publishers of the media that would be.
No, that's totally unreasonable. If that's what you're suggesting,
it's
then
the
that
same thing.
no. Let me explain why. Because you're saying it's the uploader that should have to verify, not Pornhub.
Yes.
How the hell's an uploader going to verify the person that's logging into Pornhub? They'd have no ability to do that.
The uploader on Pornhub.
Yes,
Would have to
you're
verify who
a
they are.
a man and a woman decide they're going to film themselves having sex. They've given their ID,
Yes.
which you suggest they should have to do to Pornhub. They upload to Pornhub. You're saying it is that man and woman's responsibility to check the age of the person at home that's typing in Pornhub.com and
No.
going and watching that video.
No. I'm just saying that the uploader of explicit content, either when it comes to Pornhub, but yeah, that they should be verifying their age. And if you're in a private conversation with someone, you should have to verify their age. Yes, it's two different standards.
But
True.
my question is, if we accept
True.
the standard for the individual showing the individual nude photo should do their best to verify the age, why is it if I do it on a mass scale, it's no longer incumbent on me to do that? The same principle should apply.
Yeah, but the problem is, again, like on principle, that's true. But when it's just for the mass surveillance type of reasons, I think it's.
But you don't.
important
No
that we
one's
do
forcing
do
you.
that.
No one's forcing you. You don't have to give Pornhub your ID, even if you cannot access pornography anywhere online without showing your ID online. You're still able to get physical pornography. You can still go to an adult store, right? And guess what? They're going to make you show.
Yes.
But you would
Yes,
say, well, that's
I'm saying
fine.
the standard is different because one of them is unanonymizing the internet.
Correct. So then the point is, you could voluntarily choose to not give your ID. What's the issue? Just like you could say, I'm not comfortable with the sleaze bags at the adult bookstore having my ID, so fuck them. I'm not going to purchase if they make me show an ID. Same's true online. No one's forcing you. So you could say, well, I'm against it because the same way, no one's forcing you to get a Facebook account. I could tell you right now, you know how shitty Facebook is? They sell all your data, all this shit, but no one's forcing you. And so
Yeah,
I don't understand why.
It's the same argument again. You can apply it to all the things though. Like you could say that we're less likely to have like predators like hitting on like minors in Discord if we all had to register the Discord account. Right? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
With a state ID, you could, and then you could expand that to what they're doing in California, which is like you have to register it on the goddamn OS level. Like you can make all of these arguments. It's like it's safer if we give up this information. You can make it's true. It's objectively true that it's safer if we do that. But we're giving up our freedoms to some extent every time we do that.
But the difference is this, right? Yes, you're right, and that's why I said, and I was talking to Speakeasy, and we both agreed, neither of us are ANCAPs, neither of us are total like authoritarians. So there's going to be some threshold. Some things, for example, I think it would be outrageous if the government said, you have to show your ID to buy groceries. Outrageous, right? However, we also accept that we both agree there are times where we're like, yeah, we're okay with the government asking for your ID, such as if you're producing pornographic content. Right? If you're uploading it. So we agree, yes, you should have to show and prove that you're over the age of 18 to do that. Okay, so then the question is, where do we draw the line? The Discord situation is different because the intended purpose of Discord has nothing to do with using pornographic material that we know we're trying to restrict children to go for. Can people use it for that purpose? Of course, but that's not the intended purpose. The intended purpose of a site like Pornhub is to give pornographic material. And so it is
No, that-
reasonable to say, just like a physical location that is selling pornographic material should require voter ID, so should a digital location that's requiring or that's purveying in pornographic material.
There are discords, there are channels that are dedicated to pornography, and then
Should
then,
have
but-
shown
well,
ID
I
to be
think-
there. I agree.
I would say, but the larger danger, I think that's being pushed at so defense is like people getting groomed or be in inappropriate conversations with minors and adults or whatever, that being the major push to for the idea of this.
That may be true, but
Generally.
it's sort of irrelevant to what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying it's the same argument for like, isn't it safer for the children? Don't you care about the children?
No.
Why isn't
It's
why
a
don't you care about the
threshold. It's a
children?
threshold argument, right? The threshold argument is this: where I'm distincting it is saying that when the intended purpose is to distribute pornographic material, age verification should be required. It is true that there are other places that there could be grooming of children, etc., that occur, but it's not the intended purpose. And so requiring an ID or age verification doesn't seem to be as necessary. That doesn't mean that there shouldn't be other actions taken to police stuff, but it is a completely different thing, right? And you agree with this in the sense that you agree that there's different thresholds to this, which is why you think you should have to provide an ID to upload content to Pornhub. Right?
Yes, but for different. Yeah.
So
'cause
I think that my bright line that I'm drawing is very simple, and it's one that I think is easy to agree with. If you're distributing pornographic material, it is incumbent on you to attempt to verify the age of the people consuming it. Yours is more nebulous. It's like, well, maybe on some Discord channels, maybe, and on physical pornographic material, yes, you should have to show an ID, but on digital, you shouldn't. I don't see where your bright line is. By bright line, I mean the exact line that you identify. Mine's simple. Just like in the real world, show ID to buy porn. Same's true online.
Could I
my
just?
line.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Casey. If you want to answer that
Oh,
first.
yeah, just the line is as a user of a service that is broadly used by many people, you shouldn't have to send those people on online like your ID, like just broadly porn related, not porn related, whatever related. Just like I could see it's more like zooming out of like I see the unanonymizing of the internet.
So
and,
your line is any service that's broadly accessible to the general public online, you shouldn't have to provide an ID.
yeah.
Okay,
If
I have a
it's,
gun shop
you're
I'm
not
selling
paying,
online.
You're not paying, and you're not.
I
paying
sell
to do it.
guns online. Should you have to prove that the person's of age to purchase the gun? I sell tobacco online. Should I have to prove that the person's of age to sell that?
We already have rules in place for these things.
Yes, we have rules in place. Are you against it? Do you say those rules are bad? If I want to
I-
sell
well,
online tobacco,
And you're selling something, so you're selling something.
So
If
now
you're
we
bu-
put
so
another
therefore, the
restriction.
Purchasers of well, if you're buying a gun,
now I
then
put
yes.
so now that it's not any person or any website that's broadly accessible to people. Now you're like,
If you're
nope,
buying-
another caveat.
if you're
and
if you're buying
not selling
pornography,
something.
if you're buying pornography, I would say the same thing. You could
So
ID
just
those people.
so now wait a minute. So if I'm buying pornography online, I should have to prove my ID.
Yeah, if you're viewing guns online, you should not have to show. an
Okay,
ID.
forget about the guns thing now. It's interesting. I got you here. So if I'm purchasing pornography online, I should have to present an ID.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. What if I'm getting a premium membership to Pornhub? That's in effect buying. Do I have to
Same
show an
thing.
ID?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I say ID is fine.
So explain to me why I should be forced to show an ID to get
Yeah.
Pornhub Premium, but not Pornhub
Yeah.
Regular.
It's a the take is a broad take that it's a fight against unanonymizing the internet.
Okay, so then why should I, if I want to get a premium service, why should I have to show ID? That's unanonymizing the internet. Same thing.
Right. I think if you're accepting money, then you're signing up for a service or whatever. Then it's not just a place that you're browsing to.
If I could just real quick to kind of tie the ID discussion directly back to the prompt here. So if if porn is a positive influence, why would society need stronger barriers around it? And if porn is a negative influence, does restricting that access actually address the deeper societal effects that are being argued on your side?
Well, I'll answer that. It goes to doing so. It doesn't totally take care of it, right? For example, there are problems with feminism, as I talked about earlier, that I think pornography, the free sex movement, feminists push for these sort of things, which are leading to all sort of downstream problems. I think those problems, materialism, secularism, things like that, are the root of so many of the problems. If we got rid of porn, would it solve all of that? No, but it's certainly solving one of the worst symptoms of it. So, that would be my take on that. But I would never claim like, oh, we ban pornography and all of a sudden we live in some sort of utopia where these issues aren't prevalent. No. Go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, I think that there's obviously negatives about pornography for individuals using it healthy, and obviously the whole kids of it all or whatever. I think that the legislation should be aimed at minimizing the harms that it does, and obviously, and there's a cost. It's just the cost benefit analysis that we disagree on.
Listen, I'm willing to I don't know if you want to go to closing statements or you want to go back to the prompt, but we're having this discussion of legality. Like, I just want to one last time hammer this. I have no idea why all of a sudden internet anonymity no longer is a concern if I decide to pay $5 for Pornhub as opposed to just watch the non-premium content. I can't even fathom like what the possible connection to that is. I just don't know.
Yeah,
it's not that I'm getting physical access to a DVD or something.
You're just not just browsing, right? You're signing up for something to pay for something. Like you're signing a contract. What's the difference? You're signing a contract.
But what's the difference?
That's the difference. You know the difference. You stated the difference.
No,
so you're signing up to pay for it.
Yes, it is an arbitrary difference that has nothing to do with the principle that's being outlined. All of a sudden, money being exchanged means that I have to show my ID?
Yeah, the principle is, yes, you're just browsing somewhere. You shouldn't have to show ID. There shouldn't be nothing that necessitates you to transfer a state ID over the internet to some random server.
I would take the same argument and say if I sign up for a premium membership, there's no reason I should have to have an ID. Same argument. What's that?
It's one step further.
But what is the limiting principle on the difference between those two? I don't get that. That's what I'm saying. You're for the one. Like, so for example, Speak saying while you're not here, he's like, look, I think Casey's position is just sort of almost like libertarian, where it's like, yeah, we should just have to show these IDs. And I was like, yeah, I thought about that. But the problem I have is over and over, I'm bringing up a situation where you're like, yeah, you should have to show an ID for that. Yeah, you should have to show an ID for that. Yeah, you should have to show. It would seem to me like this. The type of person that, let me show you how problematic this is in my head. Do you think that if you're a 15-year-old and you're consuming pornography, are you more or less likely than an average 20-year-old to pay for a premium service?
Less likely.
Right. So when it's like the group that's more likely to contain children shouldn't have to show ID, and the group that's more likely to have a credit card and be an adult should have to show ID. You see the problem?
Yeah, the difference is that you're saying that 10 to whatever percent of the internet that you would need to show ID to go there, right? That's the problem.
Sure.
That is the problem, full stop.
But right? But that doesn't answer the question.
You don't need to sign up for membership to browse to those.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say that there's a tip option on Pornhub, and I'd like to tip the fine folks at Pornhub. Should I have to show an ID?
I don't know, Rob.
I don't understand what magically.
I don't understand what you don't understand.
That the principle seems to be this. I value anonymity online, right? I'll steal in your position. I value anonymity so much online that even when it comes to things that would be terrible, like children being able to access pornography, I say the risk of that occurring is outweighed by the harm of forcing people to show ID, because when we force people to show ID for behavior that they should legally be allowed to entail, it allows all sorts of negative consequences. It could allow the government to get access to that information. It could allow that data to be sold, etc. That's a steel man of your position, correct?
I would say that the important part is that the idea that you're not actually going to be stopping many people at all from getting.
Nonetheless, the other okay, but everything else
That's
I said is true.
important.
Everything else I said is true.
So very.
Everything else I said
largely-
there's true.
Largely true.
But it doesn't apply if you get the premium service.
Because we're not banning the access of 10% of the internet from people who don't want to show their ID online.
It doesn't matter. You're banning from the people that want to see behind that paywall a little more. So let's say
what percentage is that?
Okay, so let's say 10% of the internet is pornography. And you're like, people have the right to get to that unfettered without showing ID.
Correct.
And then 1% of that, right? Or let's say 10% of that. So 1% of the internet in total is porn behind a paywall. And to get to that 1%, yes, entirely reasonable that we have to have an ID. So the 9%, you should absolutely have a right unfettered without any ID whatsoever. But that 1% of the internet, no, you should have to show ID to get there. Explain that principle.
Right, that makes sense because if you're exchanging funds, you're agreeing to things, terms, etc.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that I'm not in love with the idea of a paid membership either, but it's much easier to capitulate to that.
I have no idea.
Money.
Like, it just seems completely arbitrary. It just seems completely arbitrary, which sort of shows the point. It is. It's completely arbitrary. Like
paying money is not the arbitrary.
Yeah, it is arbitrary in the sense of the principle of sort of because you are voluntarily agreeing because you're paying money. That's the argument.
You're already in a contract. Yes.
Just a quick question. Oh, sorry. Just a quick question. I just wanted to ask again. So, like, kind of it's the same thing, but it's a little bit different. So, like, if these IDs and stuff were put in place, would that be enough to like give it to Casey's side that now, okay, we can say it's a positive influence, or no?
No, all of this has nothing to do. He's basically conceded the positive influence debate, conceded it so much that we had to say, no, positive influence is a question on the legality of it. That's the only reason I've entertained this. No. Every single question we're asking about this or whether or not porn should be legal in general literally has nothing to do with whether or not pornography is a positive influence on society.
That porn having not been banned in our society would be a positive influence.
That's a different question than what the prompt's acting.
I get it. I know. We went through it.
Yeah. So I'm just entertaining because I think that it wasn't even close. There was no arguments I heard whatsoever. Every time we asked for, like, well, give me an evidence of it being a positive influence, we had things like, well, the most important reason is because it leads to less oppression. And I was like, how? And Casey said, well, because if we ban it, it leads to more oppression. I said, but that's not a question of whether or not pornography itself is a positive influence.
It's the stigma related to pornography and being correlated with loosening how we see women broadly.
No. That's a different argument whatsoever. That's not the argument. I'm happy to deal with that argument. It gets more to the problem. Your argument before was because if we banned it, it would lead to hijabs. That was your argument.
That's not what I said, but I said that yes, how we treat women is on a scale. It's and on the other side of that, other side of that spectrum is women wearing hijabs.
Okay, so pornography,
we're on the good side.
Pornography leads to society treating women better, is the argument now.
Broadly,
you believe that
these things are correlated. It's about how we see women. Yes,
as sexual objects.
Not the sexual objects of them. Actually, it's the opposite. It's when you wrap them in clothes and you're afraid of them using their feminine wiles against you or whatever. That's actually more couching women as sexual objects than allowing pornography. Which
completely. So just to be clear, the person that's objectifying women like in bikinis and shit is sexualizing them less than the person that's like, you should wear modest clothes. So when my mom goes to church in a modest sweater and stuff, more sexual than the spring bake
No,
chicks wearing bikinis.
It's about allowing women to do what they
Again,
want.
it's the
And if they
question of
want to do
allow. Again,
pornography,
right
yes,
there.
allow.
Again, once more,
Yes,
we get
allow.
back to the legality. Once more. That's what I'm saying. You
Yes.
haven't made
It's
one
tied up in
argument
all of
other
this.
than you haven't made one argument other than it should be legal. That's it. That's the only. Here
Obviously,
again,
there
you say
are
it
gonna
should be allowed.
here.
Okay, let's say for the sake of argument, I say, yep, it should be allowed. Is it positive? No, the women walking around fucking people on camera
Okay, well,
isn't helping the image of women.
Stop flipping out when I say allow or not allow, because it's baked in, and you just keep.
It is not baked
keep
in.
diverting the conversation
It
every
is.
time I
It is.
mention it.
It is not baked in. And so the reason I'm diverting, quote unquote, is because we went through all this, and Speakeasy asked once more about the prompt, and I said I'd like to remind everyone that the prompt did not suggest. If your question was should pornography be illegal, and you had total control over the prompt, why wasn't the prompt should pornography be legal, or it's better that pornography is legal? You chose a specific topic. Then, upon immediately questioning it, because I was like, I want to see what we're debating here. I remind you, I had no clue. You prepped. I said, is it true that the question of being a positive influence on society is outside the scope of whether or not it should be legal? You said, yes, that's true. Then, once we started to go in, and it turned out that all of your reasons for pornography being positive was, well, it should be legal. It would be worse if it was illegal. That's not saying whether or not pornography was positive. And so I eventually acquiesced and said, fine, let's talk about the legal shit with pornography. And Speakeasy's like correctly like, wait a minute, what's this really have to do with the topic? And I'm like, yes, I agree. It has nothing to do with the topic. I'm just willing to engage
Obviously,
in it.
if like what it having a positive influence is like it's going to be a reflection of its legality of its accessibility. Whatever, I'll go ahead and I'll reread the first thing that I said, which is I have it written down because I was reading it. I said I affirm the position that pornography is a positive influence on society, that it should be protected for adults with the same fervor we protect speech itself.
Okay, what's that have to do with the statement that is the prompt that was the first half of the sentence that you just said there?
Okay. I wish you wouldn't get so like ridiculously meta with the prompt.
It has nothing to do with meta. You're making two separate arguments. Super gay. You're going to accuse me of being super gay.
Super gay.
That's what you're saying. The tranny with the fucking VTube avatar is going to call me super gay.
I'm not a tranny.
Okay, we believe you. Anyways, point being, right, that like it's clear that these are two different things. As you yourself admitted when we went through the alcohol example, alcohol is not a positive influence on society. You said, I said, oh, therefore you want it banned? No, I wouldn't say that. Oh, you've already conceded this argument. Again, it is irrelevant. The legality of it, the only argument you could make then is free speech arguments. That's it, right? That's literally all you would be able to argue. You have completely lost and have not been able to provide one piece of affirmative evidence. I've given plenty as to the harms of pornography, how it harms marriages, it harms kids, it harms the performers, it affects people's physical health, it affects people's mental health. And every single time I'm like, what are your reasons that it's positive? You're like, because it would be oppressive to get rid of it. That doesn't mean that it is good. If I said to you,
I say that it would be oppressive to get rid of it, then you start freaking out about getting rid of it, and you're freaking out about the law. Oh, now he's back to legal, blah blah blah. That's what you've been doing.
No,
that's what you've been doing this whole time.
The whole
point.
I mean, I don't know how to make this any.
Like, stop going meta on that. Like, we get it. Your objections have been noted about the prompt.
It has nothing to do with meta. It has to do with you got your ass kicked on the prompt, and so you're defaulting to something that you acknowledged wasn't the case in the very first comment that we made. Now you want to say, okay, I was unable to prove that pornography is good for people, so now I'll just say, even if it's not good, it should be legal. That's what you've done. Okay, I was engaging in that section. I was engaging in that section of the debate. We spent more time on that than we did whether or not it was good. I only go back to this because Speakeasy just said, but wait a minute. If we conceded that everything Casey's saying right now, would that mean that she wins the prompt? I said no. I already acknowledged this has nothing to do with the prompt. I'm just debating that because you're unwilling to defend the pornography or give any affirmative reasons why it's positive other than to say if it was made illegal, that would be bad.
Okay, let's jump back to the point that I was trying to make like 3-4 minutes ago, which is that there's a spectrum. That on one side of the spectrum is women in sheets, and on the other side, of the spectrum, which we are at, are like is pornography is allowed in society and it's not banned or whatever. Like that was the point that I was trying to make at that point.
So
That is the point that I tried to posit of women's freedoms broadly is associated with the freedom to express themselves in pornographic material.
So what we got is the false dichotomy that if I disagree with you, I have to defend women in hijabs.
If you feel like that,
yeah, well, I don't. I think it's a false dichotomy. I don't think it's a binary choice.
Tell me why.
I think the question of the legality of this has nothing to do with whether or not pornography itself is a positive influence. Right? Again, once more, you're like, let me reframe this. Rob, you're misrepresenting. What I'm really trying to say is there's women that are controlled and are forced to wear hijabs. And then on the other end of the scale, it's allowing legally the freedom to do porn. Right? And I'm like, no one's arguing about the legality of porn. We're saying porn's bad. You shouldn't do it. It's bad for society. Whether or not it's legal is a different question. But it's bad. Even if there was an amendment passed tomorrow that said this is a unique amendment in the United States, in that no matter what, it can never be reversed. 100% of us vote for it, so it can never be reversed, right? And it says that pornography shall always be illegal. I would still say pornography is a bad influence on society. Oh, you want to ban it? I can't ban it. It would be totally unconstitutional at this point to ban it. That's not the question. The question now is, okay, is porn a good thing or not? I don't why can't you just concede? Yeah, okay, it's a different argument. Fine, you're right.
Take the spectrum, but to take out the legality. Just assume that the hijabs are in a society that there is no porn broadly, but not because it's illegal, or I don't. Again, I think it's stupid how you keep bringing it back to this. Like I try to make points over and over again, and you just keep bringing up the meta with the prompt. So.
It has nothing to do with the meta. Porn is bad.
Yes, you keep bringing it up.
Is it possible to say porn is bad, but it shouldn't be illegal?
Yes.
Is the prompt basically asking if porn is good or bad?
Is it positive or negative, broadly?
Okay, then
including
why the fuck
legalities.
are you all you're saying is your argument is exclusively, but it should be legal. When you're acknowledging, well, the prompt says it good or bad, and you absolutely could say it could be bad and legal.
I'm bringing up positives versus a society that does not have it legalized.
You are not bringing up positives to porn. You're bringing up positives to leaving porn be illegal or legal. And it's, by the way, just correlative. It's not causative. But even still, that's what you're doing.
There's an argument. Well, that's an actual argument. But besides, like flipping out that me going near the legality. Right? Like say it's causative correlated, it's not correlated, it's not causative or whatever. Like that's an actual fucking rebuttal of what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll do the same thing. If I could prove that porn leads to more children having intercourse, right? You acknowledge that I've been able to make some inroads there, right?
I don't remember wasn't the statistics that it was
what you're talking about. What you're talking about is assault. Like we went through the whole thing. You didn't have anything to push back. You read evidence that said since 1997, where porn was widely available in 1997. It's been for you. You said that this right, but you've acknowledged that, like, yes, adults use porn as a bridge road to groom children. That happens all the time, etc., etc.
I'll give you a expansion of.
Okay, if it's unreasonable, if you're making this legal argument and saying nope, it's intuitive that I must be saying it's illegal to say it's not beneficial. If you're acknowledging that porn leads to access to more kids having intercourse, including with adults, then I'm going to say that means because you're saying porn is good and it should be legal, you're also saying that intercourse with children should be legal. I think that's gross. I think it's fucking abysmal that you would make that argument. Fucking disgusting.
Was I making that argument?
Yes, because if you're arguing that porn is good, you're saying anything that it leads to should also be legal. Yep.
No.
Oh, so you mean you could say that something's good or bad and it doesn't speak to the legality of it?
You could say things are good or bad or not.
Okay, so if the prompt's asking if porn's good or bad, I don't have to speak to the legality of it when I say
you
whether or not it's good or bad.
You don't have to speak to the legality.
Exactly.
But you can. Especially
You
when comparing societies that where porn is handled differently, you could point to the legalities in said societies to point to benefits. Can you not? Again, we're going to. I don't. We're not even.
I mean, what do
arguing
you?
the meaning of the prompt still.
I
Again,
don't
we get
even
to-
know what you want me to say. So you're like, I concede pornography is good because it's Sharia law if we
No.
don't have it. Yep, you win. Even though the porn,
Okay.
so therefore pornography is a positive
See,
influence
that's
on
an actual
society.
rebuttal of my argument. That's an
Yep.
actual rebuttal of your argument
Yep.
because thus
You
far
killed it.
you keep bringing up like the idea
Yep.
that I'm not allowed to make said argument. That's
You
what you
can
keep
make
going to.
the argument. It's different. It is not the prompt. It's not the
There you
fucking.
go.
You've
Exactly,
conceded
exactly.
500
Exactly.
times.
I'm not allowed to make that argument. I'm
Who
not allowed
said you
to.
aren't allowed to make the argument?
You
Am I
keep-
allowed to?
You keep every
Wait a
time you
minute.
bring up
But
the
shouldn't
exact
the
meaning
sky
of the
be
prompt.
blue? Shouldn't
yes,
2
you're
plus 2
saying.
equal 4? Shouldn't 2 plus 2 equal 4?
I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, I win the debate then. Thank you. Thank you for the concession.
Do you not keep saying that I can't?
You
make
just
that
acknowledged
argument
2 plus 2
because
should
it
equal
then-
4. You acknowledge I'm right. I win the debate. Thank you. Closing statements?
Closing statements.
Thank you. Now, what you would say is, if you weren't bad faith, you would say, what the fuck does that have to do with the
I'm
topic?
bad faith,
And then I
man.
would have responded, oh, you're saying I'm not allowed to make that argument? And you would say, of course you can. I'm not telling you you're not allowed. I'm saying it's completely irrelevant to the
You've
topic.
actually been arguing that.
What are you talking? Show me once where I ever said you're not allowed to make that argument. Go ahead. Or admit you're
That
lying.
it didn't. Yes, of course. That did not apply to you.
Saying
keep
that it doesn't
running
apply isn't
back
saying that you're
to-
not allowed to make the argument.
Fine.
You can make the argument. It doesn't apply. You've admitted such over and over. You want
Yes,
to do
it
it
doesn't
again?
apply. It doesn't apply. It doesn't apply. Equals. I'm not allowed.
It's
to
the
make that
prompt
argument.
basically
That's what you've been
asking-
doing. Okay,
let's-
you
let's-
rephrased it very.
Let's do
there
it
you
really
go.
slow.
Let's go with what you said.
No, you've said several times, but just for the audience,
But
isn't the
I'm
prompt?
I'm done. I'm done going in circles. I'm done.
Isn't
going
the
in circles,
prompt
actually.
asking whether or not pornography is good or bad?
Jesus, fuck. Yes, positive versus negative.
Okay,
yes, positive
and couldn't you
negative.
say
Weighing
that
positives and
pornography-
weighing negatives.
Couldn't you say that pornography is bad without saying you want to make it illegal?
You could do that.
So therefore, the
You
question of
could
legality
do that.
is completely separate to this. I'm
No.
saying pornography
No.
is negative. I've
No.
given a bunch of reasons. You haven't said pornography is positive. What you've said is banning pornography is bad. That's different
But
than
you
saying
can
pornography is
choose to
positive.
ignore the legalities, or you could choose not to in your arguments. I think
What
it.
are
I
you
think it was
ta-
open ended. It was never that I couldn't.
If I
bring
could
up-
argue that pornography is bad, but still think it should be legal, right? Would it be intuitive then that I could say pornography is a negative influence on society without it being illegal?
you could make all of those arguments or none of them.
So wouldn't that imply that every argument I made about the negative of it, your answer to it but it should be legal, and here's reasons it should be legal, are completely unresponsive to every argument I've made?
No.
How is it
I think
responsive?
no, because even in your arguments of like what harms pornography is done or how it should be restricted or not restricted or particular harms, I think baked into that, like baked into the argument is an ought. Like even if you don't
No,
state it
that's not true.
explicitly. Yes, obviously.
Are
it is.
everything that are harmful, ought they be illegal?
Not necessarily.
Okay, then there's not an ought baked in.
But I think one would still be inferred.
No, there is no inference. What is the
Yes, there
inference?
is.
You proved this yourself when I said, is alcohol a positive influence on society? You said easily, no, of course, it's not. And I said, okay,
If
do you
I-
want to make it illegal?
Yeah.
You said, no, I don't want to make it illegal.
If-
Okay,
if I do
you
a-
just
if I
showed
do
that
a-
there's not an ought
If I do a
implied.
stream and it's just like an hour of like all of the harms of alcohol,
Uh-huh.
I think implied is that there ought to be something done about this.
Okay, so then
Do you
if you do
agree?
a stream with all the harm, like with talking about the benefits of not having age verification to see pornography, then it's implied that you don't mind children getting access, right?
Dude, if you pedo jacket me one more time.
What's the difference? If you want to talk about implications, you would say, of course not, Rob. That's absurd because there are other free speech principles that I'm highlighting that are outside the scope of whether or not this individual activity is good. This is arguments libertarians make all the time. They're like, there's all kinds of shit that we would say are bad, that we wouldn't want our families doing, that as a father I wouldn't want people doing. But it ought to be legal because it's up to people to have the right to make their own bad choices. So there is not an implication of, oh, if you're saying it's bad, you must also be suggesting that it be made illegal. It is a completely separate question. There are all sorts of things that both me and you would agree are bad that we would say, but we still think you should have the right to do those things, even though they're bad. So the idea that somehow that's different with pornography, when I say, look, I'm not saying that it should be made illegal. I am saying that age verification is good, right? I could make arguments as to why maybe it should be illegal, but I'm admitting to you that, like, look, those are tougher. I understand that. However, it is clear based on the question the prompt is asking, pornography is very bad for people. It's very bad for society.
If I was making an argument for alcohol, like pro alcohol, being it good or versus bad, just strictly, would I be allowed to bring up examples of societies where it's banned or societies where it's not banned, and etc.?
You are allowed to make any argument.
That
argument would be irrelevant. My answer would be the same.
Fuck?
I say alcohol's bad. It leads to
goodness.
Alcohol's bad because it leads to cirrhosis. And you're like, you know, in Saudi Arabia, they've banned alcohol and they have Sharia law. I'd say, okay, I'm not suggesting banning alcohol. I'm saying it's bad. It leads to cirrhosis.
No, but can't I bring up that society?
Yes, you can bring it up. It's irrelevant.
As an example of the benefits of not having alcohol, because that would be a society that doesn't have alcohol.
No, unless you could make, like, no, it has nothing to do. That is a society about the benefits of alcohol being.
Of course, I would be. No, of course, it would be germane to the discussion.
It is not germane. It is not remotely germane to this. Let's say hypothetically that we have a 5-hour debate and you fucking crush me on alcohol, every single thing. And at the end of the debate, I'm like, holy fuck, I will never have a drink again in my life, ever. You have proven physical health, mental health, societal health, every fucking facet imaginable. You crushed me, and everyone in the chat unanimously agrees. And I'm like, but there's just one more thing. They banned alcohol in Saudi Arabia, and it's shitty. Do you say, oh, that's it? Yep, you're right. Never mind. You'd still say, okay, you just conceded alcohol's horrible for society. What does banning it have to do with whether or not it changes whether or not alcohol is good? No, you could say a separate question. If it's so bad, should we ban it? That's a different question too. Is it good or bad?
Obviously, that a society where it's not allowed would be a good place to point to see effects of a society without alcohol.
No,
obviously,
what it would be.
Obviously, that's true.
That's
obviously
that is not. It is
it's a
not.
truism.
It is.
I don't know
not,
what you're arguing.
Okay.
Obviously, that's true.
All right. The Soviet Union allowed alcohol. How many people did they murder?
Okay.
I'm sorry. The Soviet Union allowed pornography. How many people did they murder? Mao's China allowed pornography. How many people did they murder? 500 million? So you're advocating for something that leads to 500 million deaths.
I never said that everything about that society.
Wait. But they allowed pornography. That's clearly what it leads to.
If you thought that the thing that I was bringing up was not applicable, was not related to pornography, then that would be the counter. You would say that the murdering and the pornography they're not that any way correlated.
There is no correlation.
That would be the debate.
No.
Can I just try something here, just to try? Because like I do. So what Rob's pointing out here, right, is that like the legalities of like bans, regulation, ID verification, even like free speech, all of this doesn't really like stick to the like prompt here, where we're like I was thinking more like if we could get into like the culturally positive influence, the psychological positive influence, the economic positive influence, like any of them, right? Like
that's what I was
away from like, because legalities we're not really discussing that at the moment, right?
Watch him attempt, and within, I'll guarantee, as he goes on to the next thing, what he's going to see is at some point, and what you're about to hear is, so when women have the freedom to do this, go ahead,
Yes,
make an
the
argument for why
freedoms-
porn's positive for society. Go
Yes,
ahead.
freedoms. Yeah, freedoms.
There you have
related
it,
to
Speak.
making
Do you
porn.
see?
Freedoms
That's
in a
exactly
society.
what. That's the only argument. It's not that porn's good. It's even if it's bad, you should be allowed to do it. It's a question of legality. That's it. That's what I'm saying. It's so frustrating, Speakeasy. There's not been an argument made. Every single one I
No,
went through, and
not-
it comes down to, but you should have the right to
There's
do it.
been
It should
many
be
of them.
legal. That's it. Every single argument.
No. My point was those freedoms. My point was that women broadly in the societies that are accepting of women in this particular way allow for women to have more freedoms.
We talked
that-
about
that-
we talked about this specific point already, and you kept going back to the hijab and the legality point. We talked about by every available metric before
Yes.
women were sexualized in this way of porn, they were happier.
Yes.
Every single way. They experienced all metrics of happiness. They were better. They experienced less depression. They experienced less instances of being sexually assaulted. They experienced being together in households more. The children were better. They were in marriages that stick together longer. The children were grown up in two-parent households. One of the significant impact. We went through all of this. And after it all, and I was like, for example, pornography wasn't illegal in the 1940s, but it was shamed. It wasn't something that was accepted. That was cheered on like it is now, like you're suggesting. Guess what? There weren't women in hijabs. And your only response after 20 minutes of that was, but women should have the freedom to do this. It should be legal.
Is that wait?
If I could try to cross this bridge and maybe I'm trying to understand what you're saying, Casey, are you saying that women being able to do it is like psychologically better for them or something? Is that like the
As
line you're going for?
broadly speaking, women having the choice to do it, with being, I would say, less so shamed now than possibly previous generations.
Do you
Like,
think
that there
society?
is-
Do you think that societies that have the choice to drink alcohol are better than societies that don't have the choice to drink alcohol?
Yes.
Do you think that alcohol is a positive influence on society?
No.
I rest my case.
So A doesn't equal B, but
It's
but it
literally
could.
as apples to apples as you'll ever hear an analogy.
But it could.
You just conceded.
No, that A doesn't necessarily equal B.
Okay.
Not that A and B.
So are you
not
saying, Casey, are
possibly
you saying
correlated.
alcohol not a positive influence, but porn is, even though
It's possible that something cannot be a positive influence and also be allowed, and it'd be a
Yes.
good thing that it be allowed in society. That is a possible outcome.
All right, let me break down what just happened here. With the admission on alcohol, we gave an admission that societies that ban alcohol would be worse, but alcohol is still a negative influence on society. Now let's move over to porn, right? With porn, the argument is porn a positive influence on society? The only argument that I get over and over, I even said, Speakeasy, watch what's about to happen. It's going to come down to, well, they should legally have the right. The only argument, and like clockwork, Casey's like, well, they should have the freedom. In other words, they should have the legal right to do this. So the only argument you're giving is they should have the legal right, right? That would be like if the only argument you gave as to why alcohol was a positive influence was, well, because societies that ban it are worse. Yet you've already acknowledged if that's the only argument you have, no, alcohol would still be a negative influence. You're just saying that societies that ban it would be worse. That's exactly what is happening here. So the argument of societies that ban it are worse is not an argument at all that advances on the prompt of whether or not pornography is a positive influence on society. You would need to make arguments independent of, but if we ban it, it would be worse, because that is totally irrelevant as to whether or not it's a positive influence. And you're like, you understand that completely with alcohol. You're like, of course, that totally makes sense. But as soon as we literally just change the word alcohol to pornography, you're like, but they should have the right to do it. So therefore it is positive. But the same thing would apply to the alcohol question, which you already
My
intuitively-
alcohol, the conclusion is that these aren't that it's not necessarily true. that if you that a society that is
Give
banned
me a reason
alcohol.
pornography is a positive influence on society
Right,
that
I was
doesn't have to
trying-
do
I
with
was-
legality or freedom.
That doesn't well, it usually is.
So you can't give me an argument outside that.
It usually is related.
Okay, the exact same arguments apply to alcohol. I could say I'm not willing to defend that alcohol has health benefits. I'm not willing to defend the economics of it. The only arguments I'll make is that it's about freedom. Is alcohol now a net positive to influence on society?
The only way you don't have pornography is through legislation, right?
Only way you don't have alcohol is through legislation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically the question here is, Casey, like, are you saying that the freedom to access or do porn outweighs all the negatives it has on society, or is there like some type of like benefit just from the porn itself, not if it's legal or not? Like, does it give someone some type of benefit?
Yeah, I gave they're minor economic value. There's value as it pertains to sexual education broadly. There's value as it pertains to a reduced shame status around women's sexuality, which I would say has broader consequences.
Great. So we've already dealt with the
value
shame one. The economics is brand new. I haven't heard that. That's fine. I can deal with that.
And an outlet for coomdom.
Talked about that.
broadly,
You've
and,
conceded you had no evidence of that whatsoever. In fact, not only that, the evidence seemed to go my way. If anything, I actually tricked you into reading evidence that proved you have no evidence whatsoever that this is an outlet
the
that
sexual, people the forcible rape statistics with the value have gone
So
down.
so wait a
since the
minute. Then
90s.
when you say it's an outlet for coomers, imply what the positive benefit of that is if it's not about preventing them from going out and doing bad things.
Yeah, I would say that it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am.
whack off.
That's the argument where my bad. That was the amazing argument you made that people are thinking about sex more if pornography is 10% of the internet. They'd think about it more. They would think about sex more if pornography
We're talking
wasn't
about
there.
we're talking about people on the edge. We're talking about edge case scenarios, right? We're talking about edge cases.
Yeah, it was. I believe this was the argument that just to rehash, in case we forgot when we went over this. The argument goes something like this: there are these like degenerates that think about sex all the time, right?
Yes.
And they would think about sex even more if porn didn't exist.
It allows them an outlet.
What's that mean? What do you mean outlet?
Yeah, I mean they'll still go whack off and get an.
And then they're
Move
done.
on.
They don't whack off anymore.
They'll probably have to do it again the next day.
Oh, so every day.
Yeah, every day.
But they do it less if there wasn't, or they do it more if there wasn't porn. They'd whack off
I
more.
think it's an outlet. It's an outlet for the edge case individuals.
What do you mean? Okay, porn's not there. Now what happens to the edge case?
They don't have it. They don't have an outlet. They're
Okay,
just,
what's that mean? They don't have it. So they're jerking off less?
Yeah, and it
Okay,
builds
so
up,
what's
and
the
they'll probably
benefit of
do
jerking
sexual
off?
crimes.
We already went through the crime data.
You'll stop thinking about sex.
We already went through the crime data.
Yeah, and I would say that the forcible rape statistics favor my.
They do
proposition.
not. We went through it. They do not.
No, the forcible rape statistics.
Prove it. Show the study.
1990s,
Let's go. Let's go study for study. Go ahead. You already read it. I got you to read that said that there's basically no correlation except an instance of violent pornography. There was a weak correlation with increases in violent sexual activity. That's what your study said.
I'm looking. I'm staring at a graph right now.
Uh-huh.
Doop, doop, doop. I'll just put it up, I guess. One sec. One sec. And it's behind me.
If you need to share something too, you can. Oh, okay.
I always have trouble because I'm doing. It's tough because I'm using StreamYard on two. If I share on your screen, I don't think it.
Right.
I'll
Is
try.
there a link you want us to just send me then, Rob, and I'll share it?
Is that sharing now for you? Can you see it?
Oh yeah, I see something back there. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me bring that up here, and
Hopefully, people can still hear me.
let me make it big here for a moment. Here, I gotta move the overlay for a sec, and then we'll make you big there, Casey.
Findings:
So
men are more likely to perpetrate these behaviors, while women are more likely to experience them. Importantly, both lifetime and last year pornography consumption are associated with an increase in involvement in such practices. Sexual violent practices. This is from what's the medical journal that this is from? Now I can pull up, yeah. All right, let's see your statistics that prove they're less likely now. Okay, now this, just to be clear, this is your graph that's going to prove that people that consume pornography are less likely to commit violent sexual offenses, correct?
Well, if you want studies, there are studies.
What is the point of what you're showing if that's not what it says? That's the claim you're making.
Yeah. Well, even with what I read earlier.
Studies find no increase,
association.
and some studies even suggest a negative association. Let's see that. Concluded evidence did not show that 20.
I didn't know I was muted. My bad.
What's that?
Load.
All right, just to be clear, this is about to show us that people that consume pornography are less likely to commit sexual offenses. That's what it's going to conclude. That's your argument.
Well,
not that it's neutral. Not that it's not.
I said, okay.
Go ahead. Let's see what it says. Read the abstract. Go up.
Whether pornography contributes to sexual aggression in real life has been the subject of dozens of studies over multiple decades. Nevertheless, scholars have not come to a consensus about whether effects are real. The current meta-analysis examined experimental correlational and population studies of pornographic sexual aggression linked data back from the 1970s to current time. Methodological weaknesses were very common, blah, blah, blah. Nonetheless, evidence did not suggest that non-violent pornography was associated with sexual aggression. Evidence was particularly weak for longitudinal studies, suggestion of absence of long-term effects. Violent pornography was weakly correlated with sexual aggression, although the current evidence was unable to distinguish between the selection effect, blah, 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 blah. Studies that employed more best practices tended to provide less evidence for like blah, 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 blah. Population studies suggested that increased availability of pornography is associated with reduced sexual aggression at the population level.
Okay, so what it sounds like it's saying to me is population. Some of the studies were weak and said that it led to more aggression, particularly violent pornography. And then it has one sentence that says population studies led to reduced sexual aggression. Let's see what it says. Go ahead. Show me the data. Show me what it says.
You want more than the abstract?
You provided one abstract that says, "Yep, that's it. That's proof. That's proof that porn leads to less violence."
Okay, I showed data supporting my hypothesis.
Now, why do we prefer that hypothesis than the study I cited? That's the question.
No idea.
None. You just choose to believe it. So your big reason why porn is beneficial to society is, I have one study that I literally just looked up, and although you have studies that you looked up, I don't have any reason to prefer mine. I just do. I just prefer it, and there it is. That's my reason.
Yep, against my hypothesis. Can't say I didn't.
But my point is, you haven't given any reason to prefer that, right?
Yeah. What should we do? What would you suggest?
I'm asking you, if you're making the affirmative claim, you're like, you know what? Porn leads to less sexual violence. And I'm like, okay, prove it. and we look it up, and there's studies that basically, and even your thing saying like there's basically no correlation, and then there's studies that says yes, there is a correlation, and then there's one line that's like population studies suggest the more availability leads to somewhat of a reduce, but it doesn't explain why.
Yes.
For all we know, that could be we don't know why. My question is, how did you come to the affirmative conclusion? I, as the negative, could say I don't know. There's evidence all over the place. You're saying porn is good because you think that it reduces violent sexual acts. Show me, like, how do you come to that conclusion? Because you just Googled a study right now that has that one sentence and you're like, good enough for me?
So it's not good enough to show evidence. You asked for evidence, I gave you evidence. I don't know what you're asking anymore. So
I think it's obvious
we
what
just
I'm
move
asking,
on.
and you're feigning ignorance is what it is.
no, I'm really not.
Okay, I guess I could play this too. So here we go, speak. No, the majority of data does not show that pornography consumption broadly leads to less violent. Less sexuality. It's a less violent sexual. Let's redo the prompt. But I'll just type in the prompt to AI as well, right? We could do that. And then if it says that the majority, is that good enough? Is that good enough? Then you would say, oh, if that's what it says, then good enough for you. Correct?
I mean, good enough for me. I don't know. Majority. I'd be interested in what it said.
Okay. I'll share one more time. Sorry. No, the majority of population level data does not show that pornography leads to less sexual crime overall, but a notable portion of aggregate studies actually suggests the opposite. Increased porn access is associated with declines in reported sexual activities and rapes. Individual data is mixed.
Whoa.
This sentence doesn't make.
actually suggests
Here's the link
the
to it.
opposite.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. See, I shouldn't have to do this. This is this is the same thing you were showing.
I'll open a new conversation.
What?
Yeah, that the answer doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
Maybe a new conversation.
Ferguson Hartley, 59 studies, found that increased pornography is associated with reduced sexual aggression at nonviolent level. Historical experiments. Let's see. Individual level evidence, right in all meta-analysis. Porn consumption correlated with higher self-reported sexual aggression, stronger for violent porn. At the societal level, increased porn availability frequently coincides with fewer reported sexual crimes, not more. At the individual level, results vary, with strong concerns around violent extreme content and problematic use. Causation is hard to prove either way due to ethical limits on experiments and confounding variables. So basically what it's saying is like, we don't know. At the end of all the studies at the individual level show increased sexual aggression, but at the population level, the studies seem to suggest a decrease. My best guess as to why this would be the case, by the way, is, all right, let me try this without fucking it up. My best guess is because it's correlative, because the societies that allow porn are less likely to have higher sexual aggression rates, not because the porn exists. That's the point. So you really don't have like any arguments, even if we would accept.
No,
this.
that's an argument. It's
even
an
if
argument.
even if
You
we
could
would
have
accept,
problems
even
with
if
that.
we would accept it. By the way, it's an argument that you, and this is what's particularly hilarious. Now people will bitch at me and be like, "Oh, you used AI or whatever." Keep in mind, you researched this. You didn't bother to have one fucking article that made this claim. You just Googled it at the time. Like, oh, here, good enough for me. There's this one throwaway line. Makes sense to me. Like,
Not a throwaway line. It's an
yes,
important line.
yes, and I'll happily go through a study that seemingly makes this claim and go through the
Yeah,
analytic
we
data.
could move on. I think we understand the data. Okay, right?
Say, like, for example,
it's up in the air, but it's not an outlandish claim. Do you agree with
point
that?
is,
Do we agree?
well, no, I think that it probably
You think-
it's not outlandish, at least that it's remotely connected to the debate. I just think the acceptance of it is outlandish. I think there is equal evidence that suggests that it actually increases it. Like that it actually, the more we have porn, the more sexualization it comes, and the more likely you are to see these sort of acts. There
If
are
it
all
goes up
sorts
in
of
the
it. There are
air,
all sorts.
It wouldn't. It wouldn't be an outlandish claim if the data was up in the air about it. It wouldn't be an outlandish claim.
Oh, I will concede this. You made one claim that wasn't outlandish. Congrats! You didn't prove it.
Okay.
You're just like, someone claimed this once. See, it's not outlandish. Yes, I'm willing to admit. I concede my opponent has made an argument that wasn't outlandish. It's impressive. Man, I gotta say, incredible. Incredible. Meanwhile, the arguments I've made as you've focused on my freedoms and it should be legal the whole time was all of the data we had about how it harms the brain, all of the data we had of how it harms marriages, how it harms social interactions, how it causes erectile dysfunction, how it leads to increased STDs, how it leads to single families, how it's because the divorces that are increased, how those harms on children, which we've agreed should be the most focus on, are unbelievably catastrophic. Single parent homes in almost every metric you can see. How pornography's led to the people that perform in the pornography being victims of sexual assaults, trying to self-alize themselves, having PTSD, having their mental health harmed. How it's led to declining birth rates, which is leading to all sorts of other problems in societies. And your argument is, but it should be legal. And I was like, but that doesn't really happen. And now finally, near the end of the debate, you are making an argument that's like, well, it could. The correlative, what we've seen is countries that allow porn, some studies suggest that there's less instances of sexual violence there. By the way, has access to pornography changed in Sweden over the past 10 years? Probably not.
No
right?
idea.
Yeah, probably not. You would agree, right? I don't think they've all of a sudden made it illegal.
I haven't heard anything about that.
Right.
Probably
And
not.
yet, would you be surprised to know that all of a sudden sexual violence in Sweden has become rampant?
Probably like a Me Too thing.
No. It's not a Me Too thing.
Yeah.
What do you think it is?
Whatever.
Why do you think all of a
It's not
sudden
gonna
sexual
be a Me Too
violence?
thing. You're gonna say it's because of people that have come into the country.
Yes, the
Like,
migrants. Yes.
Okay.
So it could be, if it's correlative, we could all of a sudden see the most open liberal societies about pornography are also those most likely to bring in migrants, which lead to increased sexual assault statistics. So it's very much, right? Like, it's just overwhelming, right? Even then, when we get to the legality question, we start at the ballpark of, should we provide identification to access pornographic sites? I think your arguments are very weak and tentative. Like, when you're literally saying that if you decide to pay $5 for the premium membership, you should have to show an ID, but not if you just want to view the non-premium content. The harm of the children getting access to that, you try to solve it by saying we should double down on what we already do, giving tools to parents to block these. The problem is the kids that have parents that aren't blocking them, there's no safety net for them. You have no answer for that. You're just like, well, that's it. That's basically the whole debate. And then you spent 15 minutes not understanding the meta of, like, dude, I could say pornography is not a positive influence on society with not wanting to make it illegal. And your point's like, yeah, but countries that have it illegal are bad.
Is this your closing?
That's just me summarizing the debate. You have anything else you want to
I
say?
see.
And then we get to closings if you want.
Let's go to closing.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good to
All
me.
right. Well, we'll wrap it there and get into closing statements. So here, let me get I'll actually put the 5-minute clock on here so you guys can see it. We started with Casey closing. Did you want to close first then, Rob, and give Casey
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, that's fine. 5 minutes.
All right, awesome. So got 5 minutes there on the clock, and I'll start the timer with your voice.
All right. Absolute drubbing here tonight. So first, I do want to thank Casey Pini. I know it got a little heated, but I just want to be clear. I have no evidence that Casey's trying to assault children, or anything of that nature. My firm belief is still very disgusting, which is the concern for children being assaulted is low on the priority list, but that doesn't make you a horrible person necessarily. It just means you have horrible misplaced priorities. As to the debate prompt itself, there's a fundamental disagreement as to what the prompt means of something being a positive influence. I do not think arguments that countries with Sharia law, like Palestine, by the way, I don't think talking about how bad those countries are because they're super oppressive to women and they buy in pornography is going to hold any weight if the debate's irrelevant as whether or not we should talk about banning pornography. To the point where you could say, well, if we don't allow pornography were more likely to get to those places or have hijabs. That's answered easily by showing when we didn't celebrate pornography and when we all agreed that it was shameful and a net negative influence on society, women weren't in hijabs. That didn't exist. There's also concession that, and a happy concession, I believe, for Casey's point, to correlate and tie in pornography with the free sex liberation and feminist movements, which we argued all sorts of reasons why they are bad. Some of those reasons include single family homes, divorce rates that are skyrocketing, how bad this is for children, how bad it is for women, metrics showing over and over that women's happiness has decreased as since the feminist liberation movement and the free sex. We've had increases in STDs. We've had an increase in movement of men's that are involuntarily celibate, as we see top tier men now getting sexual access to more and more women, which is again making them more miserable. This leads to declining birth rates. These declining birth rates actually lead to importing people that have the exact oppressive attitudes that Casey would talk about towards women, thereby turning her entire argument. All of this was mentioned and none of it was remotely addressed. In addition, there was the medical literature that we looked at, which talked about the actual physiological harms that come with pornography, shrinking gray matter in parts of the brain, increasing sexual aggression, increasing depression, and all of these things. We can see how it leads to mental health effects, how it leads to physical effects such as erectile dysfunction, how it's leading to a double in the divorce rate itself, even without the connection to feminism, as there's unreasonable sexual expectations that are made. There's also concession that this leads to more kids' access. The more sexual content that we see online means the kids that are the most vulnerable, that don't have their parents protecting them, are more likely to run into this content and therefore engage in sexual activity at a younger age and engage in sexual activity with adults, which is one of the most heinous things that we should seek to avoid. The only explanation to this is but freedoms, and we shouldn't force them to verify age on these things because I'm upset. It's a separate argument. We've gone through it ad nauseum, but I just think that that's absurd. There's a time and a place to give up temporary restrictions, as even my opponent agrees, because he thinks if you sign up for a Pornhub Premium, then all of a sudden your anonymity no longer matters, which makes no sense. There's also a just terrible concession about how the people in pornography themselves are harmed and how damaging it is. Yes, I will concede that it attracts people that tend to have more health disorders and stuff, but the concession that Casey gave that was key, if more than 50% of people in studies are reporting that while they were working in this industry, they were in the most heinous way sexually assaulted, that clearly would lead to all of the negative mental health issues, PTSD, unaliving attempts, etc., that we're talking about. So it's clear, even if it brings in people that are more likely to have those mental health disorders, it also exacerbates them. And even if it didn't exacerbate them, how could we talk about an industry being influential if the vast majority of the people that end in them are so mentally damaged? In addition, we talked about the fact that this is something shameful that should be kept private, and we went through the example of, would you want your kids to see this? Would you want your neighbors to see it, etc.? No, sex is a private act, and it should be shameful to a degree. And the fact that it's not an ought even, it's an is, and these children will suffer in the future. Compare that to the positive benefits. One, there's the idea of it gives Coomers an outlet, which is one passage that was Googled that basically said the vast majority of the literature says there is no correlation between that. But there's one passage which is good enough for Casey. And then freedoms. There was an argument that it'll lead to less people thinking about sex, which is, you figure that one out. More porn leads to people thinking about sex less. I don't know what to say. And then the idea that it leads to conversations about consent, I think, is horrible. We've already get to how the people in the industry itself have their consent violated routinely. And lastly, the idea of reducing shame. I think we need to bring back a healthy amount of shame. I think that the idea of, no, get rid of shame in all of this is what led to the horrible things that we see with the trans and kids, sexualization of pride parades in front of kids, etc. So there is a place to shame it. So I think overwhelmingly the evidence suggests in this debate, and I win the debate in a drubbing, that, yeah, it's not positive. Not only is pornography not a positive influence, it's a negative influence.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Casey. Casey, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, so I'll start by restating my intro a bit here. I said that I affirm the position that pornography is a positive influence on society, that it should be protected for adults with the same fervor we protect speech itself, that adults should have the right to consume illegal sexual content, as is currently the legal and social norm in the U.S. Broadly, societies that do not allow open sexual expression are less open, less tolerant, and more uh, repressive generally. I then went over some of the recent legislation that is being passed, including that the Supreme Court ruling that that backed up the legal the ID checks for the pornography websites. On the in my list of positives for pornography generally, I went through the reduced shaming around sexuality. Now, Rob would disagree with it being a good thing on its face. That's fine. I think it is a positive, generally speaking, to shame women less when they choose to use their bodies to make money. Um, just generally a positive thing that pornography provides sexual education for those who were lacking a proper sexual education. That pornography benefits, when used responsibly, relationships, though it can negatively affect them as well. That it has obvious economic value. That it encourages a broader discussions about consent, and that it um, is in very importantly an outlet for sexual deviancy, and in particular the perpetual coomers. Um, though Rob stated that a vast majority of research disagrees with me on this point, that's not even what we read. Actually, what we read is that the research can go either way on the correlated correlation between sexual violence and pornography, and in some research stated explicitly that that it is that that more pornography led to less sexual violence. Some research stated that. Certainly not the vast majority of research disagreed with it. If anything, it was a 50-50. So obviously, pornography is not automatically a positive in every case. There are negatives, particularly with using it badly. Just like alcohol is can be used badly, and it is a negative. But is it a positive that there's alcohol in the society or allowed in the society? Is that a positive? And well, forgetting about the alcohol of it all. For pornography, it absolutely is. On the negative side, my opponent brought up these very spurious studies on gray matter, and it changes the brain or whatever. Which I've read through these studies, and basically everything you do like multiple times over just changes your brain. It just changes it, like everything does. The idea which was brought up a few times, or the relationship between the addictive nature of pornography as it relates to like narcotics, for example. I think that um, the American Medical Association has numerous times passed on the idea of even labeling internet pornography as an addiction. But that's not to say that it can't have negative consequences in when it's done to such a so high degree. There's also this spurious claim of erectile dysfunction, which, when you read through the studies, generally, though, I would say it was up in the air about the one that Rob brought up. But I have read studies that have made this claim, and generally they're talking about like the length of time that you will last in bed, being that you're lasting longer if you're watching porn, and for somehow that equals
Froze up for me. Is it? You're muted.
I've been having internet trouble, so I was like, "Oh, did it just fuck me again?"
I think it's froze up on Casey's end. I think.
Yeah, I think Casey got froze right at the last second.
Well, maybe God was unhappy with those answers. Maybe that's what happened. Wow, I gotta say, I caught some of that closing statement that I hadn't heard. This idea of education. I know closing statements are done. If Casey shows back up for questions, maybe I'll find a way to work that in. Because that we talk about what's the type of people that need educated on sex that porn's helpful to. Who is that group of people? You know what that sounds like to me? Sounds like the type of people that are getting sex education, which are overwhelmingly children.
Yeah.
And by the way, Casey may not make that argument, but that is an argument that is made, right? That's why you see these fucked up books that are out in libraries. They're like, what helps when you're in the library? There's pornographic books that shows, two lesbians eating each other out. That's educational to the children. Fuck that. That's pornography to the children, So I don't know what the point on education is. Are we really talking about adults that don't understand sex? That's like, we could learn by watching porn. I don't know. Sounds a bit much to me. Well, yeah. I don't know if there's any questions directed my way, but I'm happy to take them if there were. I don't know if Casey's coming back.
Let me see if there's actually any. Oh, there's Casey. All right. It was at the last second there, but if you wanted to get your last few words,
I rest my case.
Okay, all right.
Porn is good.
What do you mean? What did you mean by education? It's good for education. For who?
People didn't receive really any sexual education.
So you're not implying a 14-year-old, because sex ed classes begin at like 12, 13, 14. You're not implying them. Because people people make this argument.
I'm not talking about minors at all.
But you understand that people make this argument. They say that when they're talking about educational, like when you're reading the people that make this argument, they're saying that it's educational for kids in school and sex ed classes.
I'm not talking about that. Absolutely.
Okay, that's fair. I'm glad you enunciate. But so what? Adults, once someone turns 18?
Yeah, they don't know what's going on with the basic sexual stuff.
You think porn's a realistic teacher?
I said those who were lacking it completely. Then yeah.
No, it sets unreasonable expectations. It's actually harmful. It'd be like saying that, if you're looking for expectations for how you should look, you should look to runway models. It's like, no, actually it ends up that's harmful because it sets an unreasonable expectation.
Good.
And the evidence of that is also overwhelming. Of unreasonable expectation. There's a lot of shit that happens in the porn industry that's like smoke and mirrors. So there's a lot of shit there's performance drugs that people are using, or there's different takes. You know what I mean? The camera will stop for a while. So it gives this impression that the type of sex you see on pornography is what the average people are doing. And it actually lowers people's self-esteem because a lot of people, whether it be the beauty standards or the anatomy standards that are set forth in pornography, or, how, I don't know, fucking acrobatic and shit they are, they think that becomes the normal standard. Just like if you only saw an image of women that was from glam magazines or from beauty magazines, you would have a unreasonable expectation of what women look like. Same thing. Okay. So I don't think it's a good I just want to let you know, I'm being very charitable here because most people, including those that have testified in Congress that talk about the advocacy of pornography as a teaching tool, talk about it with people that are under the age of 18. So they talk about these books like Gender Queer that are pornographic in nature, saying, no, it's necessary to have these books in schools because it helps teach children these sorts of sexual acts like blowjobs or lesbian sex or gay sex. And I find that's grotesque. So I'm glad you agree with me that that's grotesque. But I just wanted to make sure that's not what you meant when you were talking about education, because that's what it sounds like. When you're talking about educating people with sex, most of the time the expectation is non-adults.
Yeah, I'm saying the people didn't get the education.
Okay.
Who were past the point of being educated, that still need to be educated because they're 18 now.
And I only see in the chat of the super chats here one that's an actual question. So if you both want to answer it, to both of you, where do you derive your oughts from? What informs your ethical purview? What we ought do?
I can answer first if you want. I think it comes from my belief in Christ as our Savior and a moral compass that comes from that and what I view as sin. But I also could separate that and say that it doesn't influence me on a specific level on everything, right? So I could also say oughts that come to utilitarian calculus in the real world. Now, I'm not a complete utilitarian. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm able to say that we ought or not do something, even if I could temper, somehow set aside, which is impossible, my spiritual beliefs and say, but this is bad because of horrible negative outcomes that we see. So, for example, I don't need to have a biblical understanding to say we ought not show pornography to children to know that it would be incredibly heinous based on the predictable outcomes of what that would lead. However, seeing as how my faith influences all of my oughts and morals, what I should do, luckily for me, the Bible's quite clear on this question as well. And that the question of prostitution, pornography, and other things also being negative. So,
Yeah, it's my moral framework. It's generally like utilitarian-esque, but I think it's important to be able to zoom out enough so that you end up with principles as well. Sometimes something is just wrong on its face, and it doesn't not at all allow for even the utilitarian-esque equation. Yeah, it goes. Moral questions are hard. Each one should be evaluated on its own. I don't have an easy or simple equation to look at that tells me what's right or wrong. Certainly.
All right. And then let me see. Okay, we had another one come in here. If it's proven people watch at the age range you say no to education for, you are saying educate them after engaging in it for 4 years?
it's pretty people watch at the age range you say.
Yeah, I think what fucking button is saying is like it's proven that minors watch it, but you would say no to education for it, like using it for education for minors. You're saying to educate them after engaging in it already.
Yeah, I don't know if we brought up the statistics for maybe we did earlier on about like the minors who had watched porn. Maybe we said that at the beginning. I'm not sure what the number was. I certainly didn't say a number, but
Yeah, I don't think I cited statistics. I was just taking a stab at it. But if I could steel man your position for fucking button here, you would say it would be bad for children to watch it in all circumstances. And so whether or not they are educated by it would not factor into your calculus. You would still say, even if possibly there were educational benefits, it's still a net harm and you wouldn't accept it. And you're rejecting it. And so you're purely talking about people that are adults who perhaps lived cloistered and didn't get sexual education. And now this helps them as a tool. Right? That's basically what you'd be saying.
yeah, I was trying to qualify. That's right, I'm frozen. I was trying to qualify whenever possible that I'm talking about adults, and yeah, and obviously,
Fuck it, button saying though, if it does set education standards and there are underagers that are watching it, doesn't this educate them as well?
Yeah, I guess it would.
And
Probably.
I didn't hear that part. I think it was in your opening statement. Now that I relitigate it, it's actually like, look, using porn as an education tool is not good. It's not a good thing, and especially what we see is so like on this point. I had this pulled up early in the debate. I got to scroll up, right? I had it pulled up. Let's see this. Porn portrays idealized bodies, larger penises, specific genital appearance, muscular builds, etc., exaggerated performance, unrealistic script. Reviews show consistent links between porn and negative body attitudes, greater body dissatisfaction, lower physical self-esteem, internalized unrealistic ideals. Viewers often develop higher expectations of partners, bodies, performance, sexual behaviors. Qualitative reports, many people, especially young viewers, describe warped expectations, feeling that real sex doesn't add up, which fuels insecurity. And over, what it's suggesting here is, particularly in adolescence, what you see is adolescence actually, it's very harmful as a training tool. And so it's baked into the question that adolescents are watching, right? And that's what's so problematic here. It's having a marked negative effect on people as a training tool, especially younger people and adolescents.
Yeah, my only point was to bring up the idea that it's, in the case that someone didn't receive a sexual education and they were porn after the fact, that would be a positive. I was listing positive scenarios. I wasn't saying even I wasn't saying that in aggregate is a positive for education. I was not even saying that much.
So the American College of Pediatricians says the availability and use of pornography has become almost ubiquitous among adolescents and young adults. Consumption of pornography is associated with many negative emotional, psychological, sociological, and physical outcomes. These include increased rates of depression, anxiety, acting out in violent behavior, younger age of sexual debut, sexual promiscuity, increased risk of teen pregnancy, child sex abuse, sexual trafficking, and a distorted view of relationship between men and women. For adults, pornography results in an increased likelihood of divorce, which is also harmful for children. The American College of Pediatricians urges healthcare professionals to communicate the risk of pornography use to patients and their families, to offer resources to both protect children from viewing pornography and to treat individuals suffering from its negative effects. So it is certainly that even an organization such as the American Pediatric Association talks about the significant harms and isolates the harm of divorce. So, I mean, it is not a good training tool, and it's certainly harmful to children. There is no doubt.
Yeah, don't recommend porn for if you in lieu of you should get sexual.
If we
it's cool.
Let's go step by step real quick.
Porn.
Some rapid fire questions, right? Like you conceded earlier that we should definitely view the biggest impact as effect on children, right? Not the only one, but that's the most serious impact that any of us talked about, correct?
That's a serious impact, yes.
Okay. And will you also concede that based on the argumentation made in this debate, that divorce is one of the most incredibly damaging things to children?
It's in many cases it is.
Okay. And so
not being divorced could also be.
Well, yes, but the evidence is overwhelming that children that go through households with single parents and divorces are more at risk for almost every negative impact. Even the American Association of Pediatricians is saying this here. So if that's true, if those two factors are true, that this is probably the biggest impact we're looking at, and divorce is one of the most negative things that can happen to children. If divorce leads to doubling, or if porn leads to doubling the rates of divorce, how isn't that a defeater for your entire argument?
Did you have numbers on it?
I read earlier, the one study said that based on the control group that it doubled. So the control group, the pediatrician, we'll see what it says here, what the numbers they're looking at. The American Academy of Matrimonial Lawyers reported that 56% of all divorces involve one party having an obsessive interest in pornographic websites. 56%.
What's the versus the control? What's the control?
I mean,
how many broadly?
What do you mean? What is the control?
I mean, is it how many? What's the percentage of people they would say broadly have that affiliation with pornographic websites?
Wait.
You read that 56%.
You want me? You want the studies on how many people that don't get divorced view pornography?
No. You said that 56% of those who get divorced, at least one of them had a
Obsession,
attachment.
had
Obsession, yeah.
an obsession, an obsessive interest in pornographic websites. 56%.
Doesn't it? It wouldn't be. It would be important to note that percentage in the general public
Why?
to say that it'd be more likely to get divorced if in fact you have this obsession with pornographic material.
Okay, so you're not talking general public, you're talking in couples that don't get divorced.
Yes.
I mean, how would you even compile that?
Would, yeah. That would be fine too. Yeah, that would be easy to compile. You just ask couples who are not yet divorced, or I don't. It would be an importance without a control. You might as well be just stating what the percentage is for the whole population, right?
I will state this, right? For someone who literally AI'd one study that had one throwaway line at the end and said, "Good enough for me. Porn helps lower sex rates." Now all of a sudden you're like, "Why need a control group?" And 56% of divorces.
We're just applying.
All right,
like,
let's see if
logic.
I can find your request here.
No, I have a sort of. I would say
What percentage of general
doesn't
public
list the control
would have an obsessive
I also
watching of porn? All right, let's see what they say.
They're categorizing of obsessive. It's going to be really loose, right? If 56% of people that
3 to 13% of the general population, according to.
I don't think it's the same. It's not going to be.
Oh,
the
so now that
definition.
data that's not. So that data's not going to help either.
What, do you find that believable? Do you find that believable?
Yeah,
56% of people who get divorced, one of them is obsessed with pornography.
Yes, I would say that those numbers do sound believable to me. That the average person isn't obsessed with pornography. The average person probably uses it a little, but wouldn't have an obsession with going to pornographic websites. And if you did have an obsession with going to pornographic website, it probably leads to all sorts of other things that we could see proof, like infidelity or anger or embarrassment, etc., between the partners, which would lead to argumentation, a distrust, and more likely to lead to divorce. Totally makes sense to me.
Just generally, like 50, so more than half of divorces, one of the two people is obsessed with pornography.
Yes,
like that sounds fine with you. No problems.
Yes,
that sounds reasonable to you.
Why do you think most divorces occur? Well, actually, the reason most divorces occur is because the woman feels like it. But other than that, what would you say? Infidelity?
Probably not. Just arguments.
Okay. Do you think that pornography usage is likely to lead to arguments if one partner's using it?
Yes. I don't think you're going to find that in more than half of divorces.
I bet you do. I bet you do. So now it's not about the control group; it's that you just don't believe. So let's go to
it is because I think they're using extremely loose definition for obsessed. In fact, yeah, I think that study is probably a joke, just like many.
I think the studies you cited are a joke, I guess.
Okay,
and there's other studies. Would you like me to bring up other studies that talk about the likelihood of porn leading to a more likelihood of divorce?
I'm only commenting on the study you brought up, so you do what you want to do.
It comes from Jill Manning, who is a Master of Science, and it was in front of the House Judiciary Committee in the United States Senate, page 14th, okay. November 10th, 2005. I'll bring up how many 10 studies that show that pornography leads to increased divorces. Will that be enough for you?
I'll give you that it might be a contributing. I'll give you that it is a contributing factor in divorce. Can we move on from there? I don't think 56% have one of the people is obsessed with pornography.
I think that sounds probably legitimate.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just real quick. So Perry and Schaefer, 2018, a longitudinal examination of pornography use in divorce. A 3-wave panel of general social survey, nationally representative U.S. adults, 2,120 married respondents. Key finding: married Americans who began pornography use between the survey waves were roughly twice as likely to get divorced as the next wave. Probability rose from 6% of non-pornographic users to roughly 11 to 12% for pornographic. For women that started using porn, it went from 6% likely to get divorced to 16. So it's actually worse for women.
Those numbers are much more
doubling.
They're much easier to swallow. Okay,
Double. I mean, that's
at least those are those are
even the first study is not as bad as saying doubling. Then we
the first study was saying something ridiculous that could
that's not saying. I actually think that the first study is not near as effective. I don't think it speaks to that. I think what the first study is implying is that a lot of people, because look at it this way, there's people that use porn, right, obsessively as well, right, and then of the ones that are getting divorced, many of them use porn, right, 53%, and partners are saying like they're bringing it up. The reason they're surveying it's because it's like, now it could be wrong. I'm not saying that, but it doesn't sound on its face unreasonable. Pornography use of marital separation in a two-way panel, Perry 2018, a different study than was held before. It found that married people viewed pornography in 2006 were more than twice as likely to experience divorce by 2012, even controlling for initial happiness and sexual satisfaction. So, I mean, the evidence is pretty clear that pornographic use, and it makes sense. I don't know if you're married. Are you married? Do you have a significant other?
No.
Okay. Have you ever dated someone?
Yes.
Okay. Here's what don't do. Don't be like, by the way, I'm watching porn tonight. Your significant other is probably going to go, what the fuck?
That's probably
it's
solid.
Not going to be a happy moment. I assure you.
I'll agree on that.
It's because there's something intimate, right, about two people being together, and like even we are built as people. You get a little jealous, like if you remember the meme, like where the guy's walking down the road with his lady, and there's another girl walking the other way, and he's like looking at her, and his lady's pissed. Yeah, that's true. Right? There's something about you don't want to see your partner that's more attracted to someone else. And pornography is like the ultimate slap in the face in that sense. That you're getting sexual gratification and release, and your partner feels like you're sort of mentally and spiritually cheating on them, even if it's not physical. And so it's certainly not something that most couples are going to be comfortable with. It's going to raise uncomfortable questions. Why are you doing that? And it's the very nature of it's going to lead to contention more often than not. Now, we live in a society now where the shit's become more frequent and we have open relationships and all sorts of shit that leads to negative outcomes. But I think that the evidence is pretty overwhelmingly, and it makes sense contextually as well. If it were the case, though, let's say that. If that data, let's say hypothetically you believe that, the pornography uses could double the rates of divorces. Seeing as how you've conceded that we should view the children first, and you've conceded that divorce leads to children being in far worse outcomes, would that be enough for you to admit that pornography is not beneficial to society?
Nope.
Why not? What level of divorce increase would it need to be?
I think there's in this case I view I think that the women's view that like some women have like this view that like pornography is like cheating or something. I think they're flatly wrong, and they should see the men's side of things, and they refuse or whatever. So even if it leads to a divorce, I think it's the person who had the problem with the pornography. I think it's their fault. I think it's whoever was watching the pornography, and it's every right that they were watching pornography. I think it probably ended a relationship that was doomed to fail anyway.
No, see, then it wouldn't lead to twice as many divorces. The data wouldn't go that way. These divorces would be happening anyways. So that's not the case. And furthermore, right, this seems to go again. There's something very funny that happened here. Flavius, thank you so much for that question of odds. Normally I don't get into this stuff, but here's what I find funny. When asked where your sense of ought comes from, like sort of your moral grounding, you mentioned that you're a utilitarian. You're basically a utilitarian. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, how does all of this conversation about my rights square with that?
I also said that I also made it a point to say that principles are important. That sometimes it is just broadly true that something should or should not be done. I made a point to.
But if your moral grounding comes from a utilitarian framework, then your rights and things like that would exist because they make sense in a utilitarian framework.
I didn't say I was flatly utilitarian.
Okay, so then
I'd
where
make
do
a
you
point
draw
to
the
not say that.
distinction between you no longer adopt a framework for greatest good? Because it would seem to me if I claim to be utilitarian, right, as largely where my moral grounding came from, and someone said to me, here's this thing like pornography, okay, and here's what's going to happen. It's going to lead to double the divorces, which is like one of the worst things that could happen to children. And now look at all these negative impacts for children. It seems to me the utilitarian framework would say, even if it's not to say ban divorce, you'd say, wow, fucking porn's bad. Look what it's helping to cause. Look at how these children are harmed. Not just because pornography directly, which the American pediatricians already showed that, but also because it's doubling the amount of divorces, which is horrible for these children. And you're just like, nah, I blame the person that had a problem, the spouse that had a problem with the porn. It's their fault.
Absolutely. Yep.
How?
Don't have a problem with
If you had a
pornography. It's
significant,
not cheating.
you've dated someone, right? I don't give a fuck who. Like,
Yeah, I
you've
said
dated
I dated people.
Okay, you've dated someone. If they cheated on you, would you be upset?
Yes.
If they watched pornography, would you be upset?
No.
Why?
It's not cheating. It's them watching a video to, you know.
Would
Because
you
of some
fault?
physical
Would you
need.
fault? Let's say my wife gets pissed at me. You think that's her fault? If I watch porn,
I think she's not understanding the men's need to do
well, it's
that.
actually
Yeah.
it's very funny, right? You say that because this kind of, for someone who's spent a lot of time talking about the need to understand women, etc. Remember, the studies I was just citing to you says actually women that watch pornography are more likely to get divorced than the men who watch pornography. So what's that about? Right? It seems like, and I'll tell you what it's about. I can tell you. Oftentimes what we see since no fault divorce, women sort of start to get into this position where they get bored and they're like, I could do better. I'm going to go sow my wild oats. Men, it tends to be the opposite. Men, it tends to be like they fuck around a lot, then they get married and settle down. Right? Not to say that there's not exemptions, but now we're seeing increasingly with women is they just get bored with it. Right. And because the legal system allows them to like basically usually be favored in alimony, child support, etc., it allows them to just be like, fuck it. There's no negative to this point to me. Just being, I'm just going to go find a boy toy, whatever. Pornography is something that would help lead to that. Right. The reason that marriages are way more successful if they're done in the church and there hasn't been any premarital sex is because there's something spiritual and partner-like for experiencing those activities yourselves. The more you open it up, whether to the physical sex that you have with other people or the watching other people have sex and like sort of experiencing that for yourself, the less spiritual that gets and the less sort of intimate that gets. And that leads to, it is not an unnatural human reaction to say, I don't like that, any more than it's unnatural that if I walk by and I'm like, whoo, check out that girl's ass, my wife's going to be like, what the fuck did you just say? But if I'm like, oh, I don't say that, and I just say, I'm going to look up and see if that chick has an OnlyFans and jerk off to her. All of a sudden, my wife should be like, oh, that's more reasonable. Of course not. It's the same sort of violation. Now, I'm not saying it's as bad as cheating. Don't get it twisted. But, like, I just find this interesting that you're like, well, the fault's with the person that has the problem with porn. It's their fault. And I think, like, look, I'm willing to accept that there are some relationships where people accept it, fine. And I'm not saying if your spouse or your girlfriend or boyfriend watches porn, you should dump them. I'm not saying that. But the idea that we put the fault on the person that has a problem with the porn, but they're the partner watching porn seems...
It's a lack of understanding. Though I would also say that the if you're giving money to some OnlyFans girl, that's actually a bit personal. So I'd say you're right to be angry about that.
I mean, there's different levels of it. I'll agree with that. But I mean, is it really that different than if I'm just obsessed with an Instagram model that does porn and I'm not, or an OnlyFans that has free content and I'm just watching the free content? Like, to me, the distinctions, like, you're spending money on this shit, like, not that you are having an obsession with an individual outside me. You know, I don't know. I it's not germane to most of the debate I'm having here. I find that odd. That's like if I'm like, listen, I don't want you watching porn, right? You're watching a lot of porn. And my wife's like, no, I'm going to keep doing it. And I'm like, okay, fuck this. Then I want separated. You're like, that's my fault, not hers.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I'm holding firm.
I think that goes too far. I think that you should be asked to acquiesce to your partner with faithfulness any more than to say like, "Oh, I'm cheating on you." That's your fault if you have a problem with it. Same principle.
I just think it's an unreasonable request not to watch porn.
It's unreasonable to not watch porn?
It's an unreasonable request for someone to stop watching porn.
Oh, I don't think so at all.
Okay.
No, that's. I mean, come on. We're not base fucking animals, right? We could go past our base instincts. We don't have to be those people. It's just like, how dare you, spouse, love of my life, mother of my children, ask me to stop watching pornography because you find it shameful and embarrassing? How dare you? Like, no.
Okay,
I'm not saying I'm perfect. I might fuck up and I might.
What if
the
ask is stop whacking off? Is that unreasonable?
It's a little different, right? I don't know that necessarily. It would depend on each person's value set, but it's a little different because you're talking about like a physical process, right? And so there is a difference to that than the actively going out and viewing other people. Like, to me, that's different. So I would say I could still see it in the manner of reasonability. What it would have to be would be some sort of mutual thing. There has to be a biological understanding of like a man's needs. And if the woman's like, I'm requesting you not to masturbate, and then the guy's like, okay, then we're going to have sex 2 times a day or every day or whatever that may be, that I don't see anything unreasonable or even unnatural about that mutual discussion at all. If the wife's like, don't jerk off and I'm not going to have sex with you, that would seem more unreasonable. Yeah. But because there's but the idea of like, it's one thing, like there's levels to this, I'll admit, right? I think cheating's worse than watching porn, which is worse than just masturbating without pornographic materials. I think those are different levels all the way. I just don't think, what I'm saying is the idea that you're so far on this that you're like, it is unreasonable for a spouse to ask their spouse to not view pornography seems crazy to me.
It's worth a discussion and therapy.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine to have a discussion. Don't get me wrong. I think it's unhealthy, and I wouldn't recommend this for sort of mostly my religious beliefs, but I think that there absolutely are relationships where people are like, I don't have a problem with that. You want to watch porn? No problem. Or I think probably even more common is just don't ask, don't tell. Like, we're just not going to have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
My guess is a lot of the divorce, like when you see that stat, I'm not sure that 53% number is accurate, but my guess is what happens is it becomes a fucking problem, right? Where it's like, the wife or the husband catches the other, like, what are you watching fucking porn? What are you doing? Now it becomes a point of conversation. And it's like, yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Or it's someone like spending money on porn. And it's like, what is happening? Like, what are you doing here? Or like a kid.
That's a much more valid concern.
But it's not but in that situation, it's not the money itself. Like, I don't, like, you could be rich and that could be the case. And the guy could make the case like, it's not like we needed that $1,000 last year I spent on porn. I mean, we're millionaires. It is a priority issue. It's that like there's an additional slap in the face to like, it's not something that you had a base urge and stumbled upon this for a minute. You took time to fucking like look at something, pay for it, as opposed to just, okay, you took care of your needs after a quick fucking, Pornhub search or something. So it's not the financial part, it's the shows the lack of commitment is, I think, ultimately why the paying for it would be worse. Now, obviously, there are unique situations like, holy fuck, we couldn't pay the mortgage and you spent $1,000 on OnlyFans. That's going to lead to other arguments. But for me, it's like, I just don't, like, I totally understand as a matter of like, once it becomes known, and it's, I mean, fuck, it's horrible to say this, but it's the same with prior sexual partners, right? It's horrible to say this. I think as a guy, you absolutely should do your best. You should be open about your prior sex life before you decide to get married. Probably the same as a woman as well. But let's be honest. There's an awful lot of dudes that don't. And then what happens? 4 years in, you hear these stories all the time. Oh, yeah, I knew your wife. I knew her in college. And you're like, what the fuck? Right? And then the wife's like, yeah, sure, I got around in college. And you're like, that's fucking outrageous. And people are living.
I said, do not ask the woman her sexual history.
Well,
like the average guy or whatever, like they'll probably be just like, yeah, like big surprise. Like you did what now? Like just like women have more opportunity. Like I think that's
because sexual liberation, it's bad. It's just harming society, and pornography is part of that. Where this like open, there is, I heard someone recently. I don't care. I'll say it. Like Andrew Wilson when he was on. Trigonometry said this. Liberals look at the world through the lens of rights, and conservatives look at the world through the lens of duties, right? Like what we ought to, what we ought give back to society, to our partners, to our families, to our communities, like to our church, And in that sense, right, what you see is lefties could generalize anything by saying like, I ought to have the right to do that, which is sort of what this debate is. Well, I ought to have that right. Why not? And it's like, but what about your duties? We could look at this, and when you say that you ought to have the right to do stuff, all of a sudden, all sorts of crazy degenerate shit is found acceptable. But I not have the right to dress like a furry and have my sexual partner, while I'm wearing a leather dog max, walk me down the fucking public park? I not have that right? And it's like, yeah, but what about the conversation of duties? Right? And so it's like, when we're looking, like, you have a duty, you have an obligation to your partner, to your the person you're marrying. It's supposed to be more than just even raising a family. It's supposed to be a communion, like a spiritual communion. That you're for me, and I'm learning more about this. Your steps in the church, right? The church father is to me as I am to the wife. Right. And there's this commitment, there's this structure there, and there's this hierarchy, and there's certain duties that comes with both people in that. So
how does the duty relate to the furry? I think
because the lefties are talking about rights. Well, don't you have the right to do that? But it's once you do that, you can generalize all sorts of degenerate shit and say you ought to have the right. You ought to, from the perspective of a liberal. So there's nothing really. That's why progressivism always just means the more we go with sexual openness, the better. There will never be a time. Eventually, there will be a time when people are arguing like, there's no problem like fucking having sex robots. What the fuck? Perfectly reasonable. Great. Blah, blah, blah. And then it'll go further. MAPS, anyone? Minor attracted persons? It'll eventually get there. And we'll be called bigots that we're like, oh my God, what are you doing? They'll be like, that's bigoted. This is a mutual relationship. Why should it be 18? Why not 16? Why not 14? Right? And it always means going further, going further. Going further is not always better. It's not. It doesn't mean that we should have total control and like enslavement of women or whatever. I'm not suggesting that. But it's reasonable to say there's a point where things go too far. And I think this materialist...
Of course there is.
Yeah, and I think that like porn is one of those.
The slippery slope here.
Well, yes, but my argument is the slope's already slippery with porn. That's exactly my argument. That it's too much already. 10%. We have a device, right? That, think of all the great thinkers you've thought of in history. Imagine going back in time and being like, look, Ben Franklin, listen to this. There's going to be this thing you could fit in the palm of your hand that will be the equivalent of the biggest library in the world times 1,000. He'd be like, are you kidding? Anything you want to know, man. Fuck, eventually we'll get to the point. You don't even have to look it up yourself. You'll just be able to talk to your phone. And be, it's called a phone, by the way. You'll be able to talk to it and be like, tell me what the biggest mountain in the world is. What year did Magellan circumnavigate? Like, you'd be able to do all that shit, right? And he'd be like, that's incredible. Yeah, but we basically just use it to jack off. And it's like, wait, what? Yeah, 10% of the whole fucking thing's just titties. That's it. It's fucking great. You're going to love it, man. And now, guess what? We got AI. So let's say that you think you see the neighbor lady in her, full regalia, she's got a nice dress. You can take a picture and put it in AI and see what her titties might look like. Isn't that great? Like, there's a point where it's like, oh, if we gone too far when 10% of the internet is porn. Like it really is. I can't fucking scroll X in public without some fucking pseudo porn showing up. It's everywhere. Everything is overly sexualized. And I think if we're talking about slippery slopes, it's pretty fucking slippery. Like we're hanging on by a thread and we're about to enter like a fucking AI revolution where we are a generation away from affordable sex robots. And we have no idea what that's going to do. We already have insane declining birth rates. And it's going to be like a fucking like bomb that goes off where it's going to be like, holy fuck. Why even put up with the other sex when I could have a machine? Go to Grok right now. I think that's what you were using. You got that little at least on the phone.
I was on OpenAI.
Oh, okay. Well, Grok's got that like the lady, you know what I'm talking about, Speakeasy? There's it's like an avatar, it's like an anime chick.
Does it?
Oh,
On Grok?
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck.
Let's see if I can bring it up on my phone. Oh yeah, it's fucking weird as shit. I don't know
Yeah,
what
that
it's
is
called.
weird. I thought it's already weird. I've done like the conversation thing with ChatGPT, and that's already weird. And there's times like it'll talk to you like a person. It tries to like talk about feelings it has and shit. I'm like, you don't have feelings, you stupid fucking machine.
Hey, you.
They have
Finally
feelings.
back. I was starting to think you got lost somewhere.
Here, I'll
That's the person right there too. Like, see, I had like a little seductive voice and everything.
Hey, Speakeasy. Nice to meet you. I'm Ani.
Oh shit.
Hope you're ready for some fun, because Daryl's already getting me in trouble over here.
Yeah,
I
that's
typed
legit.
say hi to my friend Speakeasy.
Yeah,
Like
that's-
it is so overly sexualized. It's
Yeah.
insane. Now they have ones that aren't. They got like a little raccoon guy for kids and shit. The point is though, there are people like falling in love with AIs, right? When you combine pornography
You're
on top
talking
of,
to the creator of AI Satan, by the way.
well,
they're
when
wrong
you
there,
add
but-
pornography on top of that, it's like that friend you have. Have you ever had
And I
this
should do
friend?
that.
You'll have a friend and you like go out to Applebee's or something, and you get some waitress and she's like, "Hey, can I fill up your drinks or something?" And you always have that one friend's like, "I think she likes me." It's like, you stupid motherfucker. She's trying to get a tip. Of course she's being nice to you. Oh, honey, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll bring you another drink. Damn, she's trying to get my number. No, dude, she's trying to get your fucking credit card. What are you talking about? Like, that's what this shit's going. Ooh, this chick's really into me. It's a fucking robot. Like, and when you put like sexual gratification on top of it, we are literally, we already see, and I said this over and over, you could see that as we've had increased free love and increased pornography, we see, it's no surprise in the countries that have that, declining birth rates. And what does that lead to? Importation of people from other communities, correct? You agree with that, Casey?
I don't think it needs to.
Well,
but-
how else will you take care of an aging population?
With technology,
Wait,
with
there-
technology, you can do more things with less people. Generally, like the average Indian farmer is like it's compared to the average American farmer is like 1 to 10 as far as productivity because of the technology involved.
Yeah, but there are certain things that technology will be hard to replace, like
Something.
elder care, right? That's going to be hard. Like, we're not just going to have fucking Rosie from the Jetsons going in like, Mr. J, I brought your soup today. Like, I don't think we're close to that yet, right? The point is, that's what's happening. You could say, well, it doesn't need to be that way. Okay, fine. You could have that conversation, but it is, once more, it is that way. And then ironically, it has the exact inverse effect of what someone like you would want. The people we're importing are making our country more like the Sharia law countries. And so there's this weird fucking thing that ironically the progressives push all this shit. They push the open sex shit. They push the feminist shit. They push the pornography shit. And they're like, oh, it's all good. Look at how free and open we are. And then dudes like me are like, we're going too far. We're not suggesting that we fucking lock women up at the homes, but we're going too far. It's too much. And then we don't get listened to. And then we have the mass importation of these people. And when they take over, they're going to be like, yeah, bitch, you're back in the kitchen. Fuck you. Sharia law. You are wearing the hijab. And then dudes like me are going to sit there shrugging their shoulders like, we fucking told you. We told
Well,
you that it
at
was going
least-
too far, but
I think
no,
it's
in the
I think
name
this
of
is
sexual
overstated
liberation.
in
Oh.
in that I think that like the moneyed interest, they just don't want to pay people more to do the thing, so it's easier for them to allow a group of people to come in, like that's obviously those in power or whatever money power interests want, but I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary.
It doesn't matter if it's necessary. It is happening. And the reason it's happening is because of the declining birth rates. That's the excuse that they're able to use to bring these people in. They wouldn't
That's
be,
fair.
they wouldn't be. And so that is happening. And the net result of that is going to be the Western countries that are doing this. And it's not just the United States. It's Canada, the United States, Australia, the United Kingdom, Spain, Italy, Germany, right? They're all doing it, right? And what's going to be the net result? Inevitably, if demographics show to pan out what they are, and these people coming in from these countries are coming in at greater and greater numbers, and they're reproducing way faster. Meanwhile, the liberal populations that you celebrate so much are reproducing less and less, and they're watching more and more pornography, and they're having more and more abortions and more free sex, which is leading to less and less people. It's easy to see that demographics, starting in countries like the UK, are eventually going to be to the point where these people are going to be like, okay, we're now the majority, or we're enough of a voting bloc that we're going to institute anti-progressive policies. And I try to warn progressives of this shit. Now, pornography is one portion of this, but I do think it's a key portion. And the reason is, maybe I should have made a better job in the debate with this. It's not just that it represents sexual liberation and all that stuff, but it's actually the smiley face of it, right? Even you here, you're proving the point. You're like, well, yeah, don't cheat, but nothing wrong with porn. Right. That's it. It's that gateway to that. You're right. There's nothing wrong with porn. And by the way, what's wrong with a woman going out and having 12, 13, 15 sexual partners before she settles down? In fact, you go, girl. You don't settle down. There'll be plenty of time if you want to have a family in your 30s. Don't worry about it. You go get that guy on Tinder. Meanwhile, who's laughing all the way to the bank? The Andrew Tate types. They're like, yeah, go ahead, suck my dick, bitch. I don't care. Woo, women's lib. You guys did it, right? And it's this, like, for me, I look at it from the outside. I'm like, it's unfucking believable that you can't see how A leads to B, that leads to C, that leads to D. But here we are. And I would be a liar if I didn't admit some schadenfreude that when it all comes crashing down, it's going to be the very most progressive people that suffer the illest consequences. There's part of me that chuckles about that. The fucking trans rainbow soldier is fucked under Sharia law, you know?
There's just like a level of education, I think, that like they should mention, like in high school, that's like, hey, girls, like older guys, like they just want to bang you, or just generally like, you know, watch out for this because they just want to bang you. They're not that, you know, just like careful, or like I don't know how you would still instill that idea, but and also like the guys, like generally like, hey guys, like women, you know, they don't really like sex like you like sex. I feel like no one ever
but again, like all these are misconceptions. It used to be that way, but now they're misconceptions. Like, for example, like the example I gave, if you look up the searched pornographic terms between men and women, you would be shocked to find out how much darker and disgusting it is on average for women. Guys are like, a guy's sexual dreams, like, wouldn't it be cool to like sleep with that chick and her friend? And a woman's sexual dreams, like, I wish a minotaur would make me blow him. And you're like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? By the way, that's a real book that's out there now, right? Like the 50 Shades of Grey thing, it blew my fucking mind. It's like, this is basically just S&M porn in literature form. And this is the new romance, you know? And I remember when this book came out, I was talking to a chick. I was like, I guess it was after like all the books came out, the last one. I was like, let me guess the plot. A woman wrote this book. Yeah, I was like, let me guess the plot. Chick, sexual desires to be tied up, whipped, and shit by a very attractive, wealthy man. Yeah, but by the end of the book, it turns out he needs her more than she needs him. And they're like, yeah, it's, by the way, spoiler alerts for shit 50 Shades. Yeah, that's exactly it. How did I know that? Because that increasingly is what we're seeing. It's going on. It's not like we have this feeling like, oh, men are these sexual pigs, but not women. No, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. Not increasingly. Now, it used to be that that's something that we tried to push for societally. We said, look, there are different rules. And like it or hate it, with those different rules came different privileges and expectations and duties for men and women. You know? Yes, it's true. We were more forgiving of a man. It wasn't something to celebrate. We were more forgiving of a man that had previous sexual partners before marriage. I still don't think it's cool, but fine. We were more forgiving. Why? Because the woman is selling her chastity. She's selling to her partner, I'm yours, I'm chaste, I want to be the mother of your children. That's what she's selling. The man siding like protection and, you know, taking care of the family and all of that stuff. And when we upset and you're like, well, that's not fair to women. Is it fair that men are expected to do almost all the manual labor to do that? Is it fair to expect that if there ever comes a time where protection's needed, that the man's expected to put his life on the line for the woman? So, I mean, it's just different expectations. And again, it turns out that there's something in us biologically. Maybe our ancestors weren't the unprogressive fucking assholes that we thought. Maybe they were onto something, which is why we see the further we get away from that, what ends up happening? Everybody's getting more miserable. Children are suffering, women are suffering, men are suffering. And the whole relationship dynamic's falling apart now. People are having less children. People are less happy. And it's like, yeah, because that old way of doing shit, it wasn't perfect. Not everyone fit into that neat box. There were women that didn't want to be mothers. That's fine. But that was what we pushed. And part of pushing that was we pushed the virtues of like chastity with women. And now we don't. And it turns out without pushing that, oftentimes that it is, you know, how many times do you hear these stories of women who are like, oh, I'm triple digit body count. That doesn't sound like a biological sex. It's like, I'm not really interested in intercourse. Like it's, I don't know what to say. I'm not saying that you're particularly egregious on that, but you did sort of make the point there where it's like, you know, women aren't interested in sex the same way as men. That's true, but oftentimes it's worse and dirtier. The guy's just like, hey, sex.
That is so much the extreme of the woman coomer. There is no off switch. You know, it could get
like a guy's like, this is a guy. A guy's sex is like, let's have sex and then I'll smoke a cigarette and we'll watch the game. You know, and a woman, like, oftentimes it's a far different idea of what's going on. So, you know, I'm not a fucking expert on this shit, by the way. I find, like, obviously I don't talk about this shit much. I think there are people in this space that do a far better job than me, including Rachel, you know, who I think it's good for women to hear from her because it's on its face. People are just like, there's this idea of rights versus duties again, where on its face, it's like, Rachel, how could you tell women that they shouldn't vote? How could you tell women that they should obey their husbands? Because we're conditioned to view everything in this like conceptual view of rights. That woman should do whatever the hell she wants. That's the right way to live. Liberate yourself, girl. And it's like, but what if that leads to worse outcomes? Not just for society, but for that woman. And I'll ask you that. Let's see if I fuck this up. I've heard her ask this question. If you could flip a switch right now, and on one end of the switch was that women maintain their current level of happiness and continue to have children and society goes on. But if you flip the other switch, women can no longer have children, but they maximize their happiness right now. Which one would you pick?
The second one.
Yeah. You've just ended the human race.
Rip.
I rest my case. Rights versus duties. That's it. And people listening right now who are going to be more proclivity to my side of the argument, they're shocked that you just said that, but I'm not, because that's truly what people like you believe. And I'm not even saying that derogatory. That's just the way it is. That's one of the fundamental differences. I don't know how else to put it more clear than that. Now, once you accept that, all of a sudden the debate makes sense. I don't want to show my ID to do porn. I want to maximize my happiness. Makes sense, right? That's the whole point. That's the different lens that we're coming at this through. And I mean, it just, I don't know what to say. So it's such a competing worldview. And as we see, like, what ends up happening is in that we'll just feel good now. You end up actually, it doesn't make people feel better. They actually end up feeling worse. And look, I only could say I encourage you to go read the literature. I think it's very compelling that women are getting less happy. They don't want to be in the workforce. They're told, oh, that's the place to be. Most women, obviously there's exception, but on average, women are happy getting married, being with a single mate, raising children. It's biologically and spiritually the way it is. There are exceptions, I understand, but that's the way it is. And the more we go, but my rights, go ahead, go watch porn. Go ahead, fuck whoever you want. It seems like on paper, you're like, well, through the perspective of just feel good now, that's more important. Forget about your duty to the rest of the world. Just you yourself feel good. The irony is, not only does it hurt society because we've shirked those duties, it actually doesn't make the women feel any better at all.
The idea isn't that women have to work now or whatever. The idea would be hopefully that like they would have the choice. They could do that, or they could try. They could find a mate for a more traditional lifestyle.
But it's
like that would be the
again. Maybe
optimum.
This is why it's being so frustrated with this idea of freedom and legality. Maybe I should have been more clear. Maybe this is my fault. There is a difference from saying that you ought to be allowed to do something or it ought be legal versus as a society, we should set cultural expectations in a certain way. So we ought to allow women to work. Totally agree. But as a society, it would make sense if we put cultural pressure for traditional gender roles and family values. So two things could be true at the same time. Absolutely, if you're a woman and you want to go into the careers, go for it. But you're probably going to be unhappy. And as a society, we should be like, that's a little weird, like it used to be. That's what we should do. It's legal. And for some women, it'll work. But for the vast majority that aren't the exceptions, they're not going to be happy. They're not. And I know women. I know women that their whole life was like, I want to fucking get a career. I'm going to college. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. And then they get married. And like maybe they stop working and they're like, wow, this is wonderful. I love being a mom. I wish I'd have done this earlier. All of society, all the pressure, it went from it's legal to you should do that. And now we've tipped it on its head. So many of these feminists, they actually shame the stay-at-home mom. So now they're like, not only should it be legal, but the societal pressure should be to pressure the woman into the workforce and say that you're somehow inferior if you're staying at home. That's what Brian Shapiro, his first argument to Rachel. Well, if you believe all this, why don't you just shut your mouth and get back in the kitchen? Blah, blah, blah. Do you see the condescending? Like, oh, that's exactly it. That's what these people do.
Yeah, I'm willing to say that there are certain things that we're already gone a little bit too far on, like the percentage of men versus women, like in college or whatever, like it's a pretty substantially statistically significant difference. Like this is like
favors women aren't
yeah, that favors women. Yeah,
60-40, I think undergrad degrees is 60-40 women.
Sounds right.
And it's like
that.
What are these jobs? So we're creating jobs that are more suited to women, like HR jobs. How's that working out?
Like obviously we can go too far. I think it's just important to isolate where we've gone too far.
Well, I think pornography is one of it. I think it's one of the, like I said, it's the gateway. It's the smiley face on front of it all. And I think that, obviously you're going to disagree. I think I outlined a case for a bunch of reasons why it's bad, like for your physical health, for the performers, for the fact it leads to increased divorce rates and all this stuff. But even if you don't believe that, like, you just have to look at it from like, what is the representation here? What is this representing? Ultimately, what porn at the most base level is representing is feel good now. That's it. It's just, fuck it, right? Who cares? Like, you ought to be embarrassed. If you're going to go watch porn tonight, you ought to be fucking embarrassed. Think about that. You ought to be. It is shameful. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm not saying I've never watched porn. I have. But it's fucking embarrassing, and I'm embarrassed. I'd be proud to stand in front of you right now and say, I've never watched it. I think it would be a blessing, and it would be something that I'd be proud to say and hopefully help set an example for other people, but that's not me. But porn just represents this, fuck it, live in the here and now, don't worry about the future. And like, it's amazing. If you're out there, and I can't speak to women, though I assume it's very similar. If you're out there, let me tell you right now, one piece of advice I am willing to give, although I give very little, is stop watching porn. Stop it. You'll be amazed how much better you feel in like a month or two. You really will. It's literally that obvious. When you stop doing it, you're like, I feel great. Like it's you can tell yourself all you want. It's liberating. No, there's nothing to be ashamed. There is, and your body knows it. You know deep down. You know it. And I don't know what to say. It's just the way it is. And it gets further and further. We accepted it and we're like, okay, look, I like the movie The People vs. Larry Flint. Larry Flint's an interesting character, I guess, pornographer. The Playboy shit, okay, whatever. We went from that and now it's just like 10% of the fucking internet is porn. How many AI data centers are going to be dedicated just to seeing titties? That's where we're at. And at some point, no one's going to say, maybe this went too far. What the fuck are we doing? Where did we go wrong? And I just think that for me, it's fucking obvious that this was one of the key turning points. And I think that when you started to see the more of social acceptance of pornography, I don't think that it's a surprise that it coincides directly with feminism and the free sex movement. It is part and parcel. It's all going in the same direction. It's all telling men and women, live in the here and now. Forget about your duties. Forget about children. What's important. And like, Casey, listen, I know we got a little hostile earlier, and I know you're a VTuber. I don't know what the fuck that's about, right? I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Like, it is actually tragic to hear someone like you that's reasonably well-spoken that says you would be willing for the human existence to die off just for women to be maximal happy for one generation. It's hard to hear. But I've heard it so many times now that I know that's the answer. And it's like, wow, what the fuck? How is that any different, by the way, if I was to say, like, should I leave my family and just go to strip clubs and do a bunch of blow and be really happy, knowing that it's going to leave my family down in the dumps and, homeless?
No.
But why? What's the difference?
You said leave your family. There's
Yes.
farms involved in that.
Yeah, but
I don't see the no human being born again. It's hard for me to say that's a harm.
No humans continue to exist. It's hard to see.
Okay. It's a harm. It's a harm. It's a harm. But it's much less than like some sort of absolute happiness of like half the human population. But I just think it's a big
how do you
between that and leave
how
your family.
miserable do you think women are currently?
Not that miserable.
So then the benefit's not that great. They go from pretty damn happy to the most happy. And that's worth eradicating the human species?
Yeah, I probably answered quick, but it's probably a tough.
It's not that tough.
Tough give or take. It's
especially if you think women are pretty happy right now. But it's easy to say.
I said not that miserable. I said not that miserable. So.
Well, you're kind of in a double
the maximal happiness. Like, well, that means a lot of things.
If they're kind of not that happy, why not? Free sex, porn, everything's groovy, right? Feminism. Why aren't they that happy?
Different reasons.
Like what?
Reasons that normal people are not happy. They're not fulfilling their life goals. They don't have as much money. Their partner they're unhappy with. The normal reasons.
So your argument basically becomes women are basically dealing with the normal human condition that men and women have dealt with for at least a century.
It's basically my position. Yeah.
And so women deserve maximal happiness even at the expense of humanity existing into the future. It's not that they're experiencing some horrible tragic existence. This is the human existence. But that's not good enough.
To be clear, I would say the same thing about men if you switched it, just to be clear.
Irrelevant.
No, just making it clear.
The reason that the question involves women is because what we've done is, what it speaks to is this, that the whole like pro-choice, pornography, free sex thing directed at least in this case towards women. And by pornography, it is true that they are users of pornography, but I'm also talking primarily about the creators of pornography when I talk about women in this. That it's all geared to be like happiness now. Forget about your duty. Now, the irony is, though, they're not happy now. Why do you think it is that people like... Oh, fuck. See, I believe it or not, I could kind of... I could kind of prove I'm not a big consumer of pornography. I don't even remember these people's names. I know, like, older pornographers. I know, like, Ron Jeremy and John Holmes and Jenna Jameson. Like, I know those people. But now there's, like, I think Sophie Rain was one. But there's, like, these chicks that do OnlyFans. And then they're like, I just need to make enough money so I could leave. Oh, you know, I'm so glad I don't have to do that anymore. Why? If it's a noble profession, but it seems like, as the data I was reading, it seems like they're fucking miserable. It really does. And it's like that even with chicks that aren't doing porn. It's just the chicks that are random hooking up with dudes on Tinder. They seem miserable. And the data backs up they're miserable, but I'm just talking anecdotally. They seem fucking miserable. And even from the perspective of a guy, this is what didn't make sense to the red pill to me. Like, okay, let's say you're right, that the whole system's geared up to screw men over, and these women are thoughts, and they fucking suck, and so, hey, you just do yours. Get the bag, drive the Bugatti, bang as many chicks. Do you feel good? When you're 60 and you're sitting on your couch, you're like, life lived well? What's it all mean? What's it all mean at the end of the day?
Some people might feel that way. A lot of more educated people, especially, are just choosing not to have kids.
And how do they feel?
Their lives. What's the decent to good?
When you look at people that are married, particularly in certain denominations of the church, like, here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here and I don't have a denomination, so I'm not here to invest in saying one denomination. But it tends to be not the denomination specifically, but people that tend to regularly attend church. So in other words, I'm bad. I'm a bad example. I'm a Christian, but I don't attend church that much. But I call myself a Christian. We're talking the people that go all the time. It turns out those marriages stay together more. And one of the primary reasons is not just because a faith in the spirituality that says that you should stay together, but because you're surrounding yourself with a community of like-minded people. And so one of the greatest indicators of divorce is when women are surrounding themselves with other women that are promiscuous. They're having a bunch of sex with multiple partners, and pornography certainly leads to that direction. It's about the sexual gratification. Right? And so that makes it more likely to have divorce. When you look at those people, men and women, over and over again, when you look at them that have the successful marriages and stay together until they die, almost every single metric we look at when it comes to happiness and quality of life skyrockets for them. Skyrockets. Despite the fact that conventional wisdom would tell us it would be the opposite. No, the real happy person's the person that's just maximizing their income margins and banging as many people as possible. Turns out, no. And then ironically, those people that are doing that more likely to have mental health issues. Why do you think that is? It's because there's something fulfilling about marrying someone and staying with them and being in love with them and having children and doing, I'll say what God intended us to do, but for your purposes, because you don't believe in that, it's biologically what we were intended to do. It makes sense. You feel like purpose. I'm building something for my son. There's value in that. If I never met my wife and I didn't have a son, what would I be doing? Drinking my fucking ass off? I'd be having fun in the moment. But then I'd sit down at the end of the night and say, what am I doing? What is this? And someday I'll be dead and no one will remember me. And that's what's my legacy? That, you can't take the Bugatti with you. No one's impressed when you're in the nursing home that you bang 30 chicks. Your porn collection ain't meaning shit when you're in the grave. And so it's like, what are we doing? We're pushing everything to this, like, oh, fuck it, like, you know, like, free sex, feel good in the moment. And it ironically is doing the exact opposite. It's making you feel bad. It's sort of like when you drink a lot and you get the hangover. And the next day when you have the hangover, you're like, what the fuck was I thinking? Why did I do that? That's what this whole free sex movement. In the moment, you're like, great, I had sex, feels good. But then there's a time afterwards where you're like, what am I doing? This isn't a fulfilling life. No, not everyone. I think a lot of people that claim they're not like that are lying to themselves, but I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility that there aren't individuals that feel good doing that. Okay, fine. I'm not suggesting it be illegal to have multiple sexual partners. What I am suggesting is for the majority of society, the way we used to go about it, with the courting a woman, trying not to have sex before you were married, not using pornography, treating sex and the sexual act as a very intimate thing between two people that love each other to have children. When we pushed for that as a society, people were much happier. And even when you think that the standard of living, like financially, was less, they were still much happier. So, I mean, I don't know what else to say to that. To me, it's like it's overwhelming the damage that porn's done. When I'm speaking about, like, you keep going back to the rights, I hope I'm now clarifying what I mean, that different worldview of duties versus rights, and how I'm trying to say to you, like, look, I'm not saying it should be illegal. I'm not, but that's irrelevant as to whether or not it's good. It's not relevant. It's bad, even if we allow it to be legal. Like, I think it's bad. I think premarital sex is bad. I think that's bad for society, but I wouldn't suggest making it illegal. I think having sex with over 10 partners is bad. It's bad for society, but it shouldn't be illegal. It's not a situation where the government should prevent you from doing it. It's a situation where society should be like, what are you doing? Your parents should look at you with shame. And by the way, while I'm on my soapbox, it's the same with homosexuality. I have friends that are gay. I do. But what we should do as society is say, it's fucked up. It is. And it should. It should be something that's looked at like fucked up. I'm not suggesting making it illegal. I'm not even suggesting that you can't be friends. Similarly, I have friends that are out there like, oh, yeah, I'm banging a lot of chicks. It's fucked up. I'm not impressed. I think it sucks. I don't want to hear about it. Shut up. I'm still your friend, but I don't want to hear about it. So much of society, we look at through the lens of what ought to be legal and what not. That's not the question. The question is, what ought we push as society? That's a better question. Now, there's clearly things that there's a realm for the legal realm to step in. And the irony is, I think you have it exactly inversed. Because one of the times I'd say that we step in a legal matter is, you want to sell pornography? You want to get ad money and make a bunch of money doing pornography? Then it is on you to verify the people utilizing your service are of age. There's a realm for the legal world to step in. But that's my feelings. I don't know where Speakeasy went. But
yeah,
that's the point.
Yeah,
I'm here. I'm eating, so I didn't want to be on.
What are you eating? Anything good?
My wife made me chicken, green beans, broccoli, cauliflower, and some noodles.
Holy fuck. I'm lucky if I get like 2 sides. You got like 4. What's happening here? All right. Well, I don't know if there's any more questions, but I do have super chats to read. So I at some point.
Yeah, no, we went through all the questions here. You guys just continued talking, so I figured I'd let you guys continue the conversation.
I think it was a good. I know it got chippy there in the middle. I'll say this: like, be careful the way you're talking about this stuff. I'll admit I'm being slightly uncharitable with the age verification thing. Some of the stuff you're saying, like the education stuff, I'm not saying you have a hidden message. I'm just saying make sure you make it clear, because a lot of people, when they're talking about sexual education, are literally implying people under the age of 18.
Fair enough.
So just be careful, because you don't want people getting the wrong image, And then further than that, I think that even if I can't change your mind on pornography being a negative for society, try not utilizing it yourself. Just try it. Just take 2 months and just be like, I'm not going to use porn, and see what happens. I think that you'll find yourself.
I'm all for no FAP Novembers. I think get away from it. Get away from it.
Well, I think that you may find yourself more motivated to go out and find a partner, and that can't be a bad thing. So, all right. Well,
that is going to wrap it up for the Knower Prep debates. I want to say shout out to both of the debaters, okay, giving us a great discussion and back and forth tonight. Make sure you guys go subscribe to both Rob and our mystery debater of tonight, Casey Lee. They came on and gave you guys all a good show. Make sure you guys go subscribe if you're not. And also thank you to everyone in the chat, watching, supporting, sending in the super chats, the Rumble rants, all of that. You guys are all amazing. And I'll read those all before I completely shut down. And if you think you can step into Nowhere Prep and take on Rob yourself. Make sure you guys join the Discord at discord.gg/bearcave. Go ahead, reach out to me or Tiny directly. We're always looking for new challengers and new debates to set up. So if you want to get in, we run these twice a month on Thursdays. So make sure you hit us up to get in there. Other than that, is there anything you wanted to shout out quick, Casey?
Ask Satan AI on Twitch and Kick and TikTok soon.
All right. Well, thank you all, and everyone have a beautiful night.
Thanks,
No
Pete.
prep.
Fuck! I actually fucking get depressed talking about that shit. I really do. It's fucking depressing. It's like, God damn. That question about, God, maximizing women's happiness, but they can never have children. Oh my gosh. I just, look, I got a bit frustrated, and then when it started to get chippy, I'll admit, I'm just gonna be straight up honest with y'all. I am, like, I want to be careful to say this. I am not alleging anything. I'm not. Probably the majority of people that make arguments like that have no ill intentions, nor will they ever do anything to children. I believe that. And so by the preponderance of evidence, I would suggest that's the case with the person I'm debating. But a lot of people vocally make those arguments and end up being child predators. I'm not saying that about Casey. I'm not. But it's there. How many times have you heard national people, oh, you know, like we're like, hey, we don't want these fucking pornographic books in libraries. Oh, fuck you, man, blah, blah, blah. Then you find out, that dude got arrested. What part of me wrong? That I'm saying that when I made the implication that that could be the case, or when I said that it wasn't the case? I don't know which one you mean. So when it started getting chippy, I'll admit, I just have to admit the human nature in me. In my head, I'm like, what's going on here? What's happening? And it was really the age verification thing. It's like, I like to start with that. Now, if I'm talking to my buddy Casimir, who's like an ANCAP, I don't, for a second, think he would probably say the same thing. I don't know. I would guess Casimir vehemently against pornography, but thinks it should be legal. But he would probably say, yeah, fuck that. You shouldn't have to have an ID to view it. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Oh, that most are normal or not threats. Well, I didn't say that I don't say they're normal. I just say that I don't think they're going to predator children in that sense. But it's like, man, I laugh so hard when I see Pornhub doing this shit, right? Oh, fucking, oh, it's about free speech, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, Pornhub. You know, I'll admit, the one part of the debate that I actually use, when there is literature that says, although there's literature that goes against it, but it's not as clear cut as I thought, that porn may lead to less assaults. Now, I was curious. I was looking at it, and it looks very correlative. It looks like the extent of the study is like, we looked at the countries where pornography was allowed, and there's less sexual assault. And it's like, yeah, because there's all these other factors. Like, those countries happen to be wealthy. Those countries happen to be Western countries. You know, so is it the porn? Like, do we really think that if we ban porn tomorrow, a year later there would be increased assaults? I don't think so. But it's just so icky. And there's a million fucking clips in there. Me being like, I have ED. I can't please my wife. I realized as I'm saying that shit, like, shit. This shit's gonna get. People are gonna be clipping the show. This, like, look at this guy. Look at him. No, deplorable Paul. No. No, 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 no. I'm gonna go to the restroom here in a minute. But I hope I did a good job. I'll say this for Casey. I will say this is truly a positive. I'm very happy that this was at least a topic that, like, I could sink my teeth into. So many of the topics are so many of the topics are just like niche right winger versus right winger little thing. What's the strongest pro porn argument you've ever heard that actually made you pause? And why didn't it convince you? Well, it sort of did convince me. The strongest arguments for pornography are the freedom arguments. As far as an argument that porn is good, I don't even know what it would be. I mean, I suppose I could make one steel man. I knew a woman who lost both of her legs through some medical issues, and she would talk about pornography. She would buy her husband, and because she could no longer have intercourse, this was that I find more acceptable. Where it's like the man has needs, the woman can't provide it, and so I still don't think that makes porn a good thing, but it's at least in the realm of a utility I could understand. Right? Maybe a pornographic magazine at the sperm bank or something. I don't know. But the most compelling argument is just to the legality of it, which wasn't the prompt. I struggle with that. It's honestly something that I'd waffle on, whether or not it should be legal. I ultimately think probably as shitty as it is to say, but not because it's good. But that's not the heart of the prompt. It's, is porn good? Yeah, but you don't need porn for that, the truth. That's true, but there was more going on than just legs. The removal of the legs was indicative of other issues that were going on. So, uh, uh, I hope I did you all proud on sort of arguing an issue that I think is very important. So I hope, and I saw the OG in there where I gotta admit a lot of the arguments I get in this shit. I'm not ashamed to say I cribbed right from both of the Wilsons. This is not a topic that I argue a lot, and I'm very impressed reading Rachel's book, and I'm very impressed listening to Andrew debate topics like polygyny, and these other topics, and debate like against red pill people about the importance of marriage, and listening to Rachel debate about how bad feminism has been. And I'll be straight up, man. Like that to me is the best teaching I've got on this. Like as far as the topics. Now I'd looked up a debate like this I had about a year and a half ago, so I actually have a tab on my computer for a couple of studies and stuff. But it was very, very quick. Uh, so. So I hope that I made the case that pornography is bad. So I gotta go to the restroom real quick. But first off, I did ask people, and they said they would be okay with me reading a couple sponsorships now. I promise, though, one of the things I'm going to do, I'm only going to read like advertisement for products I really believe in. So today's show brought to you by Pornhub. If you're interested in quality, no, I'm just kidding. Fuck Pornhub. Fucking degenerate pieces of shit. All right, I'll be right back, and then we'll read super chats and all that good stuff, you know. One other thing that I don't even know that I should say, but I will. I want to fess up and say something lest people get the wrong impression and think I'm a hypocrite. I'm not someone who actively uses pornography. I don't frequently use pornography, but I have. I hope that I won't in the future ever again. And I mean intentional. It's different that you're scrolling through and something comes up like on X. But I just want to be honest with that. I'm not sitting here like trying to be some paragon of moral virtue. I'm not. It's shameful. I've done it. It's not good. But I just want to be honest because I don't want to come across as like, wow, that Rob, what a fucking great guy. He never, no. So, I don't know. Take that for what it's worth. But I think most people probably didn't get the wrong impression that I was like trying to be better than thou. But I just want to be clear that that's not the case. It's not the case at all. So don't you say a word to Wills, you bastard. But one of the things I could say, like, honest to goodness, like my computer here, like it's one of the things. Like the whole Vosh thing, like his pornography showing up as he's streaming because it's on his desktop. I can honestly say from the bottom of my heart, there has never been any pornography on this computer. You know, and it's like, it's not. It's just, I don't know. It's not. I think that as a younger person, it's easier to get into porn. Maybe as someone who doesn't have a girlfriend or isn't married, I don't know. But, anyways, I got to get to reading. I got to get to reading some super chats. I'll be all night. You guys are incredibly generous. But hey, I'll say this last thing I'll say. Thanks to Casey for being game and doing the debate. And I'm glad he came back. Man, I fucking struggled with how hard in the paint to go on that. I really did. Part of me wanted to be like, you feel like a fucking weirdo to me. And that sounds serious. And I was like, don't do that. Don't do that. Try to have a productive debate. Yeah, my ex I did. I really fucking contemplated it. And then I was like, no. And then once it started to get chippy, I was like, all right, motherfucker. You know, but all right, and thank you, lastly, to Speakeasy. Incredibly generous for putting that shit together, and I hope that it went well for him and on his channel. I didn't even see. Did I win the poll? Did he put a poll up? Did I win? I would hope. I didn't hear much of an argument from my opponent, to be honest. Yeah, I agree, Cool Vic. That's what it felt like. Yeah, I think that it wasn't a VTuber. If it was just a guy there, maybe my thoughts wouldn't have went there. Maybe that's unfair to be like, oh, I associate VTubers, but I do. Is any definition of goodness actually compatible with pornography? I mean, yeah, but just because you can define words in any way you want. You know what I mean? So in a secular sense, if you choose to define goodness as like things that make you feel good in the moment is good, I suppose. But it's not any definition that I would accept. Mr. E was in his chat. That's funny. Yeah, Mr. E would be someone who wasn't. He would not have been as pleasant as me. Am I still going to do my 1v1 rap battle versus Destiny? Was that something I was supposed to do? I'd whoop his ass. No. All right, super chats. Last spot, we did that one, but I just wanted to highlight. Always appreciate the Dino comments. Let's start actually with Rumble. And I apologize, Rumble. I didn't have you up at all on my screen because I don't really read the chat while I'm debating, but just clear. Thank you all so much over there, though. I appreciate it. No rants on Rumble. You know, I talked a big game about the Rumble audience the other day. They finally won, thanks to Jungle donating $1,000 over there. But I was like, Rumble's cleaning up. And since then, the Rumble audience has been like, we'll show you, you son of a bitch. How about no donations? I don't care. You guys are amazing, Rumble. Thank you. But let's be honest, the YouTube Super Chat killing it tonight. We got Cameron Michael with the poof. We read that. Thank you. Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you so much, as always. Is7, $5 says, you can yell. You just choose not to out of some kind of respect for your opponent. I got a little chippy there. The Great Speakeasy, $10 says, told you I had a spicy one for tonight. That was very good, man. I'm very happy with the topic. I am. Sears Site, $5 says, good evening, Rob. Thank you. Flavius, who was super chatting over there, asked a great question about where aughts come from. Thank you for the $50. Says, what the fuck did I just walk into? Yeah. Fun. Until Wob, $5 says, who's the whatever OnlyFan looking girl that Rob's debating? I kid, but seriously, who's the cartoon girl? I don't know if that avatar was a unique avatar or I don't know. Monarch, $5 says, what a dropping. Oh, man. Congratulations to Monarch. Yes, that's right. The word of the day was drub. Congratulations, Monarch successfully got the word of the day. And for you, we give you the following prize. Well done. The Pseudo-Master Chef, $2 says, W. Rob. He's openly pro-corn, yet can't defend it. That's how I felt. Thank you, Smokey Bear. Bed. $10 for coffee. Thank you so much. I'll mean it. Flavius again, $20 says, libertarianism is liberalism, hence libtards. I struggle, man. I'm a recovering libertarian, so. But I feel you. You can see it in conversations like that. The Pseudo-Master Chef again, $5 says, the fact that her main issue with corn actors' kids discovering their content is that shaming is bad tells us everything. Yeah, later went on to correct that I misheard, but it sounded to me like that when I said, what do you think when the kids experience shame because you engaged in pornography, creating pornography? And his response was like, well, I want a world where that shame. I mean, maybe I misheard. I'm willing to accept the correction, but I was like, what the fuck? So I was feeling the same way. Intel Wild, $5 says, we all watched it, but corn is degenerate. Very bad for society. Totally agree. Jabroni Big Time, $5 says, the creepy doll dude is Plop Stinky. Plop Stinky. Excellent insult that I forget how old you said she was. Your daughter came up with. Very good. Intel Wild, $5 says, Rob. Thank you. And then another 5 says, I just got in. Who's the girl Rob's debating? Left-handed assassin, $5. Thank you so much. Flavius, $10 says, Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Oh, thank you. And then Intel Watt, another 10 says, I just wanted second place. And then the legend that he is gives 100, says, give me my shoes back. Truly amazing. Patrick Alb, a member for 8 months. Thank you. Says, porn is just as bad as skydiving. Discuss. Yeah. I don't know. Less shame in skydiving. Flavius, $10 says, my freedom. Submit to Christ and find actual freedom through discipline. Yeah, I didn't get to hammer that point home as much as I wanted, but like the idea of freedom and oppression. If you're under the throes of addiction, are you really free? What is true freedom? Spiritually, yeah, submitting yourself to Christ. That's where you find freedom. Right? But what are we talking about when we say freedom? If I'm addicted and I'm like, my master is the drug, is that really, am I free? Truth Revolt TV, $10 says, I would pay to do a live blood pressure monitor on the screen to see what Rob's heart's doing as he debates this person. I feel mine rising just from listening. I tried to keep it together. I had my moments there, but yeah. Intel Wild, $5 says, I'm sorry if I've asked this question 3 times already, but who's the girl Rob's debating? Then another 5 says, I'm surprised Rob went this long with this clown. And then another 5 says, Rob slapped this fool around like a cat slapping around his prey. Thank you. Intel Wild, thanks so much, man. Really appreciate it. Flavius, really appreciate you as well. $10 says, I can't watch this clacker. Stay based, blessed. Thank you, man. Drew's got drinks. $5 says, Rob needs to get paid more for this. But I did, because then Arvo, $200. Unbelievable. Says, double the whips. And the mods are lying to me, but I've got to do it for the memes. Who the fuck knows what? It was probably Are We Not Men. Are We Not Men's like a bastard. Like, he's a real scoundrel bastard. Not just to you all, but to me as well. But damn if he ain't good at drumming up financial support. So, what can you say? He's excellent at it. So, I'm assuming that's who it was. Intel Wild, $50. Says, ain't taking shit from me. All righty. And then another 25 says, just because. And then Arvo, another 200. Unbelievable, says Intel Wild. Said he's game. Let's do it, bro. Oh, shit. And then another 100 from Intel Wild for Rob. Thank you, but Arvo and Intel Wild. Holy shit, you guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Really do. Flavius, then $10 says this clanker's worldview is ludicrous. Yeah. Justin O'Dizzle, $10 says, since when has human civilization ever made anyone happy? Followers of Christ. The great Rachel Wilson, whose arguments I was stealing tonight. But I am attributing. Works cited. Rachel says, go off, Rob. Thank you. Listening to Rachel debate and talk and reading her book, I couldn't be more impressed. And there's so much shit I didn't know. I was like anyone else. I took all these myths. Women couldn't vote, or women couldn't have jobs, and like society was just so brutal to women that like weren't stay-at-home moms. All bullshit. Women couldn't do public speeches. Totally bullshit. All the women were like, please give us the right to vote. And it was these evil men trying to hold it back. Some of the most articulate, well-spoken women, anti-suffragettes. Just all bullshit that we were just fed this line. And like, I think back and it's like, how much did I really learn about this shit? Like in school or anything. And it's just the broad strokes like, yay, women. That's it. There's never a serious discussion of the pros and cons and what was going on. Thanks, Mr. E. Appreciate it. I feel like that was one of the debates. If Mr. E was doing a watch party, he would probably not have a voice right now. The Collector Eyeball. What's happening, my man? Says Big W. Member for 7 months. Thank you so much. Intel Wob, $5 says F Corn. The band as well. True story. So the band Corn, I've seen the band Corn twice. My mom used to pick on me for going to like these metal shows when I was like 20. She'd be like, who are you going to see? I was like, oh, I'm going to see Mushroom Head. She'd be like, what kind of stupid name is that? Or I went and saw, I'm trying to think some other bands. Like, we went to a festival and saw Hatebreed. And Guar was there. It was the Sounds of the Underground Festival. Or another time, you go see like, I don't know. Like, just all these metal bands. A lot of them have like these sort of crazy names. My mom would make fun of them. So she got into like sort of music like that. And she went to see Korn, the band Korn. My dad always goes with her. My mom's really into weird concerts. I don't know why. And my dad's just like the stereotypical redneck. He just goes and he's like, whatever, I'll drive along and set my lawn chair up and just sit there. And so I'm asking my mom after this Korn concert. This is years ago. I'm like, how was it? And she's like, oh, it was great. They played this song. They played this. They played this. And of course I know some of it. And I'm like, what'd you think, Dad? He's like, it was really dumb. The music was okay, I guess. He's like, but at one point, these fucking morons in front of me, they just pulled out an ear of corn and like raised it in the air. And they all acted like it was the coolest thing ever. And he's like, I've never seen a group of more dumb fucks my entire life. My dad was not impressed with the holding up of an ear of corn. So there you go. F corn. My dad would agree. The Jabroni Big Time. 5 memberships. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Amazing. Intel Wild, another 50. Says, preach, Rob. Thank you, my man. And then another 50. Says, I want the #1 spot tonight, Rob. Uh-oh. Did you get it? I'm not on YouTube, so I can't see. Who's on the #1 spot? It's going to be tough. Arvo's got to be up there. Oh, Intel Wild is in the lead. Him and Arvo neck and neck. Unreal. All right. Crushing it. Wandering Construct, member for 2 months, says you nailed it, Rob. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And then Flavius, $10, says, quick, while he's away. You jerks. Blaster bought another 100. Unbelievable, says W Chair. I never knew that the... Holy fuck. Carconta Dontrosaurus Day. Like the T-Rex. Who knew they had Who knew they had to weigh more than 5,000 kilograms to classify as a megatheropod? Well, I knew, but I didn't want to embarrass you. You know, I thought if I brought that up, that you would be like embarrassed. So I kept it to myself. But thank you for the donation, Caleb. $2 says you earned every dollar, Rob. Not one step back. Thank you. And then Justin O'Dizzle, $10 says corn plus internet plus smartphone is less than 2 decades old. We're only just now witnessing the repercussions and reverberations. Yeah, man. And it's escalating. It's exponentially escalating. Is there does YouTube not like you typing the word porn? Is that something that happens on YouTube? These stupid euphemisms you have to use. It's ridiculous. What do I think the strongest point my opponent made tonight was? I thought the point that it was a little unexpected was that there are studies that suggest that pornography may lower the risk of violent sexual offenses. I thought that was actually speaking to whether or not porn itself is beneficial to society. I believe that it's very loosely cited. I had studies that countered it, but I'll admit, I mean, it's one of the things. I don't fucking know what the topic is, so it's hard for me to have research. So I had to fully admit I'm just pulling sources up, but so was my opponent. And I correctly pointed out, and the reason I did so was I thought that was not only the strongest point, but basically the only point he had. And it's like the fact you weren't prepared for something like that, and you just had to quickly AI search it on the moment when you prep for the debate seems a bit odd. If I was going to make a claim like that, I'd have had at least one study to back up my claim. So I couldn't compare the studies. I heavily suspect that what we're going to find is that it's correlative. That what we'll see is these studies are like surveys or sort of studies that are looking at Western nations that tend to be more civilized and have populations of people that are less likely to commit all manners of violent crimes, but they also are more likely to have things like pornography. And so they're drawing a correlation. Oh, more porn, less violent crime. But I don't think that that's causal, would be my guess. And that you would see a bunch of other variables that would more likely explain the decline in sexual crime, would be my guess. But definitely the best point that was made, in my opinion. All right. Are you pricks really going to make me here at 3 a.m. play whip songs? Son of a bitch. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. I have 8 whip songs, 1 Disney song. 8, you lunatics. So 8 songs plus a Disney. Where are you getting 14? Where's this happening? Let me count them again. Where do you see what I mean? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's 14 come from? People just throwing numbers out. What is happening? All right, here we go. I'm just going to roll with the 8. That's fucking plenty for now. Now, at this point, $100 donation will get you a whip song. $150, you can pick the specific one you want. And anytime we get over a specific $100 mark, we'll play more. So, for example, if we get to $1,300, then we will play another whip song. So if you donate $100 now, that would give you 2 whip songs. One for passing 1,300 and one for donating 100. Can I define a bit what I mean by defining words however we want? It's self-evident, right? You said, is there any definition of the word goodness that pornography could be part of, that would fit within that definition. Yeah, people define words like that all the time. So goodness implies some sort of moral value, and moral value comes from some sort of ethical belief set. And so if you say my ethical belief set comes from this place, and this place, for example, says that we should maximize human pleasure, right? And so therefore something that is good is something that maximizes human pleasure, then porn is good because it maximizes human pleasure. If you ask me what good means, I say that it's something that's positive to the human experience and that fits in my moral purview as something that is beneficial, or not even beneficial, something that is morally positive. Well, my morals come from Christianity. So 14 was not promised to you 3,000 years ago. That's bullshit. We're tired. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. Promise that 3,000 years ago, you own bastards. All right, I gotta start playing these songs. This is a nightmare. It's 3 a.m. And I said, baby, it's 3 a.m. I must be lonely. Oh. Get him, Rob Thomas. My wife's a big Matchbox 20 fan. There's not 14, are we? I don't know where you're getting that shit.
There's a whip, there's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today. For the Lord of the land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
I hate this part of the show. It's the worst.
Left, right, left.
Oh, it's the worst.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
It's the worst.
Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
I'll just get it out of the way now. Before avarice appears from somewhere.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all
know that Arvo didn't want that song. And by the way, Arvo's donated heavily tonight. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate him willing to bend some rules, but I don't know that Arvo gave the donation that put it over 1,000. So what do I do if someone else is like, well, I didn't want that. I wanted it. So I don't know the fucking negotiations. I would have been more than happy not to play the fucking Disney song. The only one that's worse than that's that Wolf one. So, all right, 7 more. I don't hate Arvo. Arvo's excellent.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where's a whip, there's a way. Where's a whip, there's a way. There's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 There's a whip, there's a way. There's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. There's a left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, 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 there's a way.
Oh. No. Thank you, Blasterbot. Damn. What a G. $150 is in light of Rob breaking the bylaws of the covenant made 3,000 years ago. I invoke the penalty of wolf jazz. This will teach about the consequence of ignoring promise from 3,000 years ago. Motherfucker. Thank you, Blasterbot. I do appreciate it.
Whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day. All day, all day. Where there's a wind, there's a way. Oh, 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 oh. Well, wow, ooh, wow, wow. a way. There's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march you day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Now, I have something to say. I'm going to yell at Arvo and Are We Not Men. I don't know what fucking convoluted outside the normal rules deal people are making in the middle of a 5-hour debate. How the fuck do I know? I don't know. I don't know if you're legitimately mad. Here's the problem. People cry wolf all the time. You fucking yo this, yo that, yo this, yo that. There's no one. I don't have one mod that I could trust, to be honest about it. They're all trying to fuck me over as well. So she's like, trust me, yo, like 73. It's like, what? Trust me. Just, it's good, trust me. And I'm like, it's like, I don't know. So all I can do is go by the rules as set forth. Now, that $150 plays that stupid-ass, shitty Wolf Jazz. But it did take us over the 1,300 and 1,400. So that means in total now I owe 10. I've played 2, plus the Disney, and the Wolf Jazz song. So I owe 8 more. I have to... I'm already tired. Oh, fuck me. Oh, whew. Okay. Could be worse. what the fuck's going on? Like, how about all this? There's more drama in the fucking the Destiny community. Now there's accusations of doxing. Sweet lord. I gotta say, man, like, I know I deal with my share of little drama shit. I do. But uh I mean, my goodness. It's I don't know how these people fucking they just wallow in the fucking dirt and mire and fucking drama and oh my goodness. Whatever. Next.
Well, there's a whip. There's a way. Well, there's a whip. There's a way. We do wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there is a way. Where there's a whip, there is a way. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. A crack on the back, so we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slave of the dark Lord's war. Where's a whip? There's a way. Where there's a whip? Where there's a way. Where there's a whip? Where there's a whip? Where there's a whip? Where there's a way. Where there's a whip? Where there's a whip? Where there's a way. Where there's a whip? Where there's a way. Where there's a whip? Where there's a way. Wait. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a way. Where there's a whip? Where there's a way.
The drama. The drama. Here's the funny thing, right? Like, I'm not fucking a Destiny fan, right? But it's like Nick. Like, you have to understand when you could recognize. Okay, we can do it. When you could recognize that there are people that have talent and some level of intelligence that are making arguments and things like that, and people that aren't. So many of these people around Destiny are just fucking hangers-ons. They're at the table waiting for fucking, oh yeah, throw me a bone, throw me a bone, throw me a bone. And so it's just so amazing to watch them twist themselves and like, I don't know. Like you could be like, well, Rob, is that the way you are with Andrew? Well, no, I do my own shit regardless. And I think I do pretty good. And I don't feel the need to jump into every fucking. You know how many personal, like, fucking hater debates that Andrew does? How many times do I ever talk about it? I'm just like, that's Andrew, man. Andrew's got like fucking half of Twitter that fucking is calling for his head. I'm just like, sometimes it'll be something that I feel that there's a peripheral connection to me and I'll talk about. But man, these people, it's just this like ecosystem of fucking, well, this person doxed, but I remember 3 years ago you doxed and blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. It's like, gosh. I don't know. It's just, we just play whip songs. That's what we do. Five more. How am I still up doing this? This is fucking ridiculous. I get at this point at night, like most of the time I'm doing the show, I'm like acknowledging the audience and like I know that I'm talking to people. At this point, I'm just talking to myself. I'm like, why is anyone here? What is happening? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a nice long one.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today. The Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a way. Crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves.
Yeah, that's true.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a will. Where there's a will, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. There's a will. Left, right,
Finally, I don't even know if Are We Not Men serious. Why would you be pissed off? Anyways, life goes on. I am seriously fucking considering tomorrow covering this Destiny Chud Logic drama stream, because what I find fascinating, the whole story is fucking irrelevant to me, right? The story's irrelevant. What is fascinating is the astroturfing. Like, I love it anytime there's a debate and the communities of both sides are just like, fucking complete blowout. My guy won completely. And so I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, I'm sort of falling for the DGGers at first that are like, oh my God, this wasn't even close. And then there are other people that are like, what are you talking about? Like, Destiny got crushed. It has to do with who's doxing who, and I give a shit less about all that stuff. But I kind of think it would be funny to fucking, like, just analyze that and just give it's a bullshit fucking topic, but everybody, no one even cares. Why even talk? What is the point of me even doing a real show? Maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll do like some real debate analysis. I'll do this. And people are like, shut the fuck up, Rob. Someone just donated for more whip songs. Why are you talking? Read the whip song donos and then play whip songs. It's a sad existence of mine. A sad fucking existence. The great Zach Yelpy, $10 says, I have no idea why I'm here. We should go, guys. You know, Zach. It's a fair point. JB, $10 says, hey, Rob, did you see that the Australian federal judge ruled that trans women are real women? Happened earlier today. Jake Rattlesnake leaves the country for one day, and shit's going to pot. Unreal. Blasterbot, absolute legend that he is, $100. That's 2 more songs. Fuck. Says, Silly Rob, we're here for the whip songs and whip song related accessories from our favorite humble whip song merchant, who decided to give us all the first hit whip song for free. Turned around and made us pay for it every hit after. What a great business model. You know, that is an accurate explanation. I do have some pusher man type vibes here. Zach Yelpy says, play some Turnpike Troubadours. Thank you for the 10, Zach. All right. I've played 6. I now owe 12 after the new 2 from Blasterbot. Everybody could be pissed and yelling, and I did this. Oh, that's the wrong link. That's the wrong link. There we go. We do have all day tomorrow to discuss sea shanties. Sea shanty sounds like a nice place to go to bed. That would be a nice place.
There's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, there's a way, there's a way. I'll crack on the back
back says we're gonna fight. Where there's a way, we're gonna march all day and night and more. Where there's a way, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a way, where there's a way. There's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a way, yeah, where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a way.
You motherfuckers. Wade? No! All right, we played 7. We have 5 more. Oh, okay. I think this one sucks bad, if I remember. I don't know. They all suck.
A whip, there's a way. A way.
Yes.
We don't want it. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a way. There's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way. There's a way, there's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. There's a way, there's a way.
We having fun yet? Gets dark. Gets dark in my head around this time of the night. It's a very depressing place right now in here. Ah, big band. Fucking big band.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where's a whip, there's a way. Where's a whip, there's a way. There's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 There's a whip, there's a way. There's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. There's a left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night.
We're doing it. This is it. Yeah, smile. I'm trying. I know that Blasterbot specifically likes this. Every time I'm talking to him, he's like, you know what, we could use a little K-pop electric jazz fusion. That's really the genre.
There's a way where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where the whip, where the whip, where there's a whip, the whip. There's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. There's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. There's a whip, left, right, left, right, left, right. Where there's a whip, there's a way, left, right. A crack in the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. There's a whip, there's a way out.
Yeah, I know, fuckhead. I hate that I knew you would catch that. I hate it. I was like, I know who's gonna catch it. I know who's gonna fucking point out, wait a minute, that's not a minute. Ah, fuck. It is kind of funny though. I didn't even look at the chat. I'm like, fucking Wade, I know it. I know he's about to pop on.
There's a whip,
Ah.
there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Man.
We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it through this. We're gonna do it. We're not gonna get depressed here. We're gonna keep playing these songs. We're gonna get it.
Well, there's a whip,
Well, gentlemen, it appears we've come to that point. I owe 12. We have 12 played, but one didn't count. The Pop Electric Fusion. So this will be the 12th song. Here we go. I'm not gonna lose tonight. I'm not crashing out. I'm gonna beat the whip crew. I'm gonna stay longer than they're willing to donate for. Thus declaring, an epic theme song. I don't remember this song. Well, it's epic, so that's gotta be good. Epic! It's pretty epic.
Well, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark lords.
How does my epic victory taste? Bam! I will not take Israeli. I don't know. Someone hit me up. Is Israeli currency worth more than US dollars? And Buddha's going to save us 100,000. Which genre do I think's the best? Oh boy, I don't know. I think the one that fits in with the lyrics the most is like the pop punk one. Like the cadence of the song sincerely reads. I don't know. I think Earth is a bot. But I don't mind because he asks good questions. What are you talking about? There's not four more. There's no four more. There's not. No. I only take shekels now. No. There's not four more. You're free to donate for four more, but there's not four more forthcoming. I've played by the rules. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. Nothing is over. Nothing. Fascinated by this drama going on. It's just so amazing. They fight over anything. Oh boy. All right. What does the dono bar have to do with anything? The rules are this. You do not get an extra whip song every time that it crosses a $100 mark. You only get that once it crosses the time in the show where we've announced that we're starting whip songs. So if there is $1,000 that all were received in $20 donations, or $900 we'll say, all $20 donations as the stream's going on, that is 0 whip songs. You don't say, look at the bar, there's $900. That's 9 whip songs. That's not how it goes. It has never been how it goes. Ever. That's not the case. You didn't write the bylaws. Everybody knows that's not the rules. It didn't. So, what we looked at was, at the time we started the whip song, there was 8 donations. 8. Since the 8 donations that we had there, that led to 8 plus then a Disney song. We played the Disney song. Then there was a dono for a specific Wolf Jazz song, right? Since then, we received 1, 2, 3, 4 songs that we had to play more. 2 was from Blasterbot's donations because the 150 took us over 2 $100 marks. And 2 was from this Blasterbot donation. That's it. Giving us a grand total of 12 songs that were owed, plus the Wolf song and the Disney song, which I played. Now, it's been a fun stream. I hope you all enjoyed it. I had a good time with the debate. It was a lot of fun. It's 4 a.m. my time. I'm going to bed. I hope you all enjoy. Oh, fuck. That is something I got to do. That is. I'll write that down. Yes, the Wade has not received that merch code yet. Yes, I did talk to the merch guy. Yes, he said he would create the code, and then I haven't talked to him since. So the way it works, everything with him is it's a month behind. So like it goes through the merch store, and then the money comes to me, and then I have to pay the merch store what I owe them. No, there's no VIG on that. We're not playing that game. It's crazy talk. Crazy talk. Yeah, I'm still at it, unfortunately. Man, isn't it weird how you get weird like I'll get like emails that like my garbage bill comes out like automatically or something like that. And they'll email me at like 4 a.m. Thank you for your payment. It's like 4 a.m. I'm getting an email at 4 a.m. What the hell is going on here? All right. Debate was a lot of fun tonight. Want to thank my opponent and thank Speakeasy. Really appreciate both of them. Thank you to all of my wonderful mods that do a great job, even though they're fucking with me. They are great. I really appreciate it. So, what else did I have to say? Everyone that donated heavily, incredible. Especially Intel Wild, Blasterbot, Arvo. Everyone's incredibly generous, though. I really do appreciate it. I know it's a bit tormenting, but man, you guys are amazing. You really are. So I appreciate that. We're gonna raid Emmett. He's streaming. I don't know what about, but he's someone I know and he's streaming. So tell him I said hi. I should be back tomorrow around 10 p.m. Eastern. I will not be streaming Saturday. So tomorrow we're going to try to have a good show. Maybe I'll cover this drama debate with Destiny and Chud Logic. But there is a lot of news stories to cover. So maybe I'll cover that as well. I may also, earlier in the day, do a test stream. Now, I don't know how much of a legitimate stream it'll be, and I'm not going to announce it. But I want to try, I use StreamYard. I want to try Rumble Studio. Because I was talking to some people, and they told me there's an interesting feature that I might be able to use when it comes to the call-in shows. The other thing is, I'm going to try to fucking do something next week to have the call-in shows also be available on YouTube. It's a huge fucking risk. It really is. But, I mean, I don't know. You just hope that you put your hands in that YouTube would be reasonable. So if I try my best to do due diligence and someone comes on and yells a racial slur and then reports that it, you know, I guess you hope for the best. Rumble Studio shuts down at 2 hours. Well, that's definitely no good. That's not doable. I mean, I've gone 7 hours tonight. Now listen, I'm going to fucking bitch and moan for one more dono. One more. I don't even give a shit if it's $1. Someone give even the smallest dono for acknowledgement of what I've done today. I did the call-in show for damn near 3 hours. I did the extravaganza, a second show for an hour. Then I did a 7-hour show where I debated and then played ridiculous whip songs. We're clocking in at about 11 hours of streaming today. 3 different shows, 3 completely different types. I'm putting in the work. I'm putting it in. There it goes. Chop, chop. We'll take it. He recognizes. Look at that. And then Dottie Germ. $5 to call me a plump stinky. Oh, shit. Oh, Arvo. $50 says you get a job, Rob. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, Arvo. I really appreciate it. I hate to even say it. I hate to say it. But that does. Oh, I can't believe I'm even saying this. That puts us $4 away from another whip song. I should have kept my mouth shut just for that. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. We'll see you. Bye. $4 for a 4 a.m. whip song here. You fucking lunatics. You fucking psychos. Wandering Construct, thank you for the 10 New Zealander didgeridoos. Unreal. Oh, and then Arvo, thank you for 5. Says only 4. And then Chop Chop gets 4. Holy shit, we're going to end up with another whip song by the end of it. And Sam! $5. Oh, it fucking hurts. It hurts. It's... My son's going to be getting up for school soon. Oh, man. Nope. I know this is not that, I don't know. It's not that flamboyant. There you go.
There's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a whip, there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark lords. Where there's a whip, there's a way, left, right.
All right. Are you guys we good? We got it out of our systems. We got it. You guys are great. It's amazing. Thank you. Everybody good? We're out of our system. Oh, fuck. You know, I haven't checked Rumble in a while. Okay, we're good. I will say YouTube, strong comeback from the loss to Rumble the other day. Strong comeback. Just an absolute bludgeoning tonight of a Dono victory. All right. Thank you, everyone. I already said thank you to everyone. I'm going to mercifully go to bed. What's this guy doing? I'm going to bed. Thank you so much. We're going to raid Emmett. You guys are great. I have to put my outro video up because I screwed it up earlier. We had fun tonight. I had fun. Crazy topic, though. Take a moment while you think about sort of the things we were talking about with societal collapse. Look at how someone like Charlie Kirk represented the opposite of that. He was a family man, a father, a husband, how he's killed and mocked. And understand where the degeneracy of our society is. You actually get mocked for living up to values like that more. Say a prayer for Charlie and his family. And never forget what the stakes are as we go forward. So, all right. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll talk to you all tomorrow around 10 p.m. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.